Next, everyone starts to discuss the marketing of the cards. Advertising was a must. But which media should they use, and what type of advertisements was more suitable? I feel that advertising on the city's TV stations will be sufficient. Within 1 month, everyone in the city will know about our membership and shopping cards. Also, local TV stations' advertising slots are cheaper. We had advertised with them before our opening, and the results are good. Fu Guangjing said. Li Zikai had a different opinion. Advertising on the city's TV stations are a waste of money. We only need to let people know about this event. I think that giving out leaflets is the simplest and most effective way. All this while, we have employed many people to give out leaflets. We can also save on advertising. How can we just rely on leaflets alone? We are selling SVIP membership cards and high-value shopping cards. The targeted market is big clients. Have you seen any big clients taking leaflets on the streets? They are all driving. Fu Guangwei retorted. We can place the leaflets on their cars. I have seen many cars with leaflets and brochures on their windscreen. Li Zikai argued. Yeah? If it is you, will you read it? The leaflet will either be thrown on the floor or into the bin. No one will bring it into their cars. I think the best way is to promote it outside of our supermarkets. We can use a big blow-up doll and loudspeakers. The cost will be meager, and it will be effective. It will also attract more customers. In the supermarket, we will announce it over our PA systems and posters. Fu Guangwei's way was considered traditional. This was what their family used in Hong Kong, and it was quite useful. But Fu Guangwei did not know that his family used this method was because TV advertising was costly in Hong Kong, and they had many competitors. But in China, the advertising fees were not high, and Taihua Supermarket still does not have any competitors. Taihua Supermarket had just opened and still did not have a stable customers flow. This was why Fengyu was more inclined to TV advertisements. But it was not worthwhile to advertise on the city's TV station. Fengyu still feel that they should advertise on the radio and newspaper. I think radio and newspapers are most suitable to advertise. Firstly, the viewership for the city TV stations is not high. Those businessmen do not have time to watch TV. They will just read the newspaper at work or listen to the radio while driving. After work, they will either meet clients or go out to relax. Only a handful will watch TV. Even if they were to watch TV, they would only watch CCTV. Currently, the newspaper is the mainstream source of information. No matter whether if you are a worker, businessman, civil servant, or an ordinary person, you will still read the newspaper. Even in our company, the newspaper is everywhere. Brother Feng, have you ever thought about the literacy level? There are still a lot of illiterate people. Fu Guangjing reminded. Fu Guangjing was in China for quite long and seen many illiterate people. Some of them were even leaders. Newspapers might be the mainstream media, but there were still people who don't read them. I know there will be people who can't read, but most of them are in the countryside and rural areas. There are not many of them in the cities. You are in China for quite some time. How many illiterate people have you seen? The cities have been organizing night classes for adults for many years. I admit that there are still illiterates in the cities, but they are only a handful. We can also work on our advertisements to prevent this. Newspaper advertisements still can be different? Li Zikai frowned. Of course. For instance, we can include humor in our advertisements. I believe all of you here have read comics, right? Fengyu asked. Yes. Fu Guangwei raised his hand excitedly. But when he noticed everyone staring at him, he lowers his hand weakly. I really read comics. My favorite is. Brother Feng, do you think those people at work will have the time to read comics? Those are for kids. Li Zikai said and gave a distant look at Fu Guangwei. Fu Guangwei was pissed, and he stared at him back. Which Hong Konger has not read before? You still dare to call yourself a Hong Konger? I'm not talking about those fighting comics. Have you all seen those 4-panel comic strips? Using 4 panels to tell a simple and funny story. For example, the first panel can show a man looking for a parking lot along the road. The second panel shows another man driving into our car park, and the first man is laughing at him for wasting his money. The third panel will show the man who had entered the car park taking out a SVIP membership card. The final panel shows that man who parked in the car park leaving and showing off his SVIP card, where he had parked for free. Fu Guangjing and the rest heard what Fengyu said and frowned. This will show the benefits of their membership cards and seems a lot more interesting. When people read newspapers, they will also look at the pictures. But all of them were not sure if this would work. I am only stating an example. We still must hire professionals to do it. But I can guarantee that this type of advertisement will attract people easily, and people will remember it. Another advantage of advertising in the papers is we can buy the advertising slots by days or weeks. TV advertising requires us to buy the slots for at least a month. I know one design firm that is about to come up with this type of advertisement. That's true. The TV stations will not allow us to advertise for only a few days unless we are paying them a high rate. But it will increase our cost. A deputy general manager said. The other media is the radio. The radio advertisements should be aired during the morning and evening peak hours. Our target segments are those who are driving and their passengers. While driving, most people will have the habit of listening to the radio. Now, the standard accessories that were fitted in cars were the in-car radio. Those cars that are fitted with CD players were considered luxurious vehicles. Even before phone came back to this life, there were a lot of people still tuning into radios. Even if the cars were fitted with DVD players, people would still prefer radio. That's why advertising on the radio was the most effective way. For radio advertisements, we should find someone with a recognizable voice. I want to recommend someone. Zhao Zhongxiang. I have worked with him before, and he is not expensive. How long should our radio advertisements be, and what should we do? Fu Guangjing asked. We can use a longer duration for our radio advertisements. Even if we are not selling our cards, we can use those slots to promote our other products. There is a good opportunity to sell our cards coming. It is Teachers' Day soon. From 1985, China government states that every year's September 10th will be Teachers' Day. This date was fixed until even before phone returned to this life. The purpose of Teachers' Day was to appreciate the teacher's contribution to society. During the turmoil times, teachers were criticized for being stinking old knife and were considered to be the bad influences. During that time, many teachers were beaten up by their students and humiliated by forcing them to live in the cowshed and hanging a spittoon on their neck. Although the turmoil times were over and the government advocates the people to respect teachers, but there were still teachers that were beaten up students and parents. This caused many teachers to protest. This was why the government implemented Teachers' Day, and the date was discussed several times. In the end, it was set on September 10th. This date was chosen because the new school semester had just started. The Chinese government also implemented a few policies to show its support for the teachers. For instance, the welfare and benefits for teachers were better, a reward system, changes to their appraisal system, better housing, medical, etc. Many resources were allocated to the education sector. Even before phone returned to the present life, the teachers were still enjoying these benefits and welfare. All these implemented for the teachers in the first place. But as time passes, many things changed. As the status of teachers became higher, many parents felt that studying was the only way for their children to be successful. If their children were educated, they would not need to work in the farms or be low-wage workers. They can even be officials or leaders and work in offices. To let their children be well taken care of, these parents will try their best to please the teachers. In this era, there were no teaching by their aptitude or quality education. The only thing that matters was the results. Furthermore, the policies for the previous years were university graduates will be recruited into the government service and will be a leader once they graduated. This was why respecting the teachers slowly became pleasing the teachers. Parents will try all means to satisfy their children's teachers. Everyone wants the teachers to give special attention to their children. For example, if the students do not understand a question or subject, they can approach the teachers after school. The teachers will also take note of the students to make sure the student will not skip school or be bullied. In the era, most families were dual income. Both parents were working and had no time to look after their children. Even their children were bullied in school. They also do not have time to go to school look for the bullies. Then what should the parents do? They can only rely on the teachers to look after their children. But in a classroom full of students, why should the teacher just look after your child? Giving a gift to the teacher. There was a saying in China that there's no harm giving more gifts. Furthermore, in the olden days, it was a must to provide teachers a gift or set up a banquet for them. They were only following old traditions. So, the teachers did not only get special treatment from the government, but they were also taken care of by the parents of their students. This period was the time when students can still receive physical punishments in school. This lasted until a few years later when the State Council reprimanded the Minister of Education during a dinner. From then onwards, there was a regulation that teachers were not allowed to punish the students physically. But some teachers still do that behind closed doors. After the year 2000, people's lives got better, and many people realized that even without high education, they can still make money. This was the time when the parents no longer tell the teachers, "Please take care of our child. If he misbehaves, you can beat them up." It was changed to, "Please take care of our child. If he misbehaves, let me know. I will scold him. Please ensure that he is not bullied in school, and this is a token of our appreciation. Please accept it." There were even some people who spoiled their children. Most of them were grandparents of the child. If the teacher lay a finger on the child, the grandparents will go all out for that teacher. At first, the most common gift for teachers were some pens or cards. They were not worth a lot of money, and it was only a token. But later, people start to give the teachers eggs, meat, food tickets, etc. As time passes, the gifts became more and more expensive. Bicycles and even home appliances were given to the teachers in return for special treatments to their child. Many teachers became accustomed to receiving expensive gifts. They no longer want to receive pens or cards. They only look forward to expensive gifts. There were still many upright teachers around, and even if they did not receive any gifts, they would also do their best to educate their students. But when many people treated teaching as a job, the teacher's quality dropped. Teachers' Day also became a day for teachers to compete to see who received the most gifts. Someone once said, "Teachers might not remember who gave them gifts, but they will remember which students' parents did not give them gifts." To make sure the teachers remember the student, the gift must be valuable. In the current era, not only the teachers feel this practice is normal, even the parents think it is normal to give the teachers a gift. No one thinks that teachers should not be receiving gifts. But what gifts should be given? This was a headache for everyone. You want to give the teacher a bicycle? But the teacher already owns one. What's the use of having one more bike? You want to give an expensive gift, but you can't afford it. You also can't get anything cheap. Alcohol and cigarettes? What if it was a female teacher and she doesn't drink? Giving money was the most direct solution, but there were still problems. Money was not as obvious as other items. 1,000 renminbi was only 10 100 renminbi notes. You can't even feel it if it was in an envelope. But if you buy a 1,000 renminbi item, it will surely be obvious. Furthermore, most parents could not afford a 1,000 renminbi gift. At most, they were only willing to use their 1 month's salary as a gift. It was only a few hundred RMB. It would not look nice if the parents were to give a few notes directly to the teachers. Many teachers also do not dare to accept money directly from their parents. The parents were also worried that other parents might give the teachers more than them. So, to many parents, Teachers' Day was also suffering for them. Almost everyone does not know what gifts should they prepare and how much should they spend. But now, shopping cards will solve this problem. Giving the teacher a shopping card was the same as preparing the red packet for weddings. People can discuss the amount to be given. It was not like giving an item. No one would give the same thing as others. The teachers can use the shopping cards to buy whatever they like. It was not like cash when the teachers were embarrassed to receive it openly. But for a small card, the parents can just stuff it into the teacher's pocket or their hands discreetly. This was the current practice in China, and it will not be changed for the next few years. The new school semester was about to start. Many students were looking forward to it. So were many teachers. Feng Yu, I want to take the postgraduate qualifying exams. My instructor said that those who completed master will be able to remind in school as a teaching assistant. She was one of them. Li Na, who was in Feng Yu's arms, said, "You want to be a postgraduate student? Why do you still need to take the exams? Your university does not have a recommendation." Feng Yu thought it was some important matters. It's only continuing her studies. Li Na likes to study, then just consider. What's the big deal? University lecturers' lives were more relaxed than high school teachers. High school students were mischievous, and Li Na's character will not be able to handle them. We do have recommendations, but I don't have the chance to get it. I am not close to any lecturers in the university. I heard that recommendations are not based on the results. It depends on whether if the lecturers want to recommend you or not. Li Na replied. Li Na's results were among the top in her school. If the recommendation was based on results, she should be getting one. But postgraduate recommendations do not only look at the results of the student. It also depends on the lecturers' and teachers' recommendations. How's the reputation of the course's lecturer you are taking? Does he have any hobbies or likings? Feng Yu asked. I am not sure what he likes, and he has a good reputation. What I meant is if that lecturer is an upright person with no desires. I don't think so. He had mentioned before in his lecture that people should be flexible and adaptive to the environment. He also said that if he were not flexible in the past, he would be dead in the cowshed with his friends. Feng Yu heard this and knew how to manage this lecturer. Feng Yu got off the bed and went to the living room. He took out 7 to 8 shopping cards from his bag. Give 1 card to that lecturer and the head of the department. Give 1 to your instructor and all other related teachers. If there are extras, give the remaining cards to that lecturer. Just tell him that you want a recommendation. Lina was shocked. You want me to bribe them? How can you do this? Feng Yu immediately start to brainwash Lina. How can this be considered bribery? Do you know what day it is in 2 days? Teacher's Day. Yes, it's Teacher's Day. It's normal to give gifts to your teachers. This tradition had been passed down since ancient times. During the olden days, you need to give teachers gifts for them to accept you as a student, and you still need to pay school fees and work for them for free. The teacher can also scold and hit you. During your teacher's birthday or your teacher's wife birthdays, you also need to give them gifts. Have you given your teachers any birthday presents on their birthday? Have you treated them to dinner before? That's why you should show your appreciation of this coming Teacher's Day. But from what you said, it should be enough to treat my teachers to a meal. Also, what are these cards? Shopping cards? The Taihua supermarket's shopping cards that are being advertised on the papers? The value is 5,000 renminbi. It's too much. This amount is too much. This is no longer showing my appreciation. Lina immediately places the cards on the table. Listen to me. It's fine to give more. You are getting knowledge from them and not learning their bad habits. Just think about it. If you don't give them gifts, other students will still give them. Then you will miss your opportunity. It is your dream to be a teacher. You want to educate the future generation, but isn't it better if you can let more students be teachers like you? Feng Yu continued his brainwashing tactics. Stop hesitating. It's settled. Tomorrow when you go to school, visit every teacher and give them these gifts. It is very tiring to sit for the postgraduate entrance exams. Getting a recommendation is so much convenient. The time used to prepare for the exams can be put into better use, like going out to play. Let's visit Guozijian next weekend to have a feel of the Imperial University in the olden days. Lina looked at Feng Yu speechlessly. Feng Yu seems to be someone without ambition, but his businesses were doing well. His companies had even expanded to overseas. But to label him as someone ambitious, he kept asking Lina to go out and play and don't encourage her to study hard. Feng Yu was a righteous person? No. He often asks Lina to use his connections and go through back doors. But if anyone calls Feng Yu as someone unrighteous, Lina will argue that Feng Yu had donated a lot of school buildings to many schools. Nana, I'm hungry. Feng Yu gave a pitiful look to Lina. We did not buy any groceries today. We can only have congee. There is still an egg in the fridge. I don't want to eat that. I want to eat you. Come. To celebrate getting a postgraduate recommendation, let's have another round. What sort of reason is this? You don't. Lina was unwilling to give gifts. In the end, she still refuses. So, Feng Yu got to do this on behalf of her. He will clear all obstacles for Lina. Feng Yu feels that there's no need to donate anything to Lina's university. It costs so much more. Furthermore, this year's plans were to donate to middle and high schools. This problem could be settled using less than 100,000 renminbi. Why spend a few million? Furthermore, teaching university only has a few postgraduate courses. The university has enough funds from the ministry and school fees. Hi, Teacher Su. I am Lina's cousin, Feng Yu. I need to discuss something with you. Oh, Mr. Feng. Nice to meet you. How can I help you? Instructor Teacher Su asked. It's Teacher's Day. According to our hometown's custom, we must treat the teachers for dinner. When are you free? Teacher Su was surprised. Hometown's custom? Since when the Northeast have such traditions? I am also from the Northeast. How come I do not know? There is no need for dinner. Lina is doing well in school. A few days ago, I had suggested to her to continue her postgraduate studies. I also heard that she wants to continue. This school should have postgraduate recommendations. What do you think of Lina? I am not qualified to say anything about this. It's the head of the department and the lecturers who can decide. Teacher Su's face changes when she knew Feng Yu was trying to go through the back door. I will speak to the head and lecturer. I am here today to thank Teacher Sue for taking care of Lena. Since you have no time for dinner, then it's fine. I will go back now. I will treat you next time. Feng Yu left. Teacher Sue walked Feng Yu to the door. After she returned to her seat, she noticed there was a card on her desk. She picked it up. It was the Taihua shopping card. The newspaper and radio had been advertising this card. Oh my God. The value of this card was 5,000 renminbi. Teacher Sue panicked. 5,000 renminbi. This should be left behind by Feng Yu on purpose. I can't help with this matter. The most I can do is to submit Li Na's name for the recommendation. It's the head of the department and lecturer that had the final say. Taihua Supermarket Corporation spent some money to advertise in all the cities where their branches were located. Newspapers plus radio. At the same time, many interesting articles and comics appeared in the newspaper. The articles were praising the contributions of teachers and their influences on the students. These were all paid articles. When Taihua Supermarket hired people to write these articles, they were puzzled. But when they remembered that Teachers' Day was around the corner, they felt this was not surprising. Furthermore, they were paid, and their articles were to be published in the newspaper. Although these people were not used to praise teachers and the teaching profession, they were professional writers. All of them were able to write good articles. But when they showed the drafts to Taihua Supermarket, they were all rejected. What a joke. How can our articles be rejected? We are professionals, and which part of our articles did not meet the standards? If you all are the editors, you can still criticize our articles. Who are you to pick on our articles? Taihua Supermarket only gave one reason. The articles did not express the olden traditions of respecting teachers. Olden traditions of respecting teachers? What traditions? Only one smart writer remembered the custom of giving gifts to teachers. It's going to be Teachers' Day soon. Could this be the direction where Taihua Supermarket wants them to write? Taihua Supermarket wants them to make giving gifts to teachers as a way to express respect for teachers? So, this writer wrote a new article based on this direction, and Taihua Supermarket immediately paid him for his article. His article will be published in the newspaper in many cities. This writer was only a reporter from a city's newspaper. He would be famous if his article were published in many cities' paper. After this article was published, many other writers understood what Taihua Supermarket wanted. They started to check history classics and events and wrote them into their articles. All of them began to promote this wonderful tradition. Finally, their articles were accepted by Taihua Supermarkets and were published in various newspapers. The writers were paid handsomely by Taihua Supermarket and newspaper agencies. Look, since ancient times, people are giving teachers gifts. This is a tradition. It is the same as giving gifts during Lunar New Year. This is a custom passed down from the olden times. This is not bribery. Some parents who had no intention of giving the teachers gifts at first changed their minds. At the same time, they were also cursing these writers. These people were encouraging teachers to accept gifts. With these articles published, and if we do not give the teachers gifts, we will be seen as not following traditions. If we do not follow traditions, will our children have a good life in school? Although the schools claim that the teachers will treat every student equally, that's what the schools claims. Teachers were also humans. Everyone will have preferences, and this is a fact. How can they make the teachers like their children? One way was the student must be obedient, have good results, and could make the teacher proud. Another approach was to give the teacher gifts. Now, the parents were thinking about what gifts to give to the teachers. Give gifts like the olden days. In ancient times, gifts to teachers consist of 6 items of great significance: celery, red beans, preserved meat, etc. This should not work. If the students were to give the teachers those gifts, the teachers' families would have to eat celery for more than a month. They will never finish all the celery. But what about other items? In the olden days, people also give 4 treasures of the study. But in this era, who still practice calligraphy, many teachers do not even know how to hold the brush. Ballpoint pens? Then it must be a gold pen at least. Which teacher does not have ballpoint pens? Gifts should be something the other party need, and the other party will remember you. But what is a suitable gift? All the parents were troubled over this. Old son, your son is in the year 3 of high school? It is the Teacher's Day soon. Are you going to give the teacher any gift? How can we not give the teacher gifts? The other parents are giving gifts, and if you don't give the teacher any gifts, do you think our children will have a good life in school? My son is going to take the university entrance exams next year. This year is crucial to him. I must make sure his teacher will not neglect him. Your son is also in the junior high school final year. You are not going to give the teacher any gifts. I want to give, but I do not know what gifts to get. This is why I am asking you, what gift are you giving? Didn't you read the papers? Taihua Supermarket had introduced a shopping card. You can use this card to shop in Taihua Supermarket. We are going to give a 500 renminbi value card. All my colleagues at my workplace are getting the same thing. Just give the teacher this shopping card. Although it is costly, the teachers will take care of our children. 500 renminbi? It is very expensive. I am only earning 360 renminbi a month. Don't be stingy. Your wife is also working. Just bear with it for 1 month. This is a critical period for your son. If he did not go to a good high school, it would be difficult for him to enter a good university. I am going to Taihua Supermarket to buy the shopping card now. Are you going? Yes. Wait for me. I need to get money from my wife first. Dear, our son is in his final year of high school. He will be graduating this year. And how can he be seated at the back of the class? It is Teacher's Day soon. I heard from my colleagues that they will be giving their children's teachers gifts. Should we also give our son's teacher gift? We must make sure our son gets into university. Okay, but what should we get? His teacher is a guy. How about we give him 2 bottles of alcohol and 2 cartons of cigarettes? No. Other people are giving Taihua Supermarket shopping cards. With that card, the teacher can buy whatever he needed. The supermarket also sells cigarettes and alcohol. How much should we give? I heard that many parents will be giving 500 renminbi shopping cards. We are better off than most of them. Let's give the 1,000 renminbi shopping card. 1,000 renminbi? Dear, although I am working for an overseas company, my salary is only 800 renminbi a month. You still have bonuses. This is for our son's future. We must give something to let the teacher remember our son. You go and buy a 1,000 renminbi value card tomorrow. We will give it to the teacher and also tell him about changing the sitting arrangement for our son. Okay. Dear, when you send our son to school tomorrow, pass this card to Teacher Lu. This is Taihua Supermarket shopping card. You bought this. How come it is 1,000 renminbi card? What can you do with 1,000 renminbi? I know you still have a 3,000 renminbi card with you. Give Teacher Lu the 3,000 renminbi card. You are willing to give your clients so much money. How can you save when it comes to our son? Fine, fine, fine. I will listen to you. I thought that 1,000 renminbi is enough. I give my clients gifts is because I can make much more from him. Where do you think our house and our Songjiang motor car come from? Give these 2 3,000 renminbi shopping cards to your parents and our parents. Let them get something good for themselves. They are always so thrifty. I know. Our son must be an official in the future. Look at you. You might make a lot of money from doing business, but when you meet those government officials, you still have to bow to them. Stop nagging. I had drunk a lot just now and have a headache. Help me brew a pot of tea. You only know how to order me around. Take off your coat first. I will hang it up. The water is boiled. Go and bath first. The woman nagged and went to brew tea. Taihua Supermarket sold more than 10,000 pieces of 500 renminbi shopping cards per branch during the few days before Teacher's Day. Even Feng Yu did not expect the sales to be so high. The parents in this era were crazy. They will do anything for their children. The meaning of Teacher's Day had changed. Many people had said this. This day was supposed to be a day to thank and respect the teachers. This date was set for this ancient profession and to improve the teacher's life and work. But now, it became a day to give teachers gifts. The parents also start to compare with each other. They might not give some gifts that were more expensive than others, but they will never give anything lesser than others. All the teachers will be receiving large amounts of gifts on this day. The teachers' days in the past few years, the teachers will receive some cigarettes or tea leaves. Maybe some will receive chicken or ducks. Most of these gifts were useless, but this year was different for the teachers, especially those teachers in some cities. They received Taihua Supermarket shopping cards. It was not sure if the parents had discussed beforehand. The value of the shopping cards was about the same. The head of departments received the most. The teachers tried to keep these cards a secret. Although everyone knew what was happening, no one would flaunt about the total amount they received. After all, this was not something they were proud of. But after work, the teachers bumped into each other in Taihua Supermarket. The first thing the teachers did after receiving the shopping cards were to visit Taihua Supermarket with their wives or husbands. These cards were only valid for a limited period. When the teachers bumped into their colleagues, they smiled embarrassedly. But this was Taihua Supermarket and not their school. Furthermore, almost all the teachers from the school were there, and their shopping cart was filled with big-ticket items like VCD players. This means that other teachers had also received a lot of shopping carts. Since everyone was the same, what's there to be embarrassed about? They can shop together. Teacher Nyo, there is a good rice cooker for sale over there. Want to take a look together? Okay. Oh, is this VCD player you picked good? I am also thinking of getting a VCD player. Of course. This is Wind and Rain brand, a world-renowned brand. Their advertisements state that they are often imitated, but never exceeded. Where are the VCD players? I want to get one. Teacher Nyo frowned. Seems that this teacher's son had received a lot of shopping carts today. But teacher's son was a form teacher, and those parents will try their best to please him. It's over there. Let's look at the rice cooker first, and I will bring you to the VCD player section. During payments, they saw lots of familiar faces. Some were their colleagues from the same school, and some were teachers from other schools. They even saw some leaders from the education department. This proves that everyone had received a lot of gifts during this Teacher's Day. Xiaoli was a cashier in Taihua Supermarket. She was overjoyed when she got this job. Although her work was tough, her salary was much higher than her parents'. Today, she noticed something different. Many of the customers making payments knew each other. There was a big city. Although it might not be as big as Beijing or Shanghai, the population was a few million. Was this really a coincidence? Maybe it's because this was Taihua Supermarket and these people were here because of the advertisements. But these people addressed each other as teachers. Most of these people were teachers. Taihua Supermarket had become the #1 choice for teachers today. When making payments, Xiaoli was shocked. Shopping cards. Shopping cards again. Everyone was paying with shopping cards. What? The value of the shopping card is not enough. Never mind. Use all the value in it. I still have one more card with me. Not enough? It's fine. I still have another shopping card. More than half the shoppers paid with shopping cards, and most of them had more than one shopping card. The smallest denomination of the shopping card Xiaoli saw was 500 renminbi, and the highest value was 5,000 renminbi shopping cards. Most of these people were teachers. What school was this? How come their benefits were so good? All the teachers received shopping cards from the school on Teachers' Days? The school should have given out a large amount. The average monthly salary of a teacher was less than 500 renminbi. Those teachers in university might be getting slightly more, but it should also be about 500 renminbi. The professors will get more. But how can there be so many professors here? Where did they get their shopping cards from? How come each of them had more than one card? Xiaoli do not understand and was very curious. But during training, she was told that customer service was the most important and she must not chat with the customers. Many customers do not like to talk with cashiers or cashiers asking them about their income. Xiaoli kept quiet and carry on working. She kept swiping the cards and let the customers about the balance value in their cards. This was repeated over and over again. Today was more tiring than any other days. It was not a weekend, but the crowd was bigger than weekends. Also, most of the items that were bought were big-ticket items. Even if the customers bought alcohol and cigarettes were all expensive brands. It feels like there was a sudden increase of wealthy people in the city. Xiaoli had worked in Taihua Supermarket for more than 1 month. Even on the opening day, she had not seen so many people buying so many expensive items. Imported Philips color TV that's worth a few thousand RMB, imported refrigerators were flying off the shelves. The delivery staffs of Taihua Supermarket were going crazy. Their deliveries today was more than the total for last week. But these delivery staffs were smiling. It was because of the more deliveries they made, the more they earn. Taihua Supermarket had not implemented free deliveries yet. They charged for deliveries. Although the charges were not high, most shoppers could not bring those big items back themselves. They need a vehicle to carry those items. Taihua Supermarket delivery charges were cheaper than those trying motorcycles outside, and installations were included. If there were any damages to the items during delivery, Taihua Supermarket will take responsibility and compensate the shopper. No one wants anything to happen to their purchases, which were worth a few thousand RMB. Although the shoppers will feel the pinch to pay for the deliveries, if their items got damaged when they try to carry it home themselves, they would be heartbroken. Manager, we have tabulated the total sales today. 85% of the shoppers today used shopping cards to pay for their purchases. The total amount is more than the total for last week. The supermarket manager nodded. Manager Feng's idea is really wonderful. There are no new promotions, but the sales are much higher than during promotions. But this is only the first day. There will be more people tomorrow. The manager understands that those with shopping cards might not visit Tai Hua Supermarket today. They might visit the supermarket tomorrow or the day after that. But it does not matter. The shopping cards have an expiry date, and shoppers must finish using them before the date. Feng Yu had wanted to set a 3 months validity for the shopping cards, but Fu Guangjing and the rest felt 1 month validity was sufficient. Other than Teacher's Day, there are still many other festivals in the same month. There were 3 festivals in the same month, and there was no way these people could not finish using the values in their cards. Feng Yu agreed. The shoppers had behaved as they had expected. These shoppers had no qualms when they used shopping cards to pay. It's time for Tai Hua Supermarket to print another batch of shopping cards. Oldly, do you think we should buy shopping cards for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays? Do our company have spare cash? It's fine, but the cities where our factories are in do not have Tai Hua supermarkets. The workers will not be able to use those cards. Li Mingde replied. You can decide about this by yourself. Anyway, I heard that our workers are unhappy about getting the usual items. Oh, you can also give the workers shopping vouchers from other shopping malls. But don't worry. By next year, those cities where our factories are located will have Tai Hua supermarkets. I will let the person in charge of Bing City speak to you. You can also recommend him to other companies. Feng Yu would definitely support this shopping cards. All his companies will be giving our holiday gifts to the workers, and Feng Yu wants them to replace the gifts with shopping cards. His main priority now was to raise cash for Tai Hua Supermarket. This way, Tai Hua Supermarket can get a higher loan amount at the end of the year. In this era, to get a bank loan, connections, and the cash flow for the past 3 months were required. Now, Fu Guangjing and the rest were scouting for suitable locations again. Once again, Feng Yu had nothing to do. He only needs to sit in the Beijing headquarters. But if there were any issues at Tai Hua Supermarket, he will have to settle it. A deputy general manager knew Feng Yu had a lot of companies and approached him to ask him to buy or reserve some shopping cards. As long as the money enters the accounts, then the banks will take note of it. This will also set an example to other companies and increase the sales of shopping cards. Feng Yu agreed. All this while, his workers had been receiving excellent benefits and welfare. It might not be the best in China, but it should be one of the top few companies. Feng Yu also realized one problem. His companies were too scattered around China. It was still okay for the factories in the outskirts of the cities. But what about the factory in Guangqing? How are the workers going to use Tai Hua Supermarket shopping card? Ride a train to Shenzhen or Guangzhou to visit Tai Hua Supermarket and then ride a train back. But Fu Guangjing had started sourcing for a suitable location in Guangqing. He believes that the population of Guangqing will increase and will become a top industrial city in the future. Factory workers' lives were tough, and most of them were thrifty. They like to save money by getting cheap items. They do not mind traveling a long distance to buy items only to save 10 or 20 cents. Feng Yu continued to make phone calls. Manager Liu, I am Feng Yu. Are you in Beijing? I want to ask you something. Does Lenovo give out gifts for the staffs during Mid-Autumn and National Day holidays? We give out mooncakes and fruits during the Mid-Autumn Festival and some groceries for the National Day holidays. We also give out cash sometimes. Lu Chuanji replied. He wonders why Feng Yu is asking him about this. Mooncakes. Do you like to eat? Feng Yu asked. It's not about whether if I like it. It is a tradition. We must eat mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival and rice dumplings during the Dragon Boat Festival. What I mean is, do you think if cash or Tai Hua shopping cards is a better gift? The workers can go and get mooncakes themselves. I have seen last month's financial report. Our company is doing well. We must treat our staffs better. Manager Feng, I know you have shares in Tai Hua Supermarket. You want to sell your shopping cards? Just say so. There is no need to beat around the bush. I will discuss with the rest, and we'll buy a batch of shopping cards. Oh, you are in Beijing now? If you are free, can you make a trip to the company? I need to discuss something with you. Okay. I do not have lessons this afternoon. I can go to the company. This was not the first time Feng Yu went to Beijing Lenovo. He does not like to come to the place. Lu Chuanji was too stingy. He did not even allocate an office for Feng Yu here. Fine. Feng Yu also do not work there. He did not even attend the monthly meetings. He had only been to Beijing Lenovo once to look at the annual financial report in the meeting room. He left immediately after that. Most of the staffs there do not even know Feng Yu was the biggest shareholder of the company. They thought he was just Lu Chuanji's relative. Feng Yu arrived at Beijing Lenovo. The receptionist brought this Mr. Feng to the meeting room and left after pouring a cup of tea. If she knew this Mr. Feng was the company's biggest shareholder, she would not show this attitude. Manager Feng, you are here. Do you have spare money now? Lu Chuanji entered the room and asked. Feng Yu looked at Lu Chuanji curiously. What's wrong? The company is short of cash? But I saw last month's report. It is doing well. Is there someone selling off his shares? How much? I will buy it. Feng Yu will surely buy Lenovo shares if anyone sells it. Lenovo PC business was getting better, and after Win 95 is introduced next year, PC will be easier to use. That's the time when PC became popular all over the world. All government agencies, banks, companies, etc. will be purchasing PCs in large quantity. That's the opportunity for Lenovo to take over the Chinese PC market. Also, Lenovo PCs were equipped with optical drives much earlier than Feng Yu's previous life. It was not an ordinary CD drive. Lenovo PCs were fitted with VCD drives. With just this feature, Lenovo PCs will be selling like hotcakes. This was the time for Lenovo to shine. Why would anyone choose to sell their shares now? It is not anyone selling their shares. It is some entrepreneurs who want to set up a non-government bank. One of them is my friend. He asked me to contact you. He wants you to join them. Are you interested? Set up a bank. Damn, these people were crazy. But Feng Yu suddenly remembered that in his previous life, there was a non-government bank set up in China. Could this be that bank? I am interested. But can you let me know who the ones are in this partnership? Also, can they get all the approvals, and will the higher-ups agree? The central government supported this. If not, I will also not ask you. The ones who suggested this are well known in the business circle. They are New Hope Group's Lu Yonghao, Oceanwide Holdings Lu Jiqiang, China Life Insurance Company, Giant Interactive Group's Sherdaju, and a few more. All the companies and people involved are reputable. Lu Chuanji explained. Then how did they know about me? Feng Yu was also curious. He had not met most of these people mentioned by Lu Chuanji before. The only person he met once was Sherdaju, but they did not even speak to each other. Actually, it is Lu Jiqiang and Lu Yonghao who approached me. They want to invite Lenovo to join them and let us take care of the bank's software and systems. But this is a crucial time for Lenovo. All our funds have been invested back into the company, and we do not have spare funds to invest in the bank. But I think this is a good opportunity. So, I recommended you to them. I think in terms of finances, you should be one of the richest among them. Lu Chuanji had been guessing how much money Feng Yu has. Although he did not have any figure in mind, he knew Feng Yu was the third biggest shareholder of Microsoft. Feng Yu also owns factories and companies all over China. He should have lots of connections. If Feng Yu joined this venture, then the bank should be able to develop smoothly. This was the reason why Lu Chuanji called Feng Yu over to tell him. What will be the name of this bank? China Minxing Bank. I need some time to consider about this. Don't you know that my father's Taihua Agriculture Products Company is a competitor of New Hope Group? Their New Hope Group is China's #1 animal feed supplier, and my father's company is #2. Lu Chuanji was stunned. How could he know about this? Manager Feng's father business was really successful. China's #2 biggest animal feed supplier? But how come this company's name was so familiar? Manager Feng, even if both of you are competitors, it is also a healthy competition. There is no need for you to treat each other as enemies. Furthermore, the both of you also do not have conflicts before. This should not be a problem, right? Manager Lu, I have no problems. Can you help me ask Lu Yonghao out? I would like to speak to him. Feng Yu smiled. Actually, when Taihua Agriculture Products Company was newly set up, Feng Yu had wanted to recruit Lu Yonghao. But at that time, Lu Yonghao and his brother's animal feed factory were already set up and was very successful. Sichuan province was China's biggest pig-rearing base. It was the world's biggest pig-rearing base. With this strategic location, the New Hope Group was able to develop rapidly. Taihua Agriculture Products Company's animal feed was mainly supplied to its own pig farms. They were unable to enter the Sichuan market. Feng Yu did not know Lu Yonghao, but Zhang Ming knew him. It was because Taihua Agriculture Products Company had snatched part of New Hope Group's market share. Luckily, the New Hope Group does not only produce pig feed. They also produce cows, goats, chicken, ducks, etc. feed. They might be affected by Taihua Agriculture Products Company, but the impact was not that big. Feng Yu was very interested to know the Liu brothers, especially the eldest brother, Liu Yonghao. Okay, I will arrange this meeting. I will let you know the time and place. Do you think this Minqing Bank is possible? Will people deposit their money into this bank? Lu Chuanji worryingly asked. Banks are just Qianzhuang in ancient times. If we are going to set up a bank, we must first let the people have confidence with us. Then we will make use of high saving interest rates and low-interest loans to attract customers. It is very easy to run a bank. In this era, the hardest part about setting up a bank was the issue of withdrawing funds from other places and the charges involved. If there were no branches in certain areas, the customer would not be able to withdraw their money, and even if they could, there will be charges. The advantages for Feng Yu to join this venture was the number of his employees and the financial capacity of his companies. Even if it were only his employees who used this Minqing Bank, it would be a considerable amount. If all of Feng Yu's companies use Minqing Bank for their transactions and accounts, it will be perfect. That day, after Feng Yu returned home, he called Zhang Ming and asked him to come to Beijing. Even if Feng Yu did not partake in this venture, it would still be suitable for Taihua Agriculture to form a partnership or collaboration with New Hope Group. Now was the best time for banks in China to develop. But at the same time, it was also the most challenging period. This was because the existing banks in China were not as powerful as the future years. There were also lots of loopholes that were not discovered. The banks also faced many interventions by the government. For instance, the local government will interfere with the bank's operation and management, even though they do not have the authority to do so. Currently, there were many banks in China, and Iron Fist Zhu was the governor of People's Bank of China. He was an expert in economics. The government banks were developing rapidly during this period and had eliminated many malpractices. Furthermore, there were no banking alliances yet. Although there were ATM cards now, there were not many ATM machines around, and there were no POS machines. People were still using bank books. The interbank transactions were troublesome, and Union Pay was not set up yet. There were high charges for transactions. It was tedious for a new bank to establish a relationship with all other banks. Furthermore, the people were still having the old mindset. When they heard this was a non-government bank, their first thought was, this bank is not safe. What if they deposit their money into this bank and cannot withdraw it? What if it closes down? A shareholding bank was the same as a shareholding company. A company will have the risk of being bankrupt and closed down. People had seen lots of companies shutting down these few years. But Feng Yu wanted to be part of this venture because Minqing Bank was able to let him take loans and the paperwork will be simplified, and he could get a higher amount. After Union Pay was set up, there will be more ATM machines around, and Minqing Bank should be able to grow. Feng Yu did not expect to earn much from this investment. He just wants the convenience when he needs to get loans. These people wanted to set up this Minqing Bank should also have the same thinking. This was a different way of raising funds. Legally raising funds. In the future years, these people who founded Minqing Bank all took lots of loans from the bank. Their businesses grew and developed rapidly because of the availability of funds. 3 days later, all of them met in Quan Zhu's private room. If the meeting were held in the office, it would be a formal meeting. This meeting was held in a restaurant. It was more like a gathering of friends. Even if no deals work out, there will be no hard feelings. Liu Yonghao was stunned when he saw Zhang Ming. You are Manager Zhang of Taihua. Zhang Ming smiled and extended his hand for a handshake. Mr. Liu, this should not be the first time we met. I thought you have forgotten about me. Lu Chuanji immediately introduces. Taihua Agriculture Products is owned by Manager Feng's father. Manager Feng, this is Mr. Liu Yonghao. Nice to meet you. I'm Feng Yu. Feng Yu smiled and extended his hand. Liu Yonghao, I have heard a lot about you. I finally get to meet you today. I never expect that Taihua Agriculture is owned by your family. Liu Yonghao did not leave immediately after he saw Zhang Ming and Feng Yu, and Lu Chuanji was relieved. Let's have dinner. I have ordered the dishes. Let's talk over dinner. Liu Yonghao arrogantly said, the ducks from Beijing Quanzhou are fed with my animal feeds. Now, most of the farms all over China orders their animal feed from us. Liu Yonghao glanced at Zhang Ming. He only has animal feed for pigs. How can he compete with New Hope Group? Zhang Ming laughed and replied, we have Tianpeng pigs. We are the #1 pork supplier in China. We also have pig farms and ham products. Oh, we are selling our products in Taihua Supermarket. It's Taihua Supermarket. You get what I mean. Taihua Supermarket, Taihua Agriculture Products? These two companies are related? Lu Yonghao looked up and saw Feng Yu smiling. This Taihua Supermarket belongs to his family too, but it was reported that Hong Kong richest man, Superman Lee, had invested in this supermarket. This supermarket had something to do with Feng Yu? Feng Yu gestured to Zhang Ming to stop him. Zhang Ming, Mr. Lu's New Hope Group, is really better than us in animal feeds. But, Mr. Lu, your company is run by you and your family. Are there any conflicts between you and your brothers when you all split the profits? Lu Yonghao frowned. What does this Feng Yu mean? This is my family's affairs. What has it got to do with you? But this Feng Yu had highlighted the biggest issue faced by New Hope Group. The four brothers had set up this company together, but the shares were not clearly allocated, and this was a significant problem when it comes to managing the company. In 1992, Lu Yonghao had seen this problem, and he hired someone outside to manage the company. But in a family business, the biggest issue was the brothers had different views. Furthermore, all of them were married, and they all have their own family issues, and there was an issue with the future inheritance of this company. These were problems they had to face. If there were only four brothers, these issues could be solved quickly. But now, it was four families. This was a headache for Lu Yonghao. I can handle this. You don't have to worry about me. Lu Yonghao replied. His tone was slightly pissed. I am not good at managing companies. My father is the same. That's why I made a lot of investment and never managed any companies. My advice to you is to split up early. Any later, the relationship between brothers might turn sour. The minimum you all should do is to state the shares clearly and split the market. But you should own the most share. Without you, there will not be a New Hope Group. Lu Yonghao heard what Feng Yu said. This was what he wanted to do. If he does not make things clear with his brother, then it will be hard to split up with his brothers when the business grows bigger. At least, his younger brothers still listen to him now. In a few more years, all their kids would have grown up, and many things would have changed. So, this manager Feng does not manage his companies. This is weird. Which boss would hand over his authority to others? But Lu Chuanji had said that all of Manager Feng's businesses were doing well. Could this be his secret formula? Should I listen to those higher management staffs more often and stop making all the decision myself? Thank you, Manager Feng, for your advice. I will consider it. I heard that Mr. Lu is setting up a Guangzai program. Am I qualified to join? Feng Yu smiled and asked. Feng Yu has great respect for Lu Yonghao because he was a philanthropist. He started this Guangzai program with 9 other entrepreneurs. This program was to help the poor in China. It had helped many people, especially in rural villages. Of course, Lu Yonghao was also a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and National People's Congress. The other 9 entrepreneurs were also the same. Maybe he had different reasons for setting up this Guangzai program, but Feng Yu was willing to believe they sincerely want to help the impoverished region and do some charity work. Guangzai program was set up to support the government's 7-year program for lifting 80 million people out of poverty, 1994 to 2000. The purpose of the Guangzai program was to eradicate poverty. They were private enterprises and invest in rural and impoverished regions. In layman terms, this Guangzai program was to ask businessmen to invest in poor areas economically. This was not giving aids or welfare to the people in the regions. All investments must have returned, but the returns might be minimal or will take a long time to see the profits. Feng Yu was interested in Guangzai program because the Guangzai program also looks at education. This was in line with Feng Yu's thinking. Feng Yu wants to join the Guangzai program. He doesn't mind setting up factories in the western provinces as long as there were profits. In the future, this Guangzai Program Association will even get an award from the United Nations. Lu Yonghao was shocked to hear Feng Yu wants to join the Guangzai program. Usually, businessmen view profits as their priority. But this manager Feng was different. No problem. I will recommend you in the program. But do you know that the returns from this program are not high and the duration is quite long? Also, you have to donate a sum of money or supplies every year. Are you sure you want to join? Lu Yonghao explained. Lu Yonghao does not want Feng Yu to think that they were working with the government to make money from the western provinces and forgot their purpose. Although all of them do not mind making profits, that's not the purpose of this program. The program was to help the poor and change the region. This program might take 3 to 5 years. It might even take up to 30 to 50 years. Feng Yu is still young. Does he have the patience? I remember there should be quite a several Taihua buildings in the Sichuan province. Have you seen it? My family and I donate a large amount every year. But we only focus on education, unlike you all. I heard you all also look into the sanitation and culture of those regions. You all are much better than us. Zhang Ming added. Manager Feng had donated more than 100 million renminbi these few years. Zhang Ming had included the research funds Feng Yu gave to the universities. It's definitely more than 100 million renminbi. Lu Yonghao's jaws dropped. How much? More than 100 million renminbi. Feng Yu was willing to donate so much money. What was his motive behind it? Feng Yu was satisfied with Zhang Ming's interruption, but he put on an unhappy face. Zhang Ming, why did you mention that? What Mr. Lu and his friends did is real charity work. Manager Feng, why did you donate so much money? Lu Yonghao asked curiously. He does not believe that Feng Yu had donated so much money without any motive. Feng Yu is a successful businessman, and no businessman will do anything for no returns. I want a good reputation and to make my parents happy. I want those children in the poor region to be able to go to school safely. I want those students that studied in Taihua school buildings to contribute to our nation in the future. Feng Yu seriously replied. Manager Feng is really generous. I admire what you did. Lu Yonghao said. That means Mr. Lu does not oppose me joining the Guangsai program? Of course, I will not oppose it. If anyone dares to oppose, I will surely fight him. We can discuss the details of you joining some other day. We should have a good talk. I am glad to have met you today. Lu Yonghao exclaimed. Lu Chuanji was puzzled when he saw both of them chatting happily. But what were they talking about? Should they be discussing the joint venture of Minqing Bank? I am still waiting for Lenovo to get the contract of setting up the computer system and software for the bank. You all can talk about the Guangsai program some other days. Old Lu, Manager Feng, the roast duck is cut. Let's eat it while it's warm. The taste will change if it is cold. Lu Chuanji interrupted them. Speaking of this Quanjude, I heard that someone invested in it, and it expanded quite aggressively. But it seems to be doing great. Lu Yonghao said casually. Thank you for your compliments. Lu Yonghao was surprised. I am praising Quanjude. What has it got to do with you? Lu Chuanji added. Manager Feng also have shares in Quanjude Group. How come this Manager Feng is involved in all sorts of business? You told me that he is in machinery and electronics businesses. Is this roast duck a machine or an electronic device? Lu Chuanji's interruption reminded Lu Yonghao of the purpose of this meeting. This meeting was to discuss the setting up of Minqing Bank. He had forgotten about it after they talk about the Guangsai program. Manager Feng, I did not expect your businesses to be so successful. It's not very successful. Compared to many multinational companies, my businesses are nothing. I am only more diversified. If Manager Feng's companies are not successful, then what about us? You are too humble. Has Chuanji spoken to you about Minqing Bank? What is your view? I can invest in this venture. But I have a question. Who knows how to manage a bank? Feng Yu asked him back. Feng Yu knows someone very familiar with the banking industry. That's Li Zikai. When he was in Canada, he worked in a bank. We do not have to worry about the managing aspect of the bank. The major shareholder should be China Life Insurance Company. We are just investing in this venture. This was the same as Feng Yu's previous life. Although it was a non-government bank, the biggest shareholder was still a state-owned enterprise. This bank was only a shareholding with more transparencies. This was also a good thing as Minqing Bank was quite successful in Feng Yu's previous life. After 1998, this bank grew rapidly. Of course, that was the period when almost all of China's banks quickly developed. But there was still an issue that will hinder the growth of Minqing Bank. In this era, there were many banking regulations and policies restricting the growth of the banks. It includes the Provident Fund and housing loans. In the beginning, Minqing Bank was not allowed to handle these funds, and it restricted the growth of the bank. If Minqing Bank was about to operate like the rest of the government's banks, then the development will be much better. China Life Insurance will become China's biggest life insurance company, will become the world's highest valued insurance company in the future. The company has lots of funds. With this company as one of the shareholders, Minqing Bank will have robust financial backing. Next year, China's will be implemented and will speed up the development of China's insurance industry. China Life Insurance's profits will increase tremendously. Combining insurance and banking was a successful model overseas. The banks will use the client's premiums to give out loans and do investments. The returns were used to pay out insurance claims. If there were no banks, what will the companies do with the premiums? Deposit in banks for interest? The Chinese government wants to develop the insurance industry and indirectly allowed Minxing Bank to develop. It was not because of these entrepreneurs who set up this bank. What is the initial capital for this bank, and how many companies are needed for this venture? Also, what's the highest number of shares we can own? Feng Yu asked. It was impossible to get the controlling shares or be the major shareholder. But Feng Yu could use many companies to invest in this bank and occupy many seats on the board of directors. He will still have influence over the bank. Feng Yu does not want to interfere with the bank's operations, and the government will also not allow this to happen. But he also does not want to let other people do whatever they want with the bank and does not listen to his suggestions. The initial registered capital is 10 billion renminbi, and the most shares we can own is 49%. But there are no regulations that restrict us to trade the shares in the future. There is no restriction on the number of companies, but we wanted at least 10 to 20 companies. This way, we can diversify the risk. Lu Yonghao explained. 10 billion renminbi was nothing to Feng Yu. But it was not worthwhile to invest so much now. Feng Yu could easily take out 10 billion renminbi from his Russian fund, US fund, and even his own pocket. But the Chinese current economic conditions and the number of Minxing Bank's competitors will lower the profitability of the bank. However, if the bank was to operate normally, the risk of losing money was low. Investing in banks is for the future. If Feng Yu could become Minxing Bank's major shareholder, then it will be easier for him to manage his finances and raise capital. Also, the banking industry was closely related to the government. Feng Yu will be able to get first-hand news of the government's policies. This will have a significant impact on investments. Feng Yu suspects that these businessmen joined this venture was to know the government's future plans and direction. This was because the banking industry was not a profitable industry now. But in the future, if the bank was to be listed and the introduction of wealth management products, it will be profitable. Mr. Liu, can I introduce a few other bosses or companies to join in? Can Hong Kong businessmen participate? Feng Yu asked. Hong Kong businessmen? I'm afraid not. Although Hong Kong is part of China, the current policies are still slightly different. One country, two systems. Also, Hong Kong is not returned to China yet. What if the businessman suddenly changes nationality? But our country also have foreign banks. This Minxing Bank is different. China Life Insurance Company is involved. It cannot be influenced by any foreign funds. It's fine if you want to recommend businessmen or large corporations. But the companies must be clean and have enough financial backings. Most importantly, these companies must be Chinese companies. Can the companies have Hong Kong shareholders? The major shareholder is Chinese. Can this be allowed? Feng Yu asked. This is not stated. I will ask and get back to you. What are the companies? Lu Yonghao asked. Bing City's Machinery Company, Wind and Rain Electronics, Iwa Electronics, Wind and Rain Home Appliances, etc. Also, Liaha Group, Iwa Little Tyrant, Tai Hua Trading, Tai Hua Agriculture Products, Tai Hua Supermarket Group, Bing City Pharmaceutical, Wind and Rain Logistics, Quanjude Group. Lu Yonghao heard the first few companies, and he knew Feng Yu had shares in these companies. Feng Yu might even have controlling shares. He could tell from the names of the companies. Wind and Rain, Iwa, Tai Hua, etc. These companies must be related to Feng Yu. But he did not expect there were so many companies. Lu Yonghao knew Feng Yu had shares in Bing City's Machinery Company. But Liaha Group and Bing City Pharmaceutical were also related to Feng Yu. Lu Yonghao admired Liaha's Zhong Qingxian for developing his company. Liaha had been developing well and had grown to become one of China's top companies. Did Feng Yu have shares in this company, or he only knows Zhong Qingxian? Also, Bing City Pharmaceutical was set up just last year. The products it produced were very popular, and it should be very profitable. This company was also related to Feng Yu? Wait, why did this Feng Yu suggest so many companies? He wants all these companies to join this venture and then get a seat in the board of directors? The first meeting between both of them went smoothly. Lu Yonghao felt that even if Feng Yu did not invest in Minxing Bank, it was fine as Feng Yu had expressed his intention of joining the Guansai program. Lu Yonghao was not the decision-maker. Although he was one of the founders who suggested this venture, it was still the government that has the final say. Feng Yu was in no hurry. If this bank could wait until 1998, it would be best. It was not worthwhile to invest now. But after 1998, Feng Yu would have made a killing from the Asian financial crisis, and he will have lots of funds to invest. Furthermore, Feng Yu knew that it was impossible for Minxing Bank to be set up next year. The earliest will be 1996. He might as well let other people invest in the bank first, and he invests after 1998. He wants to get bank loans from Minxing Bank, but he knew this was not possible now. Taihua Supermarket's expansion still needs to get bank loans from other banks. Feng Yu in charge of contacting the China banks, and Fu Guangjing, and the rest will contact the Hong Kong banks. They will compare the interest rates and conditions before deciding to get the loan from which bank. But Feng Yu remembered in his previous life, Li Zikai had gotten a considerable loan amount with just one project. Hong Kong side should not be a problem as Superman Li was one of the shareholders of Taihua Supermarket. Feng Yu felt that funds were not the priority now. Suitable locations were their top priority. They must get it before any competitors appear. Currently, there were already some small supermarkets, like BHG, in China. They were registered earlier than Taihua Supermarket, but their scale was not significant. Their product variety, service, product display, marketing, sales strategy, etc. were far behind Taihua Supermarket. Although BHG also wanted to set up a hypermarket, their hypermarket was only a bigger supermarket. Having a good location means a steady flow of customers. This was very important. In Shanghai, BHG's supermarket had affected Taihua Supermarket's development. Although BHG only have 2 branches, their profits were high. But after Taihua Supermarkets opened up 2 branches in Shanghai, BHG's profits start to decline. Feng Yu's strategy was to snatch away the BHG market share. After all, BHG's management model, product placement, supply chains, operational models could not be compared to Taihua Supermarket. Even their buildings were old, and wires could be seen everywhere. BHG supermarkets were messy, unlike Taihua Supermarkets. The supermarket manager of the branches in Shanghai also starts to poach BHG staffs. Taihua Supermarket was paying better than BHG and had better benefits and prospects. Those staff that joined Taihua Supermarket were told that Taihua Supermarket will continue to expand, and there will be many more new branches set up. If they were picked to go to the new branches, they will have an increment and might even be promoted to the management staffs. The new branches might not be far from Shanghai. It might be in Suzhou or in Shanghai. The staffs will not need to work far from their home. Taihua Supermarkets had a steady supply chain, and the products they got were much cheaper. Taihua Supermarket staffs will visit BHG supermarkets to check on their pricing and then set lower prices for the same products. At first, Feng Yu thought the profits from supermarkets will not be high. It should be 20% of profits at most. But after the supermarkets were opened, the profits were much higher than expected. A pair of stockings were sold for 10 renminbi in the shopping malls. The cost of the stockings was only 3 renminbi, and Taihua Supermarket sold it for 8 renminbi. The profits almost doubled off the cost. China's Great Wall red wine was selling for over 20 renminbi in most stores. But the cost price Taihua Supermarket got for this wine was less than 10 renminbi, and it was sold for 18 renminbi per bottle. Just this wine alone attracted many customers. The profits for those imported products were even higher. These imported products were usually sold by some companies for several times profits. But for the same product, it was much cheaper at Taihua Supermarket. But the profits were still more than double the cost. All the items in the Taihua Supermarket were selling cheaper than other places. Even the eggs were less expensive than the market. Coupled with marketing, there was a constant flow of shoppers visiting the supermarkets every day. For example, the 2 branches in Shanghai attracted shoppers living far away. This was because the products in Taihua Supermarket were on average cheaper by 10%. Some items were even 20% less expensive than in other places. The profits were not low, and the sales keep increasing. There were promotions daily, and Taihua Supermarket's total revenue was growing every week. The success of Taihua Supermarket had a significant impact on BHG. This was what Fu Guangjing wanted. Fu Guangjing had set his sights on BHG Supermarket's locations. If he could buy over those 2 BHG supermarkets, he can build a new shopping mall at the site. The business will surely be great. Although it will take a few months to build the new mall, the potential profits make it worthwhile, and it will eliminate one future competitor. Not only in Shanghai, many shopping malls in Beijing, Bing City, Tianjin, Shenzhen, Jilin, and many cities had been converted into hypermarkets. They were trying to imitate Taihua supermarkets. For instance, 2 stories of a shopping mall in Bing City was converted into a supermarket. Even the shelves, the space of the aisles, product placements were identical to Taihua supermarket. Feng Yu called Zhang Ruiqiang to ask him about this. He had wanted to buy this mall previously, and the city government refused to sell it because they wanted to have a shopping center. How come this supermarket suddenly appear? Zhang Ruiqiang replied embarrassedly. It was his men who made this decision, and he was not aware of it. When he knew about this, the supermarket was almost set to open. All the shelves were built, and they could not remove it. Furthermore, this was only a small supermarket. It will not affect Taihua supermarket at all. Feng Yu does not mind. Taihua supermarkets was able to catch up from behind even when the good locations were taken in cities like Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. What's there to worry about that small supermarket? Fu Guangjing was also interested in the location of that mall in Bing City. He wanted to buy over the mall. Taihua supermarket had strong marketing, and many people had seen this supermarket on the news. They will want to visit this supermarket out of curiosity. Once people entered Taihua supermarkets, they will realize how cheap the products were. After the introduction of the membership and shopping cards, Taihua supermarket was able to retain most of the shoppers. After Taihua supermarket opened up, all the grocery shops, markets, shops, etc. nearby were affected. Their businesses were not as good as before. The locations Fu Guangjing and the rest scouted were mostly taken up by other supermarkets, and the solution they had was merger. The president of Carrefour Asia, Adolphe, looked at the report on the table. He was in a bad mood. What happened? How come there was such a company in China? This company had set up a supermarket chain with so many branches. Adolphe could not understand why this company did not rent the shopping spaces, but bought the whole mall. They used the supermarket as its core and set up a hypermarket. Wasn't this Carrefour's usual practice? Adolphe sent someone to investigate Taihua Supermarket Corporation. It was similar to Carrefour. The operating model, the revenue sources, management model, etc. were almost identical to them. To claim that Taihua supermarkets were imitating Carrefour, it was also not true. After all, Taihua supermarket had strong financial backings. Almost all supermarkets' marketing and promotion strategies in the world were about the same. But Taihua supermarket's plans were one notch higher. Carrefour in the current era was not as big as the future years. Although Carrefour also has promotions every day, it was nothing when compared to Taihua supermarket. Taihua supermarket's products were much more diversified. Their fruits and vegetables were better than Carrefour supermarkets. Carrefour was only researching the Chinese market initially. France and China's government were not close, and there were not many collaborations between both nations. This might be due to China's relationship with Germany. The whole world knows that France and Germany did not have a harmonious relationship in the past. But now, relationships between France and China had improved, and Carrefour had decided to enter China's market within the next 2 years to test the market. But they realized they were late. When they were still scouting for suitable locations, Taihua Supermarket had appeared suddenly. This Taihua Supermarket Corporation was too crazy. Who would set up so many hypermarket branches at once? They were not worried about making losses. Carrefour dug into Taihua Supermarket's background and found that Hong Kong's Superman Lee had shares in it. Superman Lee was a well-known businessman around the world. He was very influential in Asia and was extremely wealthy. Superman Lee was not the only shareholder in this business. He still has many partners, and one of them was a big boss in China. This company's financial backing was strong and does not need to worry about their funds. The properties in China were also cheap. They do not need a lot of funds to set up one big supermarket. Carrefour knew that based on Taihua Supermarket's scale and products, each branch needs at least 200 million renminbi to set up. This was also one of the reasons Carrefour did not enter China immediately. This was a substantial investment, and Carrefour could not predict the returns. The risk was too high. But Taihua Supermarket Corporation startup capital was not high, and even if funds were injected into the company, it should not be a lot. If every branch cost 200 million renminbi, 20 branches will cost 500 million US dollars. This was based on the current exchange rates. If it were based on last year's exchange rate, the amount would be higher. This was a substantial investment. But Adolphe did not know that Taihua Supermarket Market's products were all on credit terms. All they need was to place some deposits and pay the supplier at the end of the month. One branch does not even cost 20 million renminbi to set up. If not, Taihua Supermarket's initial investment would not be enough to support 20 hypermarkets at once. The initial investment might not be enough to even set up 20 big supermarkets or have enough funds to bring in the products. Adolf suspects that Taihua Supermarkets had support from the Chinese government. If not, why would the opening ceremony of their supermarkets be reported on the national TV station? Since when did the Chinese government do free publicity for businessmen? After Taihua Supermarkets opened, it was very popular. Adolf did not expect this, and he couldn't understand the reason behind the popularity. How did such a backward country, which had undergone reformation for a few years, have such high purchasing power? Adolf did not know that although the Chinese were not earning high incomes, the population was high and the Chinese loved to join in the crowd. The supermarket was a crowded place. The shoppers were free to roam about in it, and the store assistants will not chase them out. They could also get good bargains there. These reasons attracted lots of shoppers. Every time Taihua Supermarket announces new promotions, there will be a large crowd. The current promotion slogan was enough to attract lots of shoppers. Shop at Taihua, you will have more pay. Taihua Supermarket items were cheaper. If every family were to get their groceries from Taihua Supermarket, the amount they saved was equivalent to having a pay increment. This slogan attracted lots of shoppers who do not have a high income. They would travel a bit more or ride a bus for over an hour to shop at Taihua Supermarkets. There were slogans like everyday sales, everyday discounts, clear pricing, variety of products, and shop in Taihua and feel good, appearing in the newspaper and radio advertisements. Taihua Supermarket also hired people to give out flyers in crowded places and bus stops. Within a month, almost all the residents in the cities where Taihua Supermarkets were located knew about Taihua Supermarket. Even those residents from cities where Taihua Supermarkets do not have branches also understand about the supermarkets. This was because they saw the supermarkets on the news. Adolf was regretting. If he knew that setting up supermarkets in China would be so easy, he would have scouted for locations earlier. Maybe by now, Carrefour would have a few branches in China now. The site of some of Taihua Supermarket branches was located at the locations his team had in mind. This made him more frustrated. Adolf had thought that its competitors in China would only be Walmart. But this Taihua Supermarket was a more significant threat. Adolf knew a local enterprise had more advantages than foreign companies. He was not familiar with the local culture, and the government policies will protect the locals. Now, it was more difficult for Carrefour to enter China. Even if they managed to penetrate the Chinese market, the results would not be like other countries. This Taihua Supermarket Corporation was not to be trifled with. Adolf could only hope that Taihua Supermarket was only targeting the Chinese market. If it expands overseas, they will be another strong competitor to Carrefour. They will be one of the obstacles to Carrefour expansion. Adolf reported this to his headquarters. It will be up to the headquarters to decide when Carrefour should take the risk and enter the Chinese market or take and wait and see approach. If Taihua Supermarket starts to expand further, Carrefour would have missed this opportunity to enter China. But all these will be up to the higher management. After days later, Feng Yu received a call from Lu Yonghao. There were good news and bad news. The good news was Feng Yu was welcome to join the Guangxi program, and the government had granted approval to set up a Guangxi committee. This will be a government-recognized organization. There will be an organizing committee, and Lu Yonghao promised Feng Yu that Feng Yu will be one of the members in the committee. The chairman and vice chairman of the committee will be selected from the 10 founders of this program. In the future, Feng Yu can also volunteer to take part in the selection of chairman. This was fair to everyone. The success of Feng Yu's businesses was more than enough for him to run for the position of chairman. He was more qualified than all the other members. Although Lu Yonghao did not know how many shares Feng Yu owns in all those companies were all doing very well. Even if Feng Yu only owns 10% shares of those companies, his total assets were much higher than all of them. Feng Yu was satisfied with this piece of good news. He was not interested in becoming the chairman or vice chairman. It was good enough to be one of the members. He wants to be in charge of education. He knows that no one will vie with him for this role, as even if all of them add up, their contributions were not more than Feng Yu alone. Feng Yu wanted to be in charge of education was because he knew how the people outside work. You donated 1 million renminbi to build a building, but the cost of the project might be lesser than 500,000 renminbi or lower. Fengyu did not want to donate money to build school buildings, and the buildings collapse in the future. If that happens, it will be too late to get hold of the one responsible. Lives will be gone. Fengyu discussed with Liu Yonghao, and he agreed. He said that he will help to convince the other founders. Fengyu was delighted with this news. The bad news was also acceptable. Fengyu was not really upset over it. The bad news was companies which have Hong Kong shares were temporarily not allowed to invest in Minsheng Bank. Even if the company was owned majority by Chinese funds, it was also not allowed. So, many of Fengyu's companies were not allowed to invest in the bank as Fu Guangjing owned shares in those companies. The other companies where only one person who owns the controlling stake of the company was also not allowed to. That means Fengyu is not allowed to use several companies to invest in the bank and get a place in the board of directors. Fengyu thought back on his companies. Only a few of his companies could participate in this venture. Wind and Rain Logistics should not be investing as Fengyu's brother-in-law was not interested. Taihua Agriculture Products were eligible to participate, but the company does not have a lot of liquid assets. Taihua Trading was also eligible. But if Taihua Trading invested in Minsheng Bank, then Fengyu had to change the bank account, and there will be issues with settling the payments with Kirilenko. After all, ICBC Bank had given Taihua Trading the green light to do international fund transfer, and the charges were lower. The transactions were also faster as a lot of paperwork were exempted. Bing City Pharmaceutical was also eligible, but it needs the approval from the Bing City government first. Will Zhang Ruiqiang agree to invest in Minsheng Bank? Even if he agrees, the amount invested will also be minimal. Wind and Rain Battery Factory was eligible, but it does not have enough funds. The battery factory had used all its profits for its R&D, and its sales were only average. The next company Fengyu considered was Lihaha. Zhong Qingxian might not be willing to use the company's funds to invest in this bank. After all, this bank might not be profitable anytime soon. So, Fengyu decided to not invest temporarily. However, Liu Yonghao told Fengyu that he could invest as a private investor. That means Fengyu could invest 100 million renminbi out of his own pocket in return for 1% shares. If Fengyu invested and then disclosed his wealth, he should have no problems getting a place in the board of directors even when he owns 1% shares. Liu Yonghao felt apologetic towards Fengyu. Fengyu had shown his interest and his financial capabilities. But Liu Yonghao told Fengyu that most of those companies were ineligible. Fengyu was okay with it. He was also not interested in investing a lot of his money. Minsheng Bank would yield no returns for the time being. He will increase his investments 8 to 9 years later. Fengyu called Zhong Qianxian to tell him that he decided to halt Lihaha's investment in Minsheng Bank, and it's better for Lihaha to carry on with their development plans. Zhong Qingxian was also relieved. If Lihaha were to invest its funds into Minsheng Bank, his plans for Lihaha would be disrupted. Now, it was the best opportunity for Lihaha to grow rapidly. Lihaha had a competitor for its tea beverages. The competitor was Zurisheng Group. In Fengyu's previous life, Zurisheng Group was China's market leader in tea beverages and was the first company to introduce tea beverages. This company held the #1 position until the year 2000. But in this life, the market leader of tea beverages had become Lihaha. No, only Lihaha was the first to introduce tea beverages. It still owns the trademark for red tea. But Zurisheng Group still introduced their product, and it was named as iced tea. But actually, it was ice red tea. Zurisheng Group iced tea was only sold in 2 provinces. It was because their production was not capable enough and their brand was not established. If it wasn't for Zurisheng Group iced tea was a carbonated can drink, no one will buy their products. In this era, carbonated drinks were extremely popular in China. Letting out a loud burp after drinking a can of carbonated drink feels good. Also, many Chinese felt canned drinks were high-class products and were better than bottled drinks. Zurisheng Group was considered an imitator. Lihaha had gotten the head start and had introduced the refreshing series of carbonated drinks. They secured the #2 position for the beverage sales for this summer. The #1 position was still Jianlibo. It was easy for Lihaha to suppress Zurisheng Group, but Zurisheng Group suddenly introduced a new product. It's warm tea. It will be the winter season soon, and carbonated drink sales will drop. But Zurisheng Group introduced warm tea beverage now, and Zhong Qingxian was pissed. Zhong Qingxian was not able to beat Jianlibo, as Jianlibo had already been exported overseas. Jianlibo was also China's top beverage company for years. But Zurisheng Group was a newly set up company and was now trying to snatch Liaha's market share. Don't you know that Lebeixi's carbonated drinks were also beaten by us? Liaha will also be introducing warm beverages. This warm beverage was Tang, a kind of powdered fruit drink. Fengyu had drunk Tang before in his previous life. Also, there was nothing special with the taste, but it felt good during winter. The Chinese were used to powdered beverages in the era because of another popular product in China. It was a foreign brand drink, Cola Chow. Liaha had been researching Cola Chow's formula, but they were unable to replicate the taste. Even if they produced a product that tastes similar to Cola Chow, it was also useless. Cola Chow had entered the Chinese market in 1990 and had set up a joint venture factory. It positions itself as a high-end nutritional drink. It will not be easy to beat Cola Chow, but Zhong Qingxian did not want to give up. If Liaha was able to establish their brand in the warm beverage market, then they will be able to rival and even beat Jianlibo. Fengyu tasted a cup of Liaha's latest product, Fruit Tang. It was a warm, orange drink. The taste was normal. It did not taste good or bad. It was a bit sour and sweet. It was similar to what Fengyu had drunk in his previous life. There should be people who like this taste. But Fengyu was not satisfied. How can this drink compete with Cola Chow? If Liaha's target were on the Zurisheng Group, then they would have set their sights too low. If Liaha were to compete with some other companies, then it must be the best company out there. What's the point of competing with a weaker competitor? In Fengyu's previous life, what was China's most popular hot beverage? It was not tea or coffee. It was not Cola Chow too. It was milk tea. The more famous brand of milk tea was Yu Loviet and Xiang Piao Piao. Currently, these two instant milk tea were still not available. The advantages of milk tea were different from the Cola Chow. Cola Chow had positioned its product as a nutrition drink and good taste. The selling point for milk tea was only the taste. In the future, coffee and chocolate were added to the milk tea. Zhong Qingxian frowned. That's right. Children like to drink this, but adults felt it was too sweet. But after we lower the sugar content, children do not like it. We can't find the midpoint. This is an instant beverage, and we can't tell our customers to add in sugar. Fengyu wanted to tell him that it's not impossible to ask consumers to add in sugar to instant beverages. In the future, many drinks come with a small sachet of sugar. But this Tang were all in big packaging. It will be troublesome to pack sugar sachets together. Then, we will target the children as our main segment. After all, our brand has been targeting the children market. But we cannot only have orange flavor. We can introduce pineapple, apple, etc. flavors. Ask your staff to research on that. Even if the sales are not good, at least we can increase the variety of our products and prevent other competitors from appearing. Zhong Qingxian nodded. I have already asked my people to develop other flavors. Orange flavor was the easiest to develop, and lots of consumers like this flavor. But with just this flavor, we won't be able to beat Cola Chow. After the health supplement product incident, nutrition products appeared. Cola Chow was one of them and had already acquired a strong customer base. It was even thought to be an imported product. Their products were also advertised on CCTV. It will be tough to compete with them. Have you thought of developing a similar product to compete with Cola Chow? Fengyu asked. You are saying that we produce this type of chocolate milk powder? We do have the expertise to produce milk powder, but the taste is not as good as them. It is also hard to control the nutrition values. Cola Chow only has one product, and we do not have any advantage with our brand. Zhong Qingxian frowned. Zhong Qingxian had thought about this before. Unless he used aggressive advertising, but that will increase the cost. If the product fails, the losses will be a lot. The advertising fees could be used to market their yogurt and tea beverages. These beverages have lots of competitors. Have you been to Taiwan to check out the market there? Have you seen the bubble tea there? Bubble tea had appeared for 3 months, and it took over Taiwan's beverage scene. Zhong Qingxian should have tasted it before. Bubble tea? I have drunk it before. What do you think of that milk tea? It tastes alright. The tea is just normal, and I don't quite like it. But there are lots of people who love it. Manager Feng, are you telling me that we should produce this bubble tea? Why not? It should not be difficult to produce this, right? We can just buy the formula from them or develop it ourselves. Currently, there was powder tea in the market, but it was not mixed with milk powder. Customers had to mix it themselves. Liaha only needs to find the right proportion of tea and milk and pack it together. Even the raw ingredients could be purchased outside, and they do not need to produce it themselves. Even the pearls or jelly in the bubble tea could be purchased outside or get some companies to produce for them. All they need to do was to print Lihaha's label on the package. It was effortless. It seems possible, but will the Chinese like this favor? Zhong Qingxian still has some hesitations. If you don't try, how will you know that no one likes it? This milk tea just needs to have a strong fragrance. Consumers must be attracted to the fragrance. Even if it was not popular in China, we could export it overseas, like Taiwan or Hong Kong. Also, this will be a new product to compete with Cola Chow. We can introduce a milk tea with chocolate flavor. Chocolate flavor milk tea? Can it still be called milk tea? Don't worry about this. As long as consumers like it, it is a success. Have you drunk coffee before? The Westerns like to drink coffee, and there are many cafes in the coastal cities. The prices are outrageous, and the cost is low. It is mainly for people who want to try what foreigners' beverage tastes like. We can also satisfy these people's curiosity by introducing coffee, favor milk tea. Zhong Qingxian was confused. He felt what Feng Yu was not right. Traditional bubble tea might still be possible. Just like what Feng Yu said, they could still export it to Taiwan, and they will not suffer any losses. But milk tea mixed with chocolate and coffee? It will be a product that's either here nor there. Who would like it? Zhong Qingxian was not bold enough to try out new things. Feng Yu remembered Lihaha in his previous life was adventurous with their products. They had introduced coffee cola, beer-flavored tea, kvass, etc. Although people were criticizing their products, they still made profits. Okay, Manager Feng, I will get the R&D staffs to test it. But our factory's capacity might not be enough. Although we have been expanding our factories, we have not produced such products before, and we do not have existing production lines. This will be a huge investment. You can pick the Western region for our new factories. Have you heard of the Guangsai program? Guangsai program? I have heard of it. Are you telling me that we should join this program? Someone had invited Zhong Qingxian in the past, but was rejected. It was because Zhong Qingxian does not have intentions of setting up new branch factories at that time. Why not? We can help society and increase our brand image at the same time. Also, the factory over there will be producing powder form beverages. We do not need to worry about transportation. It doesn't matter even if the transportation takes a long time, as the expiry date is long and will not turn bad easily. The labor cost and land are also very cheap. Overall, our losses will not be high. Most importantly, we will be able to leave a good impression with the leaders. Don't you want to be known as an entrepreneur with a conscience? All right, I will look into it. If everything is all right, then Liaha will join the Guangsai program and contribute to the nation. That's settled then. Let us celebrate our success in advance. Zhong Qingxian paused for a while and asked, Manager Feng, will there really be people who like this combination? Feng Yu, you still don't believe what I said. Although Zhong Qingxian did not really believe Feng Yu's words, he still gets his men to develop the formula, and he went to contact other factories as their contractors. Zhong Qingxian needs to look for 3 contractor factories. The first factory must be a factory that can produce milk tea powder. Zhong Qingxian's target was a milk powder factory. This factory could produce tang, creamer, tea powder, coffee powder, chocolate powder, etc. It can also produce artificial food coloring and preservatives. The next type of factory Zhong Qingxian was looking for was a factory that could produce tapioca balls. He looked for some food processing factories and placed some orders. This was only the testing phase. 1 or 2 small factories will be enough to provide the supply. If this product was really popular, then Liaha will produce it themselves in their Western region new factory next year. The third contractor was for producing coconut jelly. Zhong Qingxian contacted a few factories but was not satisfied with the results. Also, the cost of coconut jelly was too high. Liaha could produce the packaging by themselves in their factories. Of course, it could also be outsourced. Liaha could use plastic cups, but heat-resistant plastic cups were too expensive. The cost of the cups was higher than the milk tea powder. Feng Yu suggested using paper cups. Paper cups have been in the market for quite some time, and the cost was not high. But Zhong Qingxian felt it will lower their milk tea status. Feng Yu argued that those coffee cafes were also using paper cups. Paper cups were one-time use, and it is more hygienic. The cost was also low and not easily damaged. It was also easy to transport, as it is very light. The paper cups just need to be heat and water resistant. No one will feel that this will make the product look low class. Maybe the office workers might even think this product is a high-end product. In the end, Zhong Qingxian chose to believe Feng Yu and decided to use paper cups. The packaging designs were handed over to Lu Michael. They had been working together on many past projects. The paper cup will have the cartoon character of Lihaha printed on it. The other side will be a picture of a cup of milk tea. It was simple and straightforward. Feng Yu looked at Lihaha's cartoon picture and frowned. This packaging seems more like a children's drink. This milk tea was suitable for all age groups, but the main target segment should be young adults. Qingxian, I have received your fax, but the designs on the cup. I feel that we should not add the cartoon character figure on the cup. We should use a picture of a beautiful woman or a handsome man. Picture of a beautiful woman and man? Are you trying to say that we should find someone attractive to endorse this product? That's right. We do not need anyone extremely famous. We just need to get someone with a good image. This milk tea main target segment is young consumers. Think about it. Who is more willing to accept new things? Is it young adults? Also, when we market this product, we can say this is Taiwanese favor. This will let the consumers have the impression that this is an imported product. This will satisfy the consumer's curiosity of what overseas beverages taste like. Feng Yu said, Manager Feng, do you have someone in mind? The most suitable artiste should be from Taiwan. I like the Little Tigers. We can also get a pretty young model to partner with them. The Little Tigers? They are quite famous, and their endorsement fees should be very high. Zhong Qingxian was not willing to spend so much on endorsements. He seldom listens to pop songs, but he knew who the Little Tigers were. That proves the Little Tigers were extremely popular, and an artiste's endorsement fees were based on their popularity. Don't worry about the price. Most importantly, they are Taiwanese idols, and they suit our product. Actually, 2 million renminbi per year is enough. If you are not confident, let me speak to them. Since the product was Taiwan milk tea, how can they not get Taiwanese celebrities to endorse it? It would be weird if Chinese celebrities were to endorse this product. Furthermore, China's relationship with Taiwan had improved recently. Taiwanese stars also wanted to enter the Chinese market. Feng Yu was not confident of letting Taiwanese celebrities to perform in the Spring Festival Gala Night, but the New Year Gala Dinner was not a problem. The New Year Gala Dinner was China's second highest rating program. Okay, I will get my staff to contact the Little Tigers manager and invite him over. Mr. Song, the conditions we are offering is very sincere. 1 million renminbi endorsement fee for a year, and we will let Little Tigers perform on one of China's biggest stage. No one other than me can promise you this. Also, Lihaha is an influential company, and we will be entering Taiwan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asia markets soon. This will be a boost to Little Tigers' popularity. Feng Yu said to the Little Tigers manager, Songwon. Mr. Feng, our Little Tigers are already well known in Asia. Do we still need other people's help to boost their popularity? 1 million renminbi is an insult to the Little Tigers. My minimum expectation is at least 5 million a year for a 5 years contract. Songwon pulled a long face, but he did not walk away. Mr. Song, do you think the Little Tigers is more popular than Jackie Chan? Do you know how much I paid him to endorse for my company? 3 years contract for million renminbi. It should be for million renminbi per year, but Feng Yu did not make it clear. Songwon was shocked. How could Jackie Chan's endorsement fee be so low? He was a superstar and one of the most popular action stars in Asia. His endorsement fees should be at least 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Song, I have connections to let Little Tigers perform in CCTV. This is not something others can do. To put things bluntly, I can also stop the Little Tigers from entering the Chinese market. Although the endorsement fees I am offering is not high, but it will stimulate their record sales and increase their popularity. Increase the Little Tigers' popularity? Do you have a record label or artist management company? Our Little Tigers had held concerts in China. The Little Tigers was one of the earliest Taiwanese celebrities to hold concerts in China, and Songwon was very proud of this. I own the world's biggest VCD disc production line. I can give a VCD of their concert to everyone who buys a VCD player and helps them develop in China. Wind and Rain VCD and Iowa VCD are my companies. You should know what this means. Songwon's jaw dropped. He thought Feng Yu was the son or relative of Lihaha's boss. He never expects him to be a big boss. With this big boss's support, the Little Tiger's development in China will undoubtedly be faster. If the Little Tigers were able to enter the Chinese market and held more concerts, the profits will be much higher. 1 million renminbi is really very low. 3 million renminbi per year for a 5-year contract. 5 years? If I remember correctly, men in Taiwan have to be enlisted. The last time the Little Tigers are disbanded is because one of them entered the army. How will I know if this group still exists 3 years later? You expect me to sign a 5-year contract with you? I will take a step back too. 4 years is the maximum. 3 million renminbi for 1 year is too high. Jackie Chan's endorsement fees were only slightly more than 1 million in China. Okay, I will factor in inflation. I will offer 1.5 million renminbi endorsement fees. The contract duration is 4 years. The total will be 6 million renminbi. This is my final offer. Mr. Feng, I need to consider this. Okay, don't let me wait too long. We are also considering Aaron Kwok. From Song Wen's expression, Feng Yu knew he will accept the deal. Song Wen went back to consider the deal. He still asked his friends about Wind and Rain VCD and Iowa VCD. He found out that the boss behind these two brands was a young man. He also found out that this young man was extremely wealthy and have lots of connections. If the Little Tigers were to enter the Chinese market, they would need someone like this to take care of them. This way, the Little Tigers will not be threatened in China like the previous time. Although the endorsement fees were lower, if the popularity in China could increase, then they can charge higher endorsement fees for other products. If the Little Tigers could get more endorsement deals in China because of their increased fame, they will make much more. Song Wen reported back to his company, and the company agreed. Even Jackie Chan's endorsement fees in China were not high. What else can they expect for the Little Tigers? Also, Aaron Kwok was more popular than the Little Tigers in Hong Kong and China. If Aaron Kwok signed the deal, then the Little Tigers will miss this opportunity. The next day, Song Wen signed the contract with Zhongqing Xian. 6 million renminbi for a 4 years endorsement contract. The amount will be paid annually. Each year, the Little Tigers had to film a TV commercial and attend a promotional event. There were also print ads. The pictures of the Little Tigers will also be printed on Liaha's milk tea paper cups. The promotional event could be held at Taihua supermarkets. The returns will be doubled. This was a great deal. The female actress was also a young female artiste from the Little Tigers agency. Her fees were much cheaper. It was only 50,000 renminbi per year, and the contract duration was 4 years. Feng Yu could not remember what happened to this female artiste in the future. That means she did not make it big in the future. So, there was no need to sign a long-term contract with her. After the issue of spokesperson was settled, they started to look for people to film the commercial. The paper cups were also redesigned. Feng Yu looked at the new paper cups. There was a picture of the Little Tigers with a cup of milk tea each, offering to the girl. The girl had a shy look on her face. Yes, this picture looks good. Every girl will wish they were the girl in the picture. Even if only young female consumers like to drink this tea, the sales will not be low. Furthermore, this female artiste was young and pretty. She will be able to attract many young male consumers. The filming for the commercial started, and Feng Yu gave some suggestions. There was a storyline in this commercial. 3 boys were wooing a young girl, but they should not be foolish-looking. One of them should act attentive, one should try to be cool, and one should look shy. The 3 of them should not be running after the girl with a cup of milk tea each. There should also be several versions of the commercial, and they will pick the best footages to edit. During filming, Feng Yu brought Li Na to the set. Li Na had always wanted to meet the Little Tigers. Today was the day where her wish come true. When Li Na heard that she will be meeting the Little Tigers, she immediately skipped school. Li Na also called Zhang Han to tell her about it. In the end, Zhang Han and Wen Dongjun also tag along. You invited the Little Tigers over? What commercial are you filming? Is it for the cars? Milk tea. Milk tea? What is that? Does it taste good? Wen Dongjun immediately asked. It should taste not bad, but it is still not produced yet. The cups they are holding are all empty cups. Wen Dongjun had a disappointed look on his face when Feng Yu said that. It was a torture for him to not taste the milk tea after hearing it. Cut. Okay, it's a wrap, the director shouted. The workers start to pack the lights and props. Wen Dongjun was the first to run over. Handsome tiger, I really like you. Zhang Han grabbed Wen Dongjun and pulled him behind. He was an embarrassment to them. Wen Dongjun was facing Thunder Tiger when he said that. Luckily, the three members of Little Tigers were about the same age as when Dongjun and the rest, and they were artists. They will not get angry with their fans. They just treat it as a joke. Mr. Fong, your script for this commercial is very interesting. I am thinking of going into acting in the future. Well-behaved Tiger said. You will be able to act in a top-rated drama, like Cheong Yao dramas, in the future. Fong Yu said with an I know you will make it big look on his face. Without well-behaved Tiger acting in, the drama would not be as exciting. Although well-behaved Tiger was still young, his role in the drama was likable by many viewers. Thank you for your kind words. Fong Yu, can you let us take a picture with them? When Dongjun shouted. Photographer, can you help us take a picture? Fong Yu waved to a photographer at the set. Fong Yu was the boss, and the photographer did not dare to reject him. He immediately ran over. But he held the camera for a while without pressing the shutter. Sir, you are too tall. The picture will look weird. Can you do a half squat? When Dongjun pointed to himself. Me? Half squat. Damn. All I wanted was a picture with the Little Tigers, and I still need to squat down? Is it my fault for being tall? Fong Yu tried to hold back his laughter. Who asked you to eat so much and grow so tall? Serve you right. Li Na and the rest were not those crazy die-hard fans Fong Yu saw in his previous life. Although they were happy to meet their idols, there was not screaming or grabbing. Fong Yu looked at the three members of the Little Tigers during the photo taking. They were well-behaved, and their eyes were clear. Fong Yu was satisfied with them. If any one of them had designs on Li Na, he would not hold back. Fong Yu invited everyone to have dinner together, and the Little Tigers agreed. Li Na and the rest were overjoyed. They could chat with their idols longer. During dinner, Li Na asked softly, Can we hear you sing now? The Little Tigers looked at each other and then looked at their manager, Songwon. Songwon nodded. This question was considered very rude because it will lower their status. But they could tell Li Na did not have any ill intentions, and Fong Yu was around. The Little Tigers sang. They did not dance and just sang. Fong Yu got to admit that these three tigers had good vocals. Fong Yu suddenly remembered a song. This song was most suitable to be the song for the commercial and suits the Little Tigers' vocals. I suddenly remember a song I composed a few days ago. It is a song that suits you all. I will give this song to you all. When Fong Yu said this, the three members of the Little Tigers could feel Fong Yu was trying to take care of them. But the song? Their songs were given to them from their company and were carefully selected from thousands of songs. Songwon gave a look to the Little Tigers. No matter what Manager Feng's song was, they must praise it. They must not let Manager Feng feel embarrassed. If this song was nothing special, then they can send it to some famous composer to edit it slightly and record it in their next album. But if the song really sucks, then Songwon will have to fend it off. The Little Tigers could not refuse, and their manager had to step in and be the bad guy. You compose another song? Li Na's eyes were shining like little stars. Another? The Little Tigers looked at each other. It can't be. This Manager Feng had composed songs before? The song he wrote was good? They could tell it from Li Na's eyes. Even when Li Na first met them, she did not have this worship look in her eyes. Yes, I have written it for you, but I do not have a guitar with me. So, I will just sing it straight. Fong Yu looked at Li Na with loving eyes. Everyone was looking at Fong Yu, but one side of the table was looking at him with doubts, and the other side was looking at him with adoration. Even when Dongjun knew Fong Yu's vocals were terrible, but the songs he wrote were good. Na Ying and Nan Gu had sung Fong Yu's songs and became very famous. Fong Yu used a chopstick to knock on a bowl. Falling in love with you is like drinking milk tea, warm, and there is aftertaste in. The world will change, the love will fade. It's not terrible. Let me express my love in other ways. Love not just words. When I have concerns, love is more harmonious, not complicated. I want to go shopping. I want to meet. I miss you until 12 midnight. I don't feel tired. I will be greedy for your love forever. I want to make use of every day. I am elated to fall in love with you. My good mood is up to you. From now on, I will not waver. Do you want to grow old with me? Let me know. My good mood is up to you. Leave no question marks for my love. All the answers will be all revealed. We are like this. We need each other. Fong Yu changed some of the lyrics, and it could be used in the commercial. The first line should be drinking tea, but Fong Yu changed it to drinking milk tea. When Fong Yu sang the first line, Songwen's face changed. Fong Yu's voice was really not suitable for singing. But maybe Fong Yu had put emotions into his singing, and they felt this song was good. The lyrics for this song was not fantastic, and the melody was not complicated. The song was about a man expressing his love for a woman. They looked at Li Na, who was beside Feng Yu, and they knew this song was written based on what both of them had gone through. But was this song really written by Feng Yu? If this were a comic, Li Na's eyes would have been changed to the heart shape. The lyrics in this song was obviously telling Li Na how much Feng Yu loved her. Li Na was shy as Feng Yu sang this song to her in front of the little tigers. Why did he sing this song in front of so many people? He should wait until they are at home alone. After Feng Yu finished the song, he held Li Na's hand. Li Na's face was as red as a tomato. She looked down and kept quiet. What's wrong with my singing? Although the vocals were not that good, Feng Yu had put in his emotions into this song and did not go out of tune. He had practiced this song in KTV during his previous life. There should be no problem. Where's the applause? Clap, clap, clap. When Dongjun grew up with Feng Yu, and he immediately knows that Feng Yu was waiting for applause from his look, he immediately starts to clap. Song 1, and the little tigers recovered from their shock and start to clap. They must admit that this song was well written. If this song was edited slightly, it should be able to become a hit. Mr. Feng, this song is composed by you? Song 1 knew the answer in his heart, but he was still not very sure. This song was too well written, and how can a businessman, without a music background, write this song? You still don't believe him? Have you heard of Nying's Sun Nans? He is the one who wrote the songs for them. You all really think that only you all know how to write songs? When Dongjun retorted, that's not what I meant. What I wanted to ask is, Mr. Feng really want to give this song to the little tigers? Is he serious? Songwon asked. The two songs written by Mr. Feng were famous in Taiwan. Mr. Feng was really a genius. Not only he was good at doing business, but he was also talented in writing songs. Just this song alone was worth recording an album. I must get someone to write some more songs of similar style. The little tigers will definitely be more famous than now. Do I look like someone who likes to joke? I said I will give this song to them, and I will keep to my words. I only know numbered musical notation. I will write it down for you, and you all can get someone to rearrange it. I had only sung the first part. The second part is about the same. How is it? Does this song suit the little tigers? Before Songwon could answer, Handsome Tiger said, this song is really suitable for us. Thank you, Manager Feng, for giving us such a beautiful song. The first line of this song seems to suit this milk tea commercial. Handsome Tiger was also curious. This song should be written some time ago. But have Mr. Feng drank milk tea then? If this song was written recently, then Mr. Feng should not be able to sing it so well. It was apparent that Mr. Feng had practiced singing this song. This was too weird. But no matter what, this song suits their vocals and style. If the little tigers perform this song, they should be able to get more fans. Mr. Feng was really a genius, and they should not have doubted him earlier. I wrote this song when I had nothing to do. I had changed some of the lyrics. Now you mentioned it, I also think it is suitable for this commercial. You all should get someone to prepare this song, and we will use it for this commercial. Feng Yu said. It was because of Well-Behaved Tiger, Feng Yu remembered this song. After the little tigers disbanded, this was Well-Behaved Tiger's only song that became famous. Don't worry, Manager Feng. I will get someone to write out this song tonight. I will make sure we will record this song as soon as possible. But what about the royalties and rights of this song? There is no need for all those. I said that this song is a gift to them. Let them sing more nice songs for us. Feng Yu waved his hand. How many royalties can there be for a song? After dinner, Feng Yu took out a piece of paper and wrote down the numbered notation and lyrics of the song before leaving with Li Na. In the car, Li Na was looking at Feng Yu lovingly without saying a word. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you happy to meet the little tigers? Feng Yu asked. Yes, but I am happier to hear the song you wrote. Your song is really well written, and your singing is great. Better than the little tigers? Feng Yu asked shyly. Better than them. Li Na replied. Feng Yu was perfect in Li Na's eyes. Even her idols, the little tigers, cannot be compared with Feng Yu in any ways. Furthermore, Feng Yu knew how to write songs. How many of the little tigers' songs were written by them? Feng Yu laughed and said, I love the look on your face when you lie. Ah. Li Na punched Feng Yu lightly. Ha ha. I will sing the song for you later. My good mood is up to you. Feng Yu played the guitar and sang this song to Li Na. Li Na was memorized by Feng Yu's singing. Play it one more time. Okay, one more time. After singing the song again, Feng Yu was about to put down his guitar when Li Na said, "I love this song. Play it again." Feng Yu looked at his fingers. Although he had used a pick, his fingers still hurt. But when he saw Li Na's face, he gritted his teeth and played the song again. After the song ended, Feng Yu could tell Li Na was about to say something. He immediately says, "My fingers are hurting. I will not play the guitar and just sing it to you. How about I teach you this song?" Li Na massaged Feng Yu's fingers for him. "Let's stop. Why didn't you tell me that your fingers hurt? You want to listen to this song, so I will sing it for you. Because my good mood is up to you." Feng Yu finished his sentence and carried Li Na from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. He wants to do something that will let him have a better mood. Zhong Qingxian had been looking for contractors. The commercial was filmed, and it was in the post-editing phase. The formula was also developed, and he had let many people taste it. The results were positive. Feng Yu also said that this milk tea tastes good. It will surely sell well. Through connections, Zhong Qingxian got the approvals from the government and was permitted to produce and sell this new product. But the issue of contractors was still not finalized. Zhong Qingxian had already contacted a few factories. These factories had the capabilities to deliver what he wanted, and he will be deciding which factory to work with these few days. After that, the production will start. Feng Yu had agreed to let Tai Hua Supermarket sell Liaha's milk tea first. Next year, after CCTV start to advertise this milk tea will be introduced to the rest of the nation. At this moment, a Guangdong factory, which manufactures children's food products, came knocking on the door. This factory wanted to be Liaha's contractor for tapioca balls and coconut jelly. "Mr. Zhong, our company might not be big, but we can surely meet Liaha's order. The profits we want is also not high," Li Dajuan said anxiously. "Manager Li, despite what you said, but business is business. We will be investing a large amount for the initial phase, and we cannot afford any failures. Your company is set up not long ago, and your factory is not big. You also do not have a lot of workers. How can we trust you?" Zhong Qingxian replied. "If anybody could walk in and claim that they could deliver whatever we want, and I give them the contract, then Liaha would have been bankrupt a long time ago. I also need to be responsible for Liaha's shareholders and workers. We have already taken a bank loan, and we are expanding our factory now. We have also bought the machinery, and our new workers are under training. We will definitely deliver your order. You can set the compensation amount higher. If we can't deliver, we are willing to compensate for a higher amount for breaking the contract." Li Dajuan begged. "Higher compensation? I don't think this is a good idea. Even if the compensation amount is higher, you all still have to be able to afford to compensate us. Your company is only worth 1 to 2 million renminbi. If something goes wrong, the bank will freeze your accounts first because of your loans. That means we will not get a single cent of compensation. If you delay the production of our products, our losses might be up to tens of millions. Can you compensate us?" Zhong Qingxian was pissed. "Mr. Zhong, we might be selling jelly, but our jelly is selling very well. There will be no problems. I guarantee that there will be no issue with our quality." "Enough. It's the only jelly. There are hundreds of factories producing jelly in China. Most of them are bigger than your company. Why should we give you this contract? Furthermore, if you accept our order, do you still have people to produce jelly? Do you still have production lines? Are you going to be our contractor full-time? I am very busy. Xiao Wang, send him out." Zhong Qingxian stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Feng Yu was at Liaha, and he did not have time to waste with a small factory. "Mr. Zhong, our strong group is very sincere to work with you all. Please believe us," Li Dajuan shouted. Feng Yu was in the meeting room next door, and he heard the commotion outside. He walked out. "Qingxian, what's wrong?" "A small company heard that we were looking for contractors and came to look for us," Zhong Qingxian explained. "Oh, is the company too small?" "It's not only small. Although they are also producing food products, they are manufacturing children jelly products. They do not meet our requirements." Li Dajuan saw this person could casually speak to Mr. Zhong. He immediately shouted at Feng Yu, "Sir, our strong group really have the potential. Please consider us." "Xiao Wang, call the security to drag him out." Zhong Qingxian was furious. What type of person was this? "Wait." Feng Yu suddenly stopped Xiao Wang. "What is your company called again?" "Guangdong Strong Group. We manufacture jelly. We started last year, but we are growing rapidly. In less than 2 years, our value has increased by several folds," Li Dajuan said. That is because your foundation is small. Even if your value had increased by several folds, your company is worth 2 million renminbi at most. Zhong Qingxian added, "You want to trick Manager Feng with these words? What if Manager Feng agreed, and your factory cannot keep up with the production and deliver the order?" Feng Yu heard Li Dajuan, and he frowned. "Damn. I asked Zhong Qingxian to name the brand of milk tea as you. Loviet and Strong Group immediately came knocking on our doors. Was this coincident? But how did this famous Strong Group become like this? Xiaowang, prepare some tea. Qingxian, I would like to have a chat with him." Feng Yu had spoken, and Zhong Qingxian could not reject him. He also entered the meeting room with Feng Yu. He does not want this Li Dajuan to trick Feng Yu and let Li Haha suffer losses. Feng Yu seldom interfere with Li Haha's management. He only gave some useful suggestions before. How come he was so interested in this Strong Group today? Could it be that Manager Feng wants Li Haha to start producing jelly too? But anyone can produce jelly. Even if the jelly were selling under Li Haha's brand, the sales would not be good. It might even be a failed product. Li Haha still does not have any failed products. Their first failed product must not be jelly. What is your name? I am one of Li Haha's shareholders. I do not have more authority than Mr. Zhong, but I still have some say in this company. Tell me why you are so confident that you can be Li Haha's contractor. I have worked in a food production plant in Taiwan. That factory is producing tapioca balls. Also, our company has strict management of our factory's food safety and hygiene. You all do not need to worry about this aspect, and we will not give Li Haha any problems. Our workers are all very hard-working, and we will deliver the order. Feng Yu shook his head. Our order is too big, and your company will not be able to handle it. Also, have you produced coconut jelly before, and have your company made any canned products before? We will be introducing a new type of jelly. There are fruits added into the jelly. We also have research on coconut before. We are confident that we will be able to deliver the order. Sir, Mr. Zhong, you cannot only get one contractor to prepare your order. If there is any problem, your product will be affected. We only want to be one of your contractors. We do not need to take on the full order. Li Dajuan said. Feng Yu frowned. What Li Dajuan said was true. If all the eggs were kept in one basket, all the eggs might be gone if there were any accidents. Qingxian, what is the other company you have in mind? Have you signed the contract? China Coconut Palm Group will be helping to manufacture the coconut jelly for us. Dongnan Sanfa Company will be producing the tapioca balls, which is the pearls in the milk tea. We still have not signed the contract as we are still considering. Why not give Strong Group some orders to help them out? I think his factory really need this order. Feng Yu said. Since Feng Yu had said, Zhong Qingxian nodded. Okay, we will give them some orders, but the quantity will not be large. After all, this company will not be able to manage big orders. Also, if there are any problems, we will terminate the contract immediately. Feng Yu turned and looked at Li Dajuan. Your problem is solved. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Thank you, sir. A wide grin appeared on Feng Yu's face. Oh, your company is growing. Does your company need money? Li Dajuan and Zhong Qingxian were stunned when Feng Yu asked this question. Feng Yu wants to invest in Strong Group? Zhong Qingxian frowned. This was a small company, and was it worth to invest in it? It's only a company that produced jelly. There were several such companies in Hangzhou alone. What's so special about making jelly? Feng Yu was interested in this Strong Group or this Li Dajuan. However, this Li Dajuan was very hardworking. He knew that we were looking for contractors. That means he has some connections. But other than this, he did not have any other strong traits. Zhong Qingxian knew Feng Yu likes to invest. But this investment was unnecessary. There was nothing special about this company at all. Li Dajuan looked at Feng Yu, confused. What does this gentleman mean? How come I feel that he was trying to help me? Have I met him before? Sir, my surname is Feng. Mr. Feng, I do not understand what you mean. Li Dajuan said. You approached us and wanted to be our contractor. That means your company is not doing well, right? Although you said that your company had grown several times, but what Qingxian said was right. Your company was not big in the first place. The jelly market is very developed, and everyone in this market is making money. So, it is normal for your company to make some too. My company is in difficulties because some bad debts. But please be assured that it will not affect Li Haha's orders. Feng Yu waved his hand. I am not worried about that. What I am saying is I can invest in your company if your company lacks money. Just like Li Haha, I will invest in you all and will not interfere with your company's operations and management. You will still be in charge of the company, and I will just collect my share of the profits. Li Dajuan looked at Zhong Qingxian puzzledly. Zhong Qingxian nodded. Manager Feng is our Liaha's main shareholder, and he had never interfered with the company's operations and management. You can rest assured. Mr. Feng, Manager Feng, Strong Group is set up by a few brothers and me. Although I am in charge, I still need to discuss with the rest. You should. Let me know after you all have reached a decision. You can contact me through this number. No matter how much you want me to invest, I will be able to satisfy you. Feng Yu replied confidently. How many investments can a small factory that's worth 1 to 2 million need? If they want a large amount, they will not be able to control Strong Group. When Li Dajuan left, he was still feeling dizzy. Because of bad debt, his company needs funds urgently to solve their cash flow problems. He had come over to collect his debts and overheard someone saying Lihaha was looking for contractors in a restaurant. So, he came over to try to get a small contract. He needs to increase the income of his company to tide them over this crisis. But Zhong Qingxian rejected Li Dajuan because of his company's size, and that Mr. Feng appeared. He persuaded Zhong Qingxian to give Strong Group a chance. Although this was not a big order, it was sufficient to solve the company's cash flow problems. That customer's debt will be repaid next month. After the debt was collected, even without Liaha's contract, and they concentrate on producing jelly, the company will also make profits. But at this moment, Mr. Feng wanted to invest in their company. He even claims he was able to invest any amount we needed. Why does he want to do this? Li Dajuan was also having the same thoughts as Zhong Qingxian. It's the only jelly. There were lots of companies that were producing the same products. Even Liaha can produce jelly or buy out some smaller factories. Why did Mr. Feng choose his company? Was it because Mr. Feng heard that he will be introducing jelly with fruits, and he decided to invest in the company? But adding fruits to jelly will shorten the shelf life of the product, and he was still not sure how the market will respond to this new product. Also, this new product was still in the R&D phase. It was still not ready yet, as they still could not get the right taste and texture. Should I inform Mr. Feng about this? If I keep quiet about this, then Strong Group will be able to get this investment and don't need to worry about the bank loan repayments. But that will be cheating. If Mr. Feng found out the truth, there might be severe consequences. If I tell Mr. Feng, I might be able to leave a good impression with Mr. Feng, but I might lose this investment. Strong Group will remain this way and might not have an opportunity to become the top jelly producer in China. Li Dajuan was in a dilemma. Manager Feng, why are you investing in that small company? If you are thinking of producing jelly, we can acquire a jelly factory or invest in a bigger jelly factory. That Strong Group is too small and did not have any potential. After Li Dajuan left, Zhong Qingxian asked, don't worry about this. If you have spare cash, you can also invest in this company. As for other jelly company, I am not interested. Feng Yu cannot tell Zhong Qingxian that he was trying not to influence the future. He did not want the future to divert too much from its original course and cause a chain effect. Also, Feng Yu was interested in Li Dajuan and not his company. Jelly appeared in the early 80s, and in Feng Yu's previous life, Li Dajuan started his factory last year. It was more about 8 years after jelly appeared, and his company grew to become the world's #1 jelly company. Its market share in Asia was more than 50%. This was Li Dao's ability. Also, Strong Group was strong in managing their brands. In previous life, Strong Group was the most popular children's food brand. Every product produced by Strong Group were popular. Strong Group Jelly, Cici, Crystal Love Jelly, Love It, etc. were all famous brands under Strong Group. Love It milk tea had changed the instant tapioca balls to coconut jelly. This was also their creativity. Without the tapioca balls, the taste and texture changed, and children were able to swallow the small jelly easily. Not only this drink has more nutrition value, but parents were also not worried that their children will choke on the pearls. This was one of the reasons why Love It became popular. Strong Group was good at building their brands and attracting customers. Also, they were able to build a strong distribution channel. They invested heavily in advertising, and this let Strong Group's sales increase rapidly. All these achievements were proof that Li Dajuan was a talented leader. He was also a very low-profile person and seldom appears in front of the media. This was the same as Feng Yu. Manager Feng, you are really interested in this small company? Zhong Qingxian asked. He still could not find a reason. Feng Yu laughed. You know me for so long. Have you ever seen me making a bad investment? Zhong Qingxian's face changed. That's right. He had never heard of Feng Yu making any bad investments. That means this company was really worth investing. But why should they invest in this company? They might as well let Li Haha acquire Strong Group and let this company be one of their subsidiaries. The results might be better. After waiting for a few days, Feng Yu did not get any replies from Li Dajuan. He was slightly disappointed. He thought Li Dajuan did not want him to invest in Strong Group. Feng Yu was at school when his pager suddenly vibrates. He took a look and was stunned. Zhong Qingxian, are you joking with me? Li Haha acquired Strong Group. Feng Yu sneaked out in the middle of the lesson to call Zhong Qingxian. Are you the one who left me that message? Li Haha had acquired Strong Group. That's right. Didn't you say that Strong Group has the potential? You also asked me to invest in the company. I got my men to investigate the market. There is still no jelly with fruits pulp in it. That means this new product from Strong Group will help the company bring in high profits and let this company stand out from the rest of the jelly companies. No. Why did he agree to this deal? Their new jelly is still not ready yet. The fruit's pulp is easily separated from the jelly. Their jellies are either too hard or too soft, and the shelf life is too short. The production of this new product is still not ready. I clarified with Li Dajuan, and he admitted to that. Since this product is not ready, it is not worth investing. But I think that if Strong Group can perfect their production techniques, this new fruit jelly with pulp will surely be popular. I told him that I want to buy out Strong Group. At first, he does not agree, but his production techniques are still not ready yet. If Li Haha also introduces this type of jelly, then Strong Group will not be able to survive because of our branding. Damn, this was the strategy one often use. When did Zhong Qingxian learn this? What happens then? He agrees just like that. No, but I had a chat with him and noticed that he is excellent at management and have lots of ideas in brand building, marketing, and managing brands. Most of his views are in line with us, and he can understand what the children are thinking. So, I offered him a management position to take charge of children food products. Strong Group will still be operating independently under their own brand, and he agrees. Huh, this was settled so quickly? Li Dajuan was recruited by Li Haha? Damn, I had overthought too much. Zhong Qingxian was still more capable. Feng Yu had thought too much. If it were 1 year later, Li Dajuan would never agree to this deal. But now, Strong Group was in difficulties, and Li Dajuan would surely be interested in working for Li Haha because of the high salaries and shares rewards. Zhong Qingxian also promised that he will not interfere with Strong Group's management. The management of Strong Group will be handed over to Li Dajuan's younger brother. This was what Zhong Qingxian learned from Feng Yu. Did you give him any shares? How many shares did you give him? We will be giving out the company's shares at the end of the year. I gave him 1 million shares and 100,000 shares to his 3 brothers each. Strong Group will be Li Haha's subsidiary in the future. It will be our sub-brand. This is a good deal for us. 1.3 million shares. Based on what Zhong Qingxian said a few days ago, 1 share was worth only 1 renminbi and 50 cents. That means Strong Group was acquired using less than 2 million renminbi. Although Zhong Qingxian had given Li Dajuan and his brothers higher management positions, it was also a good deal. Feng Yu had not noticed Zhong Qingxian was good at business negotiations before. Did this successful beverage industry businessman change? Are we going to inject funds into Strong Group then? Of course. Strong Group is still in debt, and they still have some bad debts. I decided to not give Strong Group the tapioca balls contract. They should focus on developing fruit jelly. Li Haha's R&D department will also be helping them in their research. Manager Feng, do you think the consumers will like fruit pulps in our fruit beverages? This will let our fruit juice looks fresher and taste better. Zhong Qingxian excitedly said. Huh, the orange juice with pulp and crystal grapes drinks are being brought forward? Damn, I still have not made this suggestion, and Zhong Qingxian had thought about it. How can I be called a creative person in the future? You have started the research? Yes, this can be ongoing with the fruit pulp jelly research. Initially, I thought this would be difficult as we do not have any experience. But we have already found a shortcut. Zhong Qingxian proudly replied. Humph. If I don't make any suggestions, you will not know who the creative person behind Li Haha's products is. You only think about the fruit juice? Can't the fruits be added to the dairy drinks? Also, why can't you mix fruit juice with dairy products to become fruit-flavored yogurt drinks or yogurt drinks with fruits? We can mix it this way. Zhong Qingxian was stunned. How come this manager phone kept thinking of weird combinations of products? Did he think that creativity was just by combining two different things together? Why not? You still have not tried it before, and how do you know people will not like it? Also, the nutritional value of our yogurt will increase if we add in fruit pieces and juice. People are very concerned about their nutritional values, especially parents. These new ideas were all from Lihaha in Feng Yu's previous life. How come Zhong Qingxian had doubts when he heard it? Okay, I will get our men to research on this and also conduct market research. WTF. Zhong Qingxian still does not believe me. Also, I had told you before that our AD calcium milk is nutritional yogurt. But the market segment for this product are the children. You think the young adults do not like to drink that? I suggested to introduce bigger bottles and increase the nutritional values of this drink. Don't limit it to only vitamin A, D, etc. We can add in more vitamins and other nutrition components. We must let the consumers know that the nutrition of our products can be easily absorbed by their bodies. Have you considered about this before? Manager Phone, we have conducted market research on this. Not many adults like to drink this, and not many people are willing to buy this. Most of them still prefer carbonated drinks. So, we will not be introducing bigger bottles of yogurt drinks for the time being, as there is no market. Market research? No one likes to drink yogurt drinks? The popular yogurt drinks do not have a market now? It seems that the popular yogurt drinks which were introduced in the future were launched around the time when these children, who drank AD calcium milk, grew up. Was the drink popular because the children were used to the taste? Children can also drink big bottles. I am only making a suggestion. You can decide for yourself. I still have classes. But, phone you quickly hang up the phone. SHD. My track record as a creative person was almost broken. How can someone from the future lose on creativity? The National Day holidays were over, and it was November. This period was the down period for retail. Someone had said that November was a lousy month for retailers because it was the end of the year the following money. Everyone was working hard to complete their annual tasks and did not have time to go shopping. Someone said that it was because everyone had overspent during the National Day holidays and the Mid-Autumn Festival and did not have spare cash to shop. There were also people who said that November was the start of the winter season and people were not willing to go out. All of them prefers to stay indoors to avoid the cold. These excuses did not apply to Taihua supermarkets. Even when the weather was cold and the northeast regions were snowing, it did not stop people from wanting to shop at Taihua supermarkets. There were many reasons. One of them was because the products sold at Taihua supermarkets were cheaper. Another reason was that the shopping cards that were received on October 1st will be expiring. The duration was only 50 days. If the consumers still did not use the cards, it will be expired. Taihua supermarkets were also warm, and even if the shoppers were there for window shopping, the store assistants would not chase them away. The store assistants will still greet them nicely, and the shoppers felt good. The shoppers had only wanted to spend some time at the supermarkets, but they will end up buying something. Taihua supermarket suppliers were also excited. Taihua supermarket only had 20 branches, but how come the sales were so good? Initially, Taihua supermarkets offered harsh terms to the suppliers, and the suppliers were unhappy. Taihua supermarket wanted credit terms and demanded deposits. The suppliers still had to pay for promotions and let Taihua supermarket manage them. They even had to pay for the printing of leaflets. If Taihua supermarket did not guarantee that their products will be selling fast and gave them a good price, they would definitely agree with those terms. But now, all the suppliers felt they had made the right choice by signing the contract with Taihua supermarket. The volume was high, and it was good for their branding. When the suppliers went to check on their products at the supermarkets, they saw their products packed neatly on the shelves. It increases the attractiveness of their products to shoppers. Look at the way other malls and shops displayed their products. It was messy and dirty. There was even dust on the shelves, and the attitude of the shop assistants was terrible. No other shops could compare to Taihua supermarkets. At the end of the month, Taihua supermarkets settled the credit terms with the suppliers. There were no delays at all. This was not the end. The orders for the second month was more than the first month. Taihua supermarkets still wanted them to deliver their products once a week. There was no reason for the suppliers to reject this request. They do not mind sending goods every day if the sales of their products were excellent. The more goods they delivered, the more money they earn. Many other brands noticed that if this growth continued, by next year, Taihua supermarket sales volume would be more than their previous year's annual sales. They also received more orders from smaller retailers. At first, the suppliers also did not know the reason for the sudden spike in orders by the other retailers. Their salesmen went to ask around and found out the cause. It was because the customers had bought their products from Taihua supermarkets before and they felt the product was not bad. For instance, toilet rolls or a bottle of fruit juice. But when the customers suddenly ran out of the products, they might not have the time to travel to Taihua supermarkets. So, they would just go to the nearest retail stores to buy. Their first choice would be the products they saw at Taihua supermarkets. Everyone felt that the brands that were sold in Taihua supermarkets must be good brands and good products. The supermarkets were meant for the masses, but many people treated Taihua supermarkets as high-end markets. Even Feng Yu had not expected this. But from the cleanliness and tidiness of Taihua supermarkets, it was way ahead from other malls and shops. There were many janitors at Taihua supermarkets. So, the suppliers who had signed short-term contracts with Taihua supermarkets wanted to extend their contracts. They wanted a long-term contract with Taihua supermarket. Taihua supermarkets were their best retailer. But now, it was not Taihua supermarkets that went to look for them to place their products in the supermarkets. Taihua supermarkets no longer needs to make use of their connections to get the suppliers to supply their products. Now, it was Taihua supermarket that calls the shot. The positions of Taihua supermarkets and the suppliers had changed. Now you want to sign a long-term contract? No problem. Supply us with your products, and we will settle the payment at the end of the month. You also have to abide by our rules. If we ask you to pay, you all must pay. Shouldn't the supplier prices be lowered? Although the prices you all offered were low, it was about the same as those the provincial suppliers. We, Taihua Supermarket, have branches in more than a dozen cities. We have already established our presences in almost half of the cities in China. Is this rate the lowest you can offer? No other retailers will be able to place such a big order with you. Before, Taihua Supermarket had been paying the suppliers at a slightly lower rate compared to the other malls and shops in the cities. If it wasn't for the imported goods, Taihua Supermarket might not have high profits. But after the new contracts, Taihua Supermarket got the lowest supplier rates in China. You are not willing to give us a better price? Fine. When all the existing stocks were sold out, we will not order any products under your brand. You are not the only company that produces such products. Suppliers all over China were waiting to sell their products to us. We don't need you. Also, Taihua Supermarket was good at marketing. After the suppliers' products entered the supermarket, their brand image and value increases. Philips, Wind and Rain brand, Aiwa, The Little Tyrant, Liaha, and all the famous Chinese brands had signed long-term contracts with Taihua Supermarket. Some smaller local brands gritted their teeth and accepted the harsh terms issued by Taihua Supermarkets and signed the contracts. Although the terms were harsh, the sales volume was significant, and the companies were still able to make money. Some of the other brands still had a wait-and-see attitude, and some gave in to the pressure and chose to sign the contract. Feng Yu looked at the list of companies that did not sign the new contracts. Those brands that did not have replacements can remain. Their short-term contracts were not up anyway. Those brands that could be replaced will be replaced when the short-term contract ends. Have you all heard the news? Qinhuang jelly has been taken off the shelves and is replaced by a strong group jelly. Have you all heard of this brand? Why? Qinhuang jelly has been doing well. Why are they being replaced? Is this a big brand? An imported brand? What imported brand? It is a small factory in Guangdong. But I heard this strong group have strong connections. They seem to be related to Liaha. Oh, Liaha's products have been selling well. They are one of the earliest companies who had signed a long-term contract with Taihua Supermarket. But I heard that it was Qinhuang jelly who had refused to give Taihua Supermarket a lower supplier rate. You are saying that Qinhuang is kicked out of Taihua Supermarket because their rates are higher? That strong group is their replacement. This is possible. Taihua Supermarket had notified us to sign a new contract with them. They demanded a lower rate, and we are now stalling the signing. Do you think they are using Qinhuang jelly as an example? Some suppliers of Taihua Supermarket were sitting together discussing the new contracts. They were invited over by Taihua Supermarket and had wanted to stall for more time. But now, it seems that they cannot wait any longer. One supplier was taken off shelves. That means there will be other suppliers' products that will be kicked out. All the suppliers there were not the only suppliers in the market. They could be replaced easily like Qinhuang jelly. If this happened to them, their companies would suffer massive losses. Although Taihua Supermarket wanted a new supplier price, and the suppliers will make lesser profits, but lower profits are still profits. If they were kicked out, then there will be zero profits. Because of their sales were increasing due to the success of Taihua Supermarkets, all the suppliers had increased their production. If they were kicked out suddenly, they would be left with lots of stocks. If they do not want their stocks to remain in their warehouses, they have to lower their prices to clear their stocks. If that's the case, they might as well sign the new contract with Taihua Supermarket. They will be able to increase their brand awareness because of Taihua Supermarket. Manager Gua, the prices they wanted is too low. I know the price quoted by another company is real, but can their quality be compared to us? Regardless of packaging, taste, and quality, they are lower than us. Our cost is higher than them. The prices you wanted is really very low. We did not lower the rates unreasonably. This new rate is based on our calculations. Look at this figure. This should be your cost, right? The rates we wanted includes your profits. Think about it. After you work with us, Taihua Supermarket, how much did your sales increase? Just the sales from Taihua Supermarkets alone is more than your previous 6 months' sales. Are you telling me that this is not due to our Taihua Supermarkets management? Manager Gua crossed his arms and asked calmly. But Manager Gua, your supermarkets should also be selling quality products. You can price our products higher and let the customers more choices. This is not up to you to decide. We will consider it. Also, this product is not only produced by 2 companies. There are still many brands out there who wanted to enter our Taihua Supermarket. Manager Gua arrogantly replied. There should be a variety of products. Different brands will have different pricing. Taihua Supermarkets wanted to offer a wide range of products to their shoppers. 2 brands for a product was not sufficient. There should be at least more than 5 brands. Manager Gua, please increase the prices slightly. Just increase by 10 renminbi per item will do. If you increase, I will sign the contract immediately. Manager Gua looked at the person beside him and discussed softly. Then Manager Gua said, I will increase 5 renminbi per item. This is the maximum I can offer. If you don't sign, then we will not work with your company in the future. Sign. I will sign the contract now. Manager Fu, I heard that you went to the south. When did you return? Taihua Supermarket is going to renew the contracts with the suppliers. There is a shortage of hands, and all of us return to help out. This is the new contract we have prepared for you. Here. Fu Guangjing passed a document over. Manager Fu, is there something wrong with this contract? How come the prices are so low? This is the new rates we offered. If you accept the new rates, then we will sign the contract. If you disagree, then forget it. Fu Guangjing replied. What do you mean? If we don't accept this rate, you all will not buy our stocks. You can see it that way. Our contract duration is 1 year. You all are breaking the contract. Look at number 3 and number 4 conditions in your contract. It is stated clearly that if we cannot accept the pricing, we can terminate the contract anytime. We had explained this condition to you before you signed this contract. I remembered that I was the one who explained it to you, personally. Business is all about profits. If your pricing is higher than others, why should we buy your products? Manager Fu, what you are doing now is not right. Our products are selling well, and you should know it. Based on the market share, we own the 2nd biggest market share. You also said that you all are only the 2nd. China's number 1 had already signed a contract with us. We don't really need you. What's so great about having the 2nd biggest market share in China? Lots of the world's number 1 brands are selling their products in our supermarkets. You all don't regret this. Seems like you do not want to sign the new contract. Then I'm sorry. Tomorrow is the last day we sell your products in our supermarkets. Thank you. You can leave now. Please call Manager Wang from Dufai Company in. These few days, Taihua Supermarket suppliers saw Taihua Supermarket's firm stance on the new pricing. The new pricing was very low, but the sales volume of Taihua Supermarkets were more substantial than all other retailers. If the suppliers agree to the new pricing, then Taihua Supermarket will offer some concessions in the future. But if the suppliers disagree, they can still negotiate. But if the suppliers chose to fall out with Taihua Supermarkets, then sorry. Taihua Supermarket will ask the supplier to get out immediately, especially Feng Yu. He was ruthless and never negotiate with the suppliers. The suppliers had to follow whatever rates he said, and if they disagree, phone you would ask them to get out immediately. This was the current situation. There were too many brands that wanted to sell their products in Taihua supermarkets. Taihua supermarkets still had to choose the suppliers and did not sign contracts with all the suppliers. This was because there were not enough shelves in Taihua supermarkets. Taihua supermarkets set the conditions, and those who were willing to sign the new contract will be able to carry on their partnership. Those that refuse to sign will see their products having a huge discount the next day. Taihua supermarket will try to sell off all their existing stocks that day and then remove them from the shelves altogether. The following day, there will be a new brand of the same product on the shelves, even if it was an unknown brand. But once it was sold in Taihua supermarkets, shoppers will think that it was a good product. Taihua supermarkets had promised their customers that if they discover any expired or lower quality products, they will compensate the customer 10 times the amount. The renewal of the contracts was completed in a week. At least 10% of the brands had disappeared from Taihua supermarket, and they were replaced by new and more brands. Consumers had a wider range of choices than before. Taihua supermarket had renewed new contracts with all their suppliers. The new rates were cheaper, but Taihua supermarket also allowed them to hold promotions. Taihua supermarket gave them an excellent position to display their products and also helped them to showcase their products in a spectacular way to attract customers. The suppliers were also allowed to promote their products in other ways. For instance, Lihaha was having a promotion for their latest product, milk tea. There was a 2 meters giant poster of the little tigers and a young model. The little tigers were holding a cup of milk tea each and offering to the female model. The female model was smiling and did not know which to choose. Just the little tigers poster was enough to attract lots of shoppers. There was also a table beside the poster, and there were many small cups on it. The scent of milk tea was everywhere. These were not the only things that attract shoppers. Behind the table, there were a few young and pretty girls. They were all air stewardess trainees. They were standing there, attracting shoppers. One of them was holding a microphone. Lihaha's latest product, Taiwanese bubble milk tea. A new beverage which you all have not tasted before. Come and look at this cup. Can you see the black pearls? Can everybody smell the fragrance of this tea? This is Lihaha's newest product. Love it bubble milk tea. A good promotion can not only have people standing there talking about the product. There must be an insider among the crowd. A bespectacled man asked. I had tried Taiwanese milk tea last year when I went to Taiwan. Is your milk tea authentic? It is not up to me to say whether if this tea is authentic. You see this sign here? Free sampling. Let's invite this gentleman to have a taste and see if it is authentic. Some milk tea was poured into a small cup of about 50 milliliters. This was the smallest paper cup available in the market. The bespectacled man took a sip and opened his eyes wide in an exaggerated manner. This is the taste. It is exactly the same as what I tasted in Taiwan. Delicious. After saying that, he drank 2 cups. The second insider among the crowd appeared. I thought it is milk tea. What are you chewing? Pearls. This is bubble milk tea, and there are pearls in it. It is delicious. But it's a pity that this bubble milk tea is not available elsewhere in China. The bespectacled man said. Is it really that delicious? Are these free samples? Let me try 1 cup. Okay. Sir, please come over and try. Wait. If I do not like the taste and do not buy after I drank the free samples, will I be allowed to leave? The second insider asked. There's some shoppers who wanted to try the samples, but they immediately stop. That's right. If I tried the sample, then I will have to buy it. What if this product is costly? Rest assured, we will not force anyone to buy. Even if we want to do that, the supermarket staffs will stop us. This is China, and we are all reasonable people. Everyone has a different taste. I do not dare to claim that everyone here will like it. It's normal for some people to prefer tea, milk, fruit juice, or carbonated drinks. Don't worry, and just try it. After the second insider tried the sample and swallowed the pearl, he said, this tastes good. Oh, why are there different color packaging for the tea? These are different flavors. The one you tried is the original flavor. We still have fragrant yam, red bean, wheat, chocolate, coffee, etc. These different colors stand for different flavors. There will surely one flavor that suits your taste. Fragrant yam was just yam. But just yam does not sound attractive. So it was named as fragrant yam. Can I try 1 more cup? Of course. Change the paper cup for this gentleman. This will prevent the taste of different flavors from mixing together. If there is anyone else that want to try our samples, please queue up here. If you like our products, you can purchase them over here. We are having a promotion now. Buy 2 and get 1 free. This promotion is only for 3 days. The salespeople kept promoting the milk tea, and those air stewardess trainees poured samples for the shoppers. When the tea was used up, they will open a new packet and use hot water to make the milk tea in front of the shoppers. The other shoppers who passed by saw many people queuing up for the free samples given out by pretty girls. They were also curious and joined the queue. Someone once said that if 5 people were standing in a row, passers-by will join in and start queuing without knowing the reason. Most people will think that there must be good stuff or bargains if people queued up. Now, more and more people were queuing, and the long queue attracted more shoppers. Some of the shoppers tried the milk tea and liked the taste. They heard that there was a promotion now for the tea. Although 2 renminbi for a cup of milk tea was too expensive for many people, there were still shoppers who felt it was a good deal. After all, this was Taiwanese milk tea, and it was delicious. Most of the shoppers who bought the milk tea took 4 cups. With the 2 free cups, they will be able to try all 6 flavors. The milk tea on the shelves was cleared quickly, and the supermarket staffs restocked it immediately. Feng Yu smiled when he saw the long queue in the supermarket. There were more people interested in such promotions than in the future. The production cost of this milk tea was 50 cents per cup. The supplier rates given to Taihua Supermarket was 1 renminbi. Even if the promotion and marketing cost were added, the total cost was less than 1 renminbi. Taihua Supermarket's retail price was 1 renminbi and 80 cents. This was to let the shoppers feel that it cost less than 2 renminbi, and it was 20 cents cheaper than places. In this cold weather, having a cup of hot beverage felt good. Also, this milk tea smells really lovely, and many shoppers who did not queue up for the samples also bought a few cups because of the promotion. Most of the customers who bought the milk tea were young adults. They had just started work and were not interested in saving money. They liked to try out new things. Another group of customers was young parents. They bought some for their children. These parents only treated milk tea as a regular beverage. This was better than giving their children cold carbonated drinks in this cold weather. After the supermarket closes at night, Lihaha staffs and the supermarket staffs tally their total sales for the day. When the figures were tabulated, the staffs could not believe their eyes. They counted again twice to confirm if they had gotten the right number. Today's promotion had created an extraordinary sales volume. How many cups of milk tea were sold in all 20 branches? This was only the first day. There were still 2 more days before the promotion ends. 3 days later, there will not be any promotion staff stationed at the supermarkets. But the buy 2 get 1 free promotion was still ongoing. This will last for a week. The sales of this 1 week should be more than what they forecast in 1 month. The sales potential of Taihua Supermarket was astonishing. 3 days later, Zhong Qingxian had gotten the total sales figures for the milk tea. But he did not inform the factories to increase their production. He was waiting. It was the promotion period now, and the milk tea was cheap. He wants to wait and see after the promotion ends in 1 week. Will the sales still be so good? If no shoppers buy the milk tea after the promotion period, then this product will be considered a failure. At least, it was the pricing that failed. They would have to look into their pricing again. If there were still shoppers who buy milk tea, then it will be considered a success. With TV commercials and other marketing strategies, this milk tea will become one of Lihaha's flagship products. The milk tea promotion in Taihua Supermarket ended, and Lihaha started to promote Strong Group's jelly. Strong Group did not have many distribution channels. They only sold their products in Guangzhou. The furthest they went was Southen, Guangzhou. Now, after Lihaha acquired them, Zhong Qingxian quickly bought 2 small jelly factories and merged them with Strong Group. They will be producing jelly products for Strong Group. Strong Group's production increases overnight. The production had increased, but brand awareness was still low. The most popular jelly brands in the market were Qingqing Jelly, followed by Qinhuang. But the market share of both companies was about the same. No company had occupied most of the market share. Zhong Qingxian had sent his people to investigate. Strong Group's jelly tasted very good, but it lacks the funds to promote, and it was an unknown brand. They did not have proper distribution channels. But now it was different. The first step of Strong Group marketing campaign was at Taihua Supermarket. This time, there were no free sampling. Strong Group changed its packaging. There were 2 more cups of jellies in the packet, and it was stated on the packaging. This will let shoppers feel it was a good bargain. Also, Strong Group introduced jellies of mixed flavors in one packet. This will allow customers who wanted to try out different flavors to buy just one pack. Also, Strong Group had stacked their products to form a picture of Lihaha's cartoon character in Tai Hua Supermarket's product display area. This was a huge display, and children could see it from far. People might not know Strong Group brand, but shoppers still bought their products. The other brands of jellies were left on the shelves. This was because the flavors of all brands of jellies were about the same. But Strong Group's products were cheaper, and their display was attractive. When the children saw the display, they insisted on getting Strong Group's jellies. Zhong Qingxian saw Strong Group's products were doing well and decided to help Strong Group buy an advertising slot with CCTV. He wants to let Strong Group be China's #1 jelly brand. Tai Hua Supermarket's product display changes every day, and some other brands learned and start to create new promotions to sell their products. Some of their promotions were more creative than the promotions in the future. But no matter how well the brands sold their products, Tai Hua Supermarkets will make money. The promotion cost was also not paid by Tai Hua Supermarket. It was those companies that paid for the promotion. Because of Tai Hua Supermarket's strong sales, many big companies start to notice them. Today, men came to Beijing Tai Hua Supermarket headquarters. They wanted to discuss placing their products in Tai Hua Supermarkets. Manager Gua, we are from international brands, and if Tai Hua Supermarket sells our products, it will increase the status of your supermarkets. You must remember this. One man said arrogantly, "That's right. Our brands are very popular in Europe and the US. Our main customer segments are the high net worth families, and we are their top choices. If your supermarkets sell our products, there will be an increase in the number of shoppers." Another man added, "We want a specialized counter. This counter can only sell our products, and you all must let us display our products at the display area for free. We want the most prominent area. You all also have to help to promote our products. Our logos must also be displayed outside your supermarket. This will be a good promotion for your supermarkets. We are from the world's greatest electronics country, Japan. We represent the most advanced technologies in electronics products. There is no one who did not know our brands." Manager Gua sneered. These few people in front of him were all Chinese. He could understand that they were working for a Japanese company. But was there a need to feel so proud and arrogant? What was wrong with these people? Manager Gua still thought these people were Japanese. Do you all need to brag about how well other countries' products are? You all speak as if China does not have any good electronics products. Don't forget the VCD patents belongs to China. Have you all finished talking? Manager Gua, what's your decision? Nothing. All of you can go back now. We, Tai Hua Supermarket, will not accept any of your conditions. What? Will not accept our conditions? The representatives from the Japanese companies all stood up. How can it be possible? We are all from world-renowned brands. All other malls who heard of our brands will offer all sorts of benefits to beg us to sell our products in their malls. We still did not discuss other conditions, and we were rejected? Who are they to reject us? Manager Gua, I did not hear you clearly. What did you say? A representative asked with a long face. I said Tai Hua Supermarket will not accept any of your conditions. Am I clear enough now? All of you can leave now. Manager Gua smacked his lips. You think your brands are so great. Before Tai Hua Supermarket opens, Manager Li had invited you all, and what did you all say? All of you thinks that our Tai Hua Supermarket will not make it, and felt our conditions were not good enough. You all said that we are not even qualified to negotiate and rejected us. Now, you all want to sell your products in our supermarkets? If you all played by our rules and go according to our current contract terms, it was still okay. But all of you were too arrogant. You all speak as if our Tai Hua Supermarkets need your products to increase our status. Display your logos outside our supermarkets? Since when did you see Tai Hua Supermarket display any other company's logo outside? Specialized counter and the most prominent display area for free? Dream on. Is the Philips brand smaller than you all? Is Thompson brand smaller than you all? Is the Motorola brand smaller than you all? All these brands are bigger than you all, and they are arrogant. They also followed our rules. You all just want in with all your demands and act as if you all are superior to us. Even if we have available counters, we will also not give it to you all. The chairman, Manager Li, Manager Feng, and the rest had instructed us to reject those companies who refused us with no hesitations in the past. We represent a few companies to negotiate with you all, and you want to reject us all? Is this your decision? Or is this Tai Hua Supermarket's decision? One of the men asked coldly. Manager Guo remembered what Manager Feng told him. He smiled and looked at those people. A good horse will never turn round to graze on an old pasture. We are rejecting all of you, just like how you all rejected us in the past. The Japanese firm's representatives left Tai Hua Supermarket headquarters angrily. They represented a few companies and should be receiving the best treatment. They never felt so insulted before. They were chased out by Tai Hua Supermarket. Arrogant. Tai Hua Supermarket was too arrogant. You think our companies will let this off lightly? You all are only a supermarket chain. What's there to be arrogant? We must teach this supermarket a lesson, and that manager Guo must be sacked. The next day, a few newspapers reported that Tai Hua Supermarket was discriminating Japanese companies and was sued jointly by several Japanese firms. The report claims that Tai Hua Supermarket was breaking the friendship between China and Japan. They demanded an apology from Tai Hua Supermarket. The Beijing government must also apologize. Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai were in other provinces scouting for new locations for their supermarkets when they got the news. They called Feng Yu immediately to find out what happened. Manager Guo had also told Feng Yu about this incident. Feng Yu also felt Manager Guo did nothing wrong. If this was a typical business deal, it does not matter whether if they were Japanese firms or not. But they were too arrogant. Chasing them out of the office was just a light punishment. If Feng Yu were there, he would ask the security guards to beat them up. Feng Yu told Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai not to worry. He will settle this and will not let Tai Hua Supermarket suffer any losses. Zhang Han's father also called Feng Yu because of this incident. He knew that Feng Yu had shares in Tai Hua Supermarket. This incident was no longer a business dispute. It was escalated to a political disagreement. Uncle Zhang, it's okay. They wanted to sell their products in our supermarkets, but was rejected by us and got angry. They are just nobodies and can't create any problems. Xiao Feng, if the higher-ups were to pursue this matter, there is nothing I can do to help you. This morning we had a meeting, and the mayor and secretary were concerned about this matter. This will affect the relationship between the two nations. I tried to say a few good things for you, but I can't do much. Thank you for your help. I will handle this myself and will not bring any trouble to the city government or the Chinese government. I will let these companies know that they can't just make such baseless claims. Feng Yu replied with an evil smile. Su Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation, don't blame us for countersuing you all. Sony, Toshiba, Pioneer, and Sharp. These four companies want to sue us. You all think that you all are big multinational corporations and can influence the higher-ups to pressure Tai Hua Supermarket and insult China at the same time? If that's what you all are thinking, then you all are wrong. China can do without Japan, but Japan's economy cannot do without the Chinese market. If the relationship between both countries deteriorates, Japan will be at the losing end. Feng Yu took out his mobile phone and dialed a number he did not call before. Hello, Director Feng. I am Feng Yu from Bing City Machinery. I also have shares in Tai Hua Supermarket. It regards today's newspaper report. I would like to explain to Premier Zhu. Okay, I will wait for your call. 10 minutes later, Feng Yu received a call from Director Feng asking him to go to the Zongnanhai at 12:30 p.m. Someone there will bring Feng Yu to meet Premier Zhu. Lu Jichuan's hands were shaking as he drove. Are we really going to Zongnanhai to meet with Premier Zhu? Watch the road. You are driving. Also, I am the one meeting him. You cannot enter. Feng Yu knew he was not allowed to bring a bodyguard with him for this meeting. Lu Jichuan was slightly disappointed and concentrated on driving. But even if he could not meet Premier Zhu, he was still able to look at Zongnanhai up close. It would be best if he could enter Zongnanhai's compound. But Lu Jichuan knew that this was impossible. Lu Jichuan did not know how come Feng Yu could enter that place, and did not know why Feng Yu was able to contact Premier Zhu's office director. But he did not think much about this, as this was not something he should be concerned with. Lu Jichuan was satisfied with his current job. He did not have much to do, and his salary was high. He does not need to worry about other things, and in less than 2 years, he will be able to save enough to buy a house in the city for his father. The car slowly reached the destination. Security was tight, and the vehicle was searched thoroughly. Feng Yu made a phone call, and a bespectacled middle-aged man walked out. He saw Feng Yu and brought Feng Yu into the building. Before entering the office, 2 bodyguards approached Feng Yu and wanted to conduct a body search. The premier said the search is not needed. The 2 bodyguards nodded and stood aside. Feng Yu felt better. He was not willing to be searched even when he was meeting the premier. He does not like this feeling of being suspected and not respected. Thank you, Feng Yu said. After entering the office, he saw Iron Fist Zhu reading a document. It was lunchtime, and he was still working. Iron Fist Zhu looked up. Xiao Feng is here? Have a sit. Let me finish reading this document first. Feng Yu sat down in one corner, and someone served him tea. There were only 3 people left in the office. Iron Fist Zhu, Director Feng, and Feng Yu. 5 minutes later, Iron Fist Zhu put down the document and massaged the bridge of his nose. He walked over to Feng Yu and sat down on the sofa beside him. You are here to talk about Taihua Supermarket Corporation? Feng Yu replied calmly. I want to explain about the accusations by those Japanese firms. Actually, I think that even if I did not come here to explain to you, I would also be fine. The government will do anything and let those Japanese firms bully us. Iron Fist Zhu did not accept Feng Yu's claims. Why do you say that? Those companies are related to the Japanese government one way or another. They have issued a joint complaint against Taihua Supermarket Corporation. This matter is now escalated to national-level dispute. Where did you get the confidence that our government will support you all? Because we are a Chinese enterprise, and we are Chinese. Also, we, Taihua Supermarket, did nothing wrong. Feng Yu replied confidently. Oh, you all did nothing wrong. Are you telling me that those companies' representatives have accused your company? Iron Fist Zhu smiled and looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu's reply surprised Iron Fist Zhu. They also did not accuse us. Our company does discriminate them. Director Feng frowned. That means those Japanese companies were right in this dispute. Then why was Feng Yu here? Did he come here to ask the government to protect them? Now was a crucial time for China and Japan diplomatic relationship. There were many areas where both nations need to cooperate. This Feng Yu was just creating trouble for the Chinese government. Why are you all discriminating them? What right do you have to discriminate them? Iron Fist Zhu did not reprimand Feng Yu, but he just asked him back these questions. We do not only discriminate them, we even despise them. Those companies cannot do without our Chinese market. That means they are here to seek a living. Without us, Japan's economy will not be able to recover. Japan is an almost bankrupt country, and we are the next up and rising nation. This includes the companies. They are all on the decline, and we are rising to the top. Why can't our company despise them? This your reason? Of course, there are other reasons. They are too arrogant. They had belittled China, and they had made use of contract loopholes to take advantage of us too many times. Feng Yu replied. Then how should the government support you all? Tell the whole world what you just said. Iron Fist Zhu asked. I don't need the Chinese government to tell the whole world. I only need the Chinese government to tell the Japanese government and give them some pressure. This will be enough. Currently, Japan needs us to help with their economy. If not, their economy will go into recession. China's international status had been increasing. After the Soviet Union was dissolved, Russia and many surrounding countries had been building diplomatic relationships with us. The U.S. also want to work together with us as a countermeasure against Russia. Befriending the distant enemy while attacking a nearby enemy is a strategy passed down since the olden days. That means China is one of the most critical countries in the world. Japan's political status cannot be compared to us. This is why Japan will not get any support from other nations, and they will have to give in to us. Feng Yu said his analysis of the current international affairs. The U.S. will not support Japan? After WW2, Japan had recovered quickly and become one of the most powerful economies with U.S. support. Director Feng interrupted. If Japan did not try to buy the whole world, its economy will not deteriorate so fast. The U.S. will not want Japan to recover so fast and then see the buyout half of America. We also do not want to have a powerful neighbor appearing, especially a neighbor with evil intentions. This time, the Japanese government demanded an apology from the Beijing government, and not China's government, is only to sound us out. If the Beijing government apologizes, then the Japanese government will try to make us give in to them more by demanding harsher demands. This is not what our government wants, right? Iron Fist Zhu and Director Feng exchanged looks. Although Feng Yu's analysis had lots of loopholes, the general direction was right. They had analyzed this incident, and their conclusion was about the same as Feng Yu. They also feel that the Japanese firms had support from their government to test the attitude of the Chinese government. Feng Yu saw the both was not saying anything, and he continued. Do you still remember what was written in the history books? During the Qing dynasty, there was a saying, the top social tier is the foreigners, followed by the government officials. Until today, many Chinese still have this mindset. Many people still think that foreigners are of higher standing than the Chinese. Even when we go out to negotiate with other companies, they will look down upon us when they find out that we are a Chinese company. They will tell us that some Japanese companies had already contacted them. Also, the government policies for the Japanese are better than what our companies are getting. Many local governments are doing this, and the people are being deprived of what they should be getting. It's such an irony. Are foreigners really better than us? Feng Yu was not exaggerating. When Taihua Supermarket Corporation was negotiating for their current locations, what he said had happened. If Taihua Supermarket Corporation did not have Hong Kong shares, the negotiation would be much harder. These few years, until Hong Kong's return in 1997, Hong Kong companies got more support from the Chinese government than other countries' companies. This was for the smooth return of Hong Kong and Macau. Iron Fist Zhu frowned and looked at Director Fong. Director Fong nodded, admitting that this was really happening at some places. He had heard about such news before. Some of our government officials had forgotten their core values to get more political credits. They had forgotten who they are serving. Iron Fist Zhu disappointedly replied. Iron Fist Zhu wanted to speed up the Chinese economy and wanted to bring China to the next level economically. He wanted China to catch up with the rest of the world in the shortest time possible. But he was not willing to bow down to others in exchange for China's development. Bowing down to others was a dangerous signal and might have severe consequences. He cannot let this happen. But even if we pressure the Japanese government, there might not be any favorable result. They can just ignore us and say this is only a business dispute. Director Fong said, don't forget that Hong Kong's Superman Lee is one of Taihua Supermarket Corporation shareholders. He is the world's king of seaports. He owns 40% of the world's most important ports, and he has a say in this. 80% of Japanese products are exported by sea. If Japan got into a dispute with Superman Lee, their transportation fees would increase tremendously. Is Mr. Lee willing to step in? Director Fong asked. He will. Now, someone is stepping all over Taihua Supermarket Corporation. Who will still sit back and tolerate this? Furthermore, he is Superman Lee. Feng Yu was not sure about others, but he was confident that he will be able to convince Superman Lee. You should be able to do something too, right? Iron Fist Zhu asked suddenly. Feng Yu rubbed his nose. I do have a bit of influence. I will be able to pressure them slightly in certain areas. But I still hope to get the government's support. Those Japanese companies had their government's backing, and their market value was several billion USD each. If it was only one company, Feng Yu was not afraid of them. But when the four companies combined, Feng Yu was not able to win them now. Luckily for Feng Yu, the Japanese companies were not united. Feng Yu could give some benefits to Panasonic and other companies, and ask them to point their guns at Sony and the other three companies. After all, these companies were competitors. They were also supported by different Japanese political parties. Also, Feng Yu could make use of public opinions. He was able to position Taihua Supermarket on higher moral grounds and gain an advantage. Of course, all these strategies, including asking Superman Lee for help, were not as crucial as getting the Chinese government's support. If the Chinese government were willing to support him, even 40 Japanese companies would be no match for him. Also, these four companies were competing with Wind and Rain Electronics for the DVD standards. Feng Yu could also make use of the DVD forum to attack them. In front of interest, Panasonic and the other companies will stand on Feng Yu's side. Feng Yu suspects Sony and the other three companies were doing this on purpose. They knew the shareholders of Wind and Rain Electronics and Iowa Electronics were also the shareholders of Taihua Supermarket Corporation. The shareholders were Feng Yu and Fu Guangjing. Those companies purposely make us of their government to attack Taihua Supermarket Corporation to delay Wind and Rain Electronics and Iowa Electronics. So, they will have more time to develop DVD technologies. Feng Yu told Iron Fist Zhu about the DVD. This was something that benefits China greatly. If the Japanese companies were ahead of him, then China's consumer electronics will continue to be looking up to Japan. I know about VCD. You all have a new product? You all must maintain the lead. A Chinese company that earns patent authorization fees from overseas companies. You all have done well. Iron Fist Zhu was excited to hear that a Chinese company was able to be ahead of Japanese electronics firms. This industry was Japan's forte. He had heard about VCD before, but he did not know about the benefits that come along with it. If such a potential company can do China proud, then more the Chinese government must support them. The real intention of those companies was to delay the progress of DVD technology. They must not succeed. Actually, the Chinese government had been silent for years. This was the time to use Japan as an example to show the other nations that China was not to be trifled with. Old who? Everything is going to plan as instructed by Mr. Norio. Ha ha ha. This time, Sony can make use of this opportunity to re-enter the Chinese market. Everyone here has credits. The three of you are the same. You all will surely be rewarded handsomely. But are we too much? No matter what, we are also Chinese. We are making up stories to harm our fellow Chinese company. I don't feel good about this. Don't feel good? What's there to not feel good? When you are working at your former company, how did your leader treat you? How much are you earning that time? Even with the bonuses and subsidies, are you getting more than 500 renminbi? You are getting at least 10,000 renminbi a month. How much more is this compared to your previous salary? That's right. We are all doing this for the money. We need to earn more for our families. Someone tried to justify their actions by using their families as an excuse. A few men were drinking and discussing together. In the current era, money talks. They do not care about whatever nationality or country. They only serve the one who pays them well. These men had received instructions from their company to speak to Taihua Supermarket. Their companies wanted to bring in their products to Taihua supermarkets. They thought this would be an easy negotiation and they will get good conditions. They wanted to gain some credits in front of their bosses. But Taihua Supermarket did not care about what they said. The deputy general manager of Taihua Supermarket even told them directly that they were not interested in working with them. These men had no choice but to report to their higher-ups. In the end, the person in charge of Sony's Asia operations told Old who that Norio Oga wanted them to think of a way to create trouble for Taihua Supermarket. It would be good if they could create a big problem for them. This Taihua Supermarket was very profitable. If it got into trouble, Fengyu, Fu Guangjing, and the rest would inevitably be distracted. Then, they would not have the time to focus their energies on Iwa Electronics and Wind and Rain Electronics. Fengyu might even have to use funds from these two companies to help Taihua Supermarket Corporation. This way, their DVD technology's development would be slowed down. Sony, Toshiba, and the other companies will have the chance to overtake Wind and Rain Electronics, and they might even have the opportunity to acquire Wind and Rain Electronics. So, Old who got together with a few others to think of a plan. They came up with an idea. Accuse Taihua Supermarket Corporation and blow up their rejection by Taihua Supermarket. They escalated this problem to an international dispute to make us of the higher-ups to pressure Taihua Supermarket Corporation. The four of them were former government officials, and they were well versed with using such methods. Any incident which was escalated to such levels were not small issues. But the four of them did not know that they had left the government service for many years and China was now a rising country. The chief architect was still around, and he was like a flag that prevents other imperialistic countries from targeting China. When China negotiated with Japan on cooperations, China's stance was firm. But because China was not familiar with the international laws, there were lots of loopholes in the agreement. These loopholes were taken advantage of by Japanese companies. But it was a joke to say China was afraid of Japan. Japanese were the type that yields to the strong. Of course, if they were the stronger ones, they will try to enslave others. At the end of the 80s, Japan's economy had reached its peak. They felt they were the world's strongest economy and tried to buy out the whole of America. In the end, Japan's economic bubble burst, and its stock market crashed. Their real estate, which was supporting their economy, had crashed. Many of their manufacturing companies went bust, and Japan's economy went downhill. Because of their arrogance, they paid a heavy price. All this happened when China was trying to develop its economy and lacks technology. The Soviet Union was in turmoil at that time, and China could not cooperate with them. So, China used its resources to exchange with Japan in a bid to increase China's technologies and economic power. Japan also needed a vast market to save their economy. So, both parties disregarded their previous enmities and started to cooperate in many economic areas. At that time, both parties also had a common enemy, which was the U.S. This cooperation agreement between both countries was not wrong. The policies set and general direction this agreement was right. But there were problems when the people below start to implement the policies. Initially, when the Japanese come to China to invest, they were low profile. After all, they were defeated by the US, and due to this defeat, they kept their arrogant nature in their hearts. But after they arrived in China and were bootlicked by those Chinese local officials, they started showing their true colors. They began to despise the Chinese and look down on China. They felt that they could control China through economic means, and Japan would rise up to its peak again. Thus, many Japanese invested factories appeared in China. These factories were unlike other factories which were invested by the Western nations. These factories ignored the damages to the environment as long as they see profits. The Japanese knew that as long as the local officials got their political credits, they will help the factories to cover up. Even if there were officials that refused to help them, they would change their minds after the factories gave them some money. All these made the Japanese more arrogant. But as these Japanese companies were making money in China, Sony suffered a heavy blow. First, it was a hugely profitable Walkman market. This market was taken away from them by Aiwa. If Aiwa was still under them, it's fine. But Norio Oga had sold Aiwa shares at a low price to Fengyu, and this was a problem to Sony. Sony's most essential products in China were the Walkman and CD players. But an anti-Japanese products movement suddenly appeared in China, and Sony's products became unpopular overnight. Because of this, Sony moved out of the Chinese market, and many other Japanese companies were also severely affected by this movement. But Sony was affected the most. They had to retreat from the Chinese market. The other companies were still able to survive the storm. Later, Wind and Rain Electronics invented the VCD player. It beat Japan's strongest industry, which was the electronics industry, and Wind and Rain issued out patent authorizations to a lot of companies except for Sony. Wind and Rain Electronics and Sony were also competing for the DVD standards. Both factions had support from various companies and had formed alliances to set the industry standards. It can be said that if there were one company that hated Fengyu the most, it would be Sony. After Old Hu and the other three representatives came up with this idea, the first person to agree was Norio Oga. If it were not because of Fengyu, he would not be the acting president now. He would have been the actual president. Sony will be introducing its PlayStation gaming console. If they gave up on the China market, it would be a waste. Nintendo had failed in China before, but that does not mean Sony will fail. This time, all the employees in China's Sony office were all Chinese. Norio Oga listened to Old Hu's report over the phone and was overjoyed. Fengyu. Fengyu. It's time you get what you deserve. When you are trying to save yourself, our Sony will re-enter the Chinese market. These were the headlines that appeared in the newspaper all over China. This was discussed even on radio programs. This was no longer a minor business disagreement. It was now a severe dispute between the two nations. Taihua Supermarket Corporation was the biggest supermarket chain in China and had overshadowed all other imitators in many provinces. This had caused much unhappiness with many, especially the local shopping malls and state-owned enterprises. Now, everyone wants to give Taihua Supermarket Corporation a kick when they are down. Before this incident, these people could not find any reason to find fault with Taihua Supermarket. But now, there was a good reason. They just had to go along and will be able to give Taihua Supermarket a big headache. Their malls will be able to take advantage of this incident. If they were lucky, they might be able to win some of Taihua Supermarket's customers over. The media was not one-sided. Some media had published articles that were objective. One of them was a national newspaper. The article said that this incident was still under investigation and the public should not listen to one side of the story and conclude Taihua Supermarket was in the wrong. Also, no matter whether if Taihua Supermarket was found to be in the wrong or not, the Beijing government have no reason or obligation to apologize to the Japanese government. If Taihua Supermarket was found to be innocent, then the Japanese companies should come out and apologize. The article did not say much about the Japanese government, but those big Japanese companies were closely related to their government. If those companies apologize, then it was equivalent to giving a hard slap to the Japanese government. Furthermore, this was only a temporary measure. If there were proof that the Japanese companies had wrongly accused Taihua Supermarket, the Japanese government would not get away unscattered. Although they published this article was not as influential as the countless articles published across many other local newspapers. The local authorities used their influences, Coupled with the Japanese companies paying those newspaper agencies, most of the people were siding with them. The people felt that Taihua Supermarket had disgraced China. But they still prefer to shop at Taihua Supermarket as the items there were cheaper. Feng Yu sneered as he looks at the pile of newspapers on his table. The more articles these newspapers published, the harder they will fall. When Iron Fist Zhu came out and showed his support for Taihua Supermarket. Of course, Feng Yu would not sit there to let Taihua Supermarket's reputation take this beating. When it comes to the war of words, Feng Yu was the expert. It's just writing articles and create news. Feng Yu had been through the internet era, where it was filled with sensational news. This argument over media was never an issue for Feng Yu. Was China still an old conservative society? Why are the people still thinks that whatever the foreigners did were always right? Why are foreigners being treated as someone of higher social status? When someone was accused of a crime by another person, will the judge melt out the punishment based on the one-sided accusations and do not need any evidence? Then, whoever started the lawsuit would be the winner. Worshipping foreigners blindly was a terrible practice. What's more terrible was some of our officials were worshipping foreigners. They were the root of this problem, and they caused the people under them to follow their footsteps. Is the grass greener on the other side of the fence? The ones who contributed the most to this country are the Chinese, and not those foreigners. Those foreigners had come to China to invest, or just for the profits, and not to help us. They did not come to China for nothing. They are all businessmen. A group of businessmen that wants to earn money from China. The foreigners claimed that they were helping us to clear our rubbish and had sold us products at cheaper rates. These were all lies. The Japanese companies who bought the so-called rubbish from us contains rare resources. They were taking away our precious rare earth element from us and then process it into electronic components. They will then sell these components back to us. Their cost was meager, but they exaggerated their cost to earn our money. Were these high-tech refining technology really so difficult? Our country can also refine these rare earth elements. But we did not notice this before, and when we realized what was happening, this had been ongoing for years. Fair. This was what Taihua Supermarket had been emphasizing on. Any company who wishes to enter our Taihua Supermarket will be treated fairly. The representatives of Sony, Toshiba, had come to our company to demand special treatments. They think that their Japanese products are better than the rest, and they do not need to give anything in return. They think that Japanese companies were more significant than all other companies. One reason why our company had rejected them was that we do not have any more space for them. Our partner brands had already filled the shelves with their products. We will not break our contracts with other brands and ask them to remove their products from the shelves just to let these Japanese brands sell their products in Taihua supermarkets. Another reason is we have lots of other imported brands whose products are of a higher quality than those few companies' products. Taihua Supermarket has the obligation to provide the best products for our customers. We will not promote those few companies' products just because they think their products are the best in the world. Feng Yu and the rest had gotten people to read lots of articles and publish them in leading magazines and provincial newspapers. These articles were starting to change the public's opinion on this incident. These articles had increased the sales of the newspapers, and Taihua Supermarket Corporation had paid the newspaper agencies to publish. Why would the newspaper agencies reject them? Although some local government had to step in to interfere, most newspaper agencies still published these articles. Because this incident had become more intense, Fu Guangjing, Li Zikai, and the rest returned back to Beijing. They wanted to discuss with Feng Yu on how to handle this crisis. Brother Feng, having a war of words on the newspaper, is your solution to this incident? Li Zikai frowned. War of words was common in Hong Kong. It can be seen almost every day in their newspapers. Some arguments were between celebrities, some were between authors, businessmen, and politicians. There were some arguments over legal cases. Reports and articles were published in the newspaper to influence the public's opinion. But it was hard to find a winner in these war of words. Also, this will drag for a long time. Taihua Supermarket Corporation could not afford to wait for so long as they were still building their brand and expanding their operations now. If Taihua Supermarket's reputation was affected, then they will be finished. The supermarket might still be able to continue to operate, but it would be hard for them to set up new branches. Those cities who wanted to bring in Taihua Supermarket might not be so enthusiastic anymore and will not offer good conditions. Even if it was only lower taxes, The total amount in a year was considerable. If Taihua Supermarket were able to get concession for the land parcel and other benefits like building bus stops around their supermarkets, it would be suitable for their supermarket's development. But all these depend on the image of Taihua Supermarket's brand. If Taihua Supermarket was found to have brought shame to China, then they will not be getting all these benefits, and many cities will not negotiate with them. One of the reasons why Fu Guangjing, Li Zikai, and the rest returned to Beijing was that their talks with some cities had been halted. The cities demanded harsh conditions and implemented new terms suddenly. There were even some cities that terminated their negotiations. They knew that even if they stayed in those cities, there would not be any progress, and they might as well return back to Beijing to see what they can do to help with the situation. After hearing Li Zikai's question, Feng Yu laughed. This is not the only measure we are taking. This is only to stimulate them further and make them retaliate harder. Look at this information. I had sent people to collect this information some time ago. If this information were released to the public, do you think we will lose the public opinion war? Li Zikai took the document and gave some of it to Fu Guangjing. Both of them read the document seriously. The more they read, the more they got angry. These Japanese companies should be chased out of China. If this information is accurate, then we will not lose to them. I never expect these Japanese factories operated this way in China. They think that this is decades ago. Fu Guangjing replied angrily. It should not be enough to just win the public's opinion. Those Japanese companies can claim that what they are doing is following China's regulations. It is China that did not take any actions, and it is none of their business. Also, they will claim that we are discriminating Japanese companies. What can we retort to these claims? Li Zikai asked. From the top down, I will contact the companies in the DVD forum and ask them to speak up for us internationally and at the same time, suppress Sony, Toshiba, and the rest. I also hope that Brother Kai will borrow your father's influence to issue a warning to those companies. For example, you will stop their distribution channels by restricting them from using your family's ports. I have also gotten a promise from the higher-ups. The Chinese government will intervene and speak to the Japanese government. Feng Yu said and pointed upwards. Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai remembered that China's top official who had come to their opening ceremony. That person will help them? If China government supports them, then they will win for sure. Li Zikai thought for a while and said, I need to speak to my father first. I am only requesting for his help. I am not forcing him. Of course, if your father wants to establish a closer relationship with the top Chinese officials, then he should know what to do. We do not need to try to convince him. Brother Fu, can you tell your eldest uncle that those companies' share prices might drop soon? It is a good time to enter the market. Ask him to use all his tricks to press down those companies' share prices. Even if the share prices of those big companies fall by 1%, the losses will amount up to $100 million. Those companies will surely think of ways to pull up their share prices. Feng Yu and the rest will be able to profit from this. Okay, I will speak to my eldest uncle. Feng Yu showed one finger. The winner will be announced in 1 week. When Taihua Supermarket published their articles, people start to doubt Japanese companies, especially those 4 companies. The 4 companies also started to retaliate. They published articles on the papers about the scale of their companies. They talk about how many companies they had invested in China and created how many jobs for the Chinese. They also disclosed how much taxes they paid to the Chinese government. In other words, they were telling everyone that they had made significant contributions to China's economy. They were also showing off their positions in the world's top 500 companies. This was to show how powerful their companies were and indirectly states that it was the Chinese government who had begged them to come to China. Now, these 4 companies were being treated unjustly, especially by Taihua Supermarket Corporation. Taihua Supermarket Corporation's attitude towards them had saddened them greatly. When people read these reports, they were anxious. If these factories moved out of China, many people would be out of jobs, and China's economy will be finished. What the 4 companies said was a joke. Without these Japanese companies, no other companies from other countries will invest in China. The local authorities cannot invest themselves. If those factories were to shift out of China, they would not suffer losses. In fact, whose losses will be more significant if they were to pull out of China? When Feng Yu read these articles, he sighed. This was the best opportunity to fight back. Feng Yu immediately contacted the newspaper agencies to publish those articles. He also called Station Chief Jia and told him to air the episode of they had filmed before. All these headlines were directing towards the Japanese companies. This time, Fengyu used environmental pollution to attack them. Fengyu had been waiting for Sony and the rest of the companies to announce how big they were. If not, this news will not have a significant impact. Now was the time. Pictures, people, and locations were all stated clearly. There were also independent doctors and environmentalists expressing their professional views. They increased the credibility of the reports. Although these reports might not let all the people believe about the pollution caused by those companies, the majority of the people still believe the reports. People typically pay more attention to negative news. These reports were too shocking. In the evenings, air a special episode that talks about environmental pollution. Electric components contain more heavy metals, and the discharge must be regulated. If people drink water contaminated by heavy metal, they will fall sick. They will feel tired, hair loss, listless, and breathing difficulties. If it was more serious, it could cause heart failure. Regardless of internationally or in China, there are strict regulations on the level of heavy metals. Now, we shall see the laboratory test results of the water samples taken from drains near to Toshiba factory. Reporter Sui, I am a researcher with Beijing Water Quality Control. Professor Li Changtian. The analysis of these water samples is conducted by us. What's the result of the test? Sui Junyi asked. The researcher shook his head. The heavy metal contamination is at least 8 times above the regulated levels. Some samples are over 46 times. This water is not fit for consumption, and they cannot even be used for domestic use. If people use this water to wash their clothes, they will also fall sick. This contamination has a significant impact on the surrounding environment. It will cause mutation to the plants and animals nearby. The plants might take a few generations of mutation before they could withstand the pollution. But how many generations will it take before our bodies can resist this? Who is willing to shorten their lifespan to only 50 years maximum? Wait, Professor Li, what do you mean by 50 years lifespan? Sui Junyi suddenly interrupted. It's what I said. If someone were to live in such conditions, they would not be able to live more than 30 years in theory. But we have factored in the increased body immunity of these people. Even with medical treatments, it was impossible for them to live more than 50 years old. Their chances of getting cancer are more than 10,000 times compared to an ordinary person. 10,000 times? Sui Junyi was shocked. He did not expect this contamination was so severe. That's right. This is why I suggest the people living nearby to the factories to have a body checkup. They must check to see if they were affected by heavy metal contamination. These are all caused by the factories there. They should be held responsible. Hi, I am a researcher with China's Air Quality Research Laboratory. Professor Zhao Ligong. We have collected samples from the fumes released by these electronic factories. The samples contain high concentration of lead particles. These lead particles are released by those factories' high-temperature furnaces. These particles can be removed by filtration easily. I am curious why these factories did not filter the fumes and release it directly. These factories do have filtration devices. Why are they not using it? Are those devices for show, or are they trying to save cost? They don't care about polluting the environment. As everyone can see, this is just outside of the factory. There is a lot of smog. We will interview some passerby about the situation here. Good afternoon, madam. I am reporter Sui Junyi with CCTV. I know you. I love to watch your program. CCTV programs are very well produced. The middle-aged woman said excitedly. Thank you for your compliments. I have a few questions to ask you. There is a lot of smog around here. Do you still remember when did this start? When mentioned this, the woman pointed to a factory angrily. The smog appears after that factory shifted here. In the past, this place is clean and beautiful. Look at this place now. The air has a pungent smell. We have complained to the higher-ups, but no one cares. The camera zoomed in on that factory. Toshiba, a China XXX factory. I am not finished yet. There are still loud noises constantly. Can you hear it? The noise continues day and night. We can't even sleep well. What about now? Sui Junyi asked. Now? We are all used to it. The woman replied helplessly. My son is working in other provinces after he graduates. When he was studying, he was not willing to return home. He will start coughing badly when he returns. We will be shifting out in another 2 years. This place is not fit for living. The whole episode was talking about the pollution caused by these factories. But the viewers can see that these factories were specially picked. All the factories shown in the program belonged to Toshiba and the other three companies. Now, no one supported those companies. Everyone started to point their fingers at them. These evil businessmen are making profits at the expense of human lives. In China, the tides changed, and everyone was scolding Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies. At about the same time, Fu Guangjing and Li Zikai returned back to Hong Kong. Li Zikai was speaking to his father, hoping for him to give those companies some pressure. Currently, the mainstream freight was by sea, and Superman Li was the king of seaports. This was also the reason why Superman Li was one of the wealthiest people in the world. In terms of influences, he was more influential than the tycoons ranked above him. This was because Superman Li can choose to be ruthless. He can choose to not earn your money, but your transportation cost will increase by several times. This was why many companies were not willing to offend Superman Li. Superman Li's most significant investment was the ports, followed by properties, energy, technology, etc. Although managing seaports might not seem to be more profitable than properties, seaports were Superman Li's biggest assets. He could make use of his ports to influence the politics of other countries. Superman Li was calm as usual. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before asking Li Zheju, "What do you think?" Li Zheju looked at his father and his younger brother and asked seriously, "I think we should give those companies some warnings. Those Japanese companies knew that our family has shares in Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation and younger brother is still the chairman. They are no showing us respect by making those claims. If Japan wants to export its products to the West or other parts of Asia, the most convenient and economical way of transportation is by sea freight. Those Japanese companies had been wanting to have some say in the ports. If it weren't for them, we would not need to spend so much more when we acquire some of those ports. Now, it is time to teach them a lesson. We must let them know the consequences of offending our Li family. Also, I feel that the Chinese government might sit by and doing nothing regarding this incident. Our family has shares in Tai Hua Supermarket, and the Chinese government has been paying particular attention to our company. By giving those companies warnings, should be in line with what the Chinese government's intention. We will be able to increase our impression with the Chinese government. This is also a benefit." Superman Li nodded. "The Chinese government will not stand on the sidelines. They will surely support us. Don't forget that person was still around. China is a rising power. No other country can ignore. No matter which country China is facing, the Chinese government will take a firm stance." This incident had escalated from a business dispute to an international level. That person will never give in to Japan. Li Zikai's eyes brighten up. "Dad, you agree to this?" "Yes. Why should I disagree? I also have shares in Tai Hua Supermarket. Setting an example to others is a tactic since ancient times. We want others to follow our rules and not follow the standards set by others. Now, those few companies are giving us a chance to show our influences. Zheju, make the call now. Notify all our ports to restrict those few companies' ships from docking. Do not allow those few companies to unload their goods at our ports. If those companies ask for the reason, just tell them we don't own them any reasons." Superman Li might look like kind usually, but he was scary when it comes to times like this. Oh, Feng Yu had also asked the Fu family to suppress those few companies' share prices and then make use of the opportunity to make some profits. Should we join them? Li Zikai asked. "We don't need to interfere with the share prices. We are different from Fu Rongqi. His company is dealing with financial markets and have lots of experience. The risk of doing this is very high, and we could easily get into trouble. If possible, we will stay away from this area. We will only participate if they asked us for help." "Uncle, Feng Yu said that he had called you. He wants to suppress those few companies' shares and then take the opportunity to acquire their shares to make money. He asked me to tell you that it is about time." "I know. This time I will handle this personally." "Guangjing, what are the chances of us winning in this incident?" Fu Rongqi asked. "I think we have more than 95% chances of winning." "Oh, why do you think so?" "Those few companies are worth several billion. They are all multinational corporations. They are combining their strengths and have the backing of the Japanese government. You are so sure that you all will win?" Fu Rongqi asked him back. "We also have the support of the Chinese government. Feng Yu had already gotten the help from the higher-ups. Also, the Chinese government will benefit by supporting us. Although Japan's economy seems to be stronger than China, everyone knows the potential of the Chinese market. Many countries wish to trade with China, and because of this, The Chinese government has more confidence to face off Japan. Also, Feng Yu said that something interesting will happen in Japan. I think he still has some other tricks up his sleeves. You don't know what is his plans, and you believe that you all will succeed? Fu Rongqi asked. Fu Guangjing smiled cunningly. There is also one more thing that affirms my confidence. You have agreed to help Feng Yu to suppress those few companies' share prices. Ha ha ha. President, this is today's papers. Norio Oga's assistant passed the newspaper to him. He paused for a while and seems to have something to tell him. What's the matter? President, please look at the newspaper first. The assistant said. Newspaper? Was there some important news today? Is there a report on our PlayStation sales? Is Nintendo introducing a new gaming console to compete with us? Norio Oga looked at the papers. When he saw the headlines, his face changed. Toshiba, Sony, and some other companies' factories in China had caused serious pollution. Workers' health and safety were ignored, and many work-related injuries were being disregarded. The Chinese government is concerned about these incidents and wanted investigations to be conducted on these companies. The Japanese companies involved had tarnished Japan's image and caused severe damages to Japan's reputation. Japan's economy will also be affected because of this incident. What's the meaning of this? Sony does not have any factories in China. After Sony and Toshiba partnered, Toshiba's factories in China were helping Sony to manufacture their products. But what does the pollution and work-related injuries caused by Toshiba's factories got to do with Sony? Why was Sony mentioned in the news? Also, this matter had blown up to this proportion. How come I am unaware of it? This was already reported in Japan's newspaper, and it was not good for Sony's brand image. The president of Panasonic arrived at work and asked his assistant, have the newspapers we control report about the uproar caused by Sony, Toshiba, and those companies in China? Yes, not only our papers, but many other newspapers had also reported this matter. Also, we have arranged for the afternoon news to broadcast yesterday's episode of CCTV popular news program. The episode shows all the negative news about Toshiba, Sony, and the rest. The assistant replied, excitedly. Panasonic and Sony were competitors, and Panasonic was ahead of those four companies once. But now, all four companies were doing better than Panasonic. Now, those companies were in trouble, and this was an excellent opportunity for Panasonic. If the politician behind those four companies had not won and gave them special treatments, how can these four companies develop so fast? This incident had blown up. Not only the share prices of those four companies will fall, the politician who was backing them will also be implicated. This was the opportunity for Panasonic to rise to the top again and beat Sony, Toshiba, and many other companies. This was why when Haitaro Nijima represented Feng Yu contacted the president of Panasonic and wanted him to target Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies through the media, he was tempted. Iwa also told him that they will give them the authorization of a related patent, and he agreed immediately. Just getting Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies into trouble were enough for Panasonic to agree. Also, Panasonic feels that those companies were too much. It was still acceptable if those companies were to take China's resources. But to pollute the environment and disregarded the injured workers, it was too much. They had disgrace all Japanese. Those factories could also make money by producing products without damaging the environment. Why must they pollute the environment? Even if they had to destroy the environment, they must not let others find out. Even if they were caught, they must also find a good excuse, like the local authorities gave them permission or other countries' factories were doing the same. The other countries' factories in China did not cause heavy pollution? Yes, they did. But the damages caused by them were not as serious. Actually, Toshiba and the other factories had covered up this matter thoroughly. They had taken care of the local authorities. But now, they were being exposed, and it was specifically targeting them. Haitaro Nakajima had not only contacted Panasonic, he had also contacted several big corporations in Japan. Those companies were all members of the DVD forum. They were promised some benefits in return for them to get the media under their control to spread about this incident. Those companies got some benefits, and at the same time, they will be able to suppress their competitors and widen the gap between them. DVD Alliance and DVD Forum were still competing for the industry standards. If the reputation of those four companies were affected by this incident, their progress would be delayed. Profits. What those companies wanted were profits. Brand image or companies' reputations were only some minor reasons for them to help phone you. Their main goal was the profits that will arise from getting Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies into trouble. All the companies wanted the authorization for DVD technologies. The prospects of the DVD was good, and all of them wanted a slice of the profits. Although the pie was big, if one less person were sharing, the rest would get bigger slices. This was why all those companies were willing to join in and rain blows on Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies. At the same time, the companies were able to increase their brand image. This was a good thing for them. And how can they miss this opportunity? Panasonic had issued a statement on the pollution caused by Toshiba and some companies in China. No companies should do this in any other countries. Toshiba, Sony, and the other two companies had brought shame to Japan for their actions in China. They should apologize immediately and stop denying their actions. President Hitoru Nakajima said that Walkman was able to beat Sony and CD players were able to catch up with them. Is not only because products are better, it is also because brand image is better than Sony and had treated every employee as one big family. We can see that after news of Toshiba and the other companies polluting the environment were picked up by many other European and US media, many reporters were sent to contact the companies involved. But the president of Toshiba and the other companies were nowhere to be seen. Are they keeping silence to hide their guilt? None of the companies involved have come out to clarify the news reported on China's media. From the pictures and footages, we can see the logos of those companies. By noon, this incident was reported all over Japan's media. This incident had even overshadowed the news of some politicians. This incident was blown out of proportion was because of Panasonic and several other companies. Fu Rongqi also used his connections to add fuel to the fire. To suppress a company's share prices, the simplest way was to let this company lose its credibility and make the shareholders lose confidence with the company. This way, the shareholders will dump all the shares they were holding and the share prices will plummet. The Fu family have many distribution channels in many regions. Because they often had to advertise their products, they had good relationships with the media in that region. With a small sum of money, they could easily get those media to report this incident. When people start to notice this news, the rest of the media will begin to report on this incident for free. This was because this news will attract views and can bring profits to the media. Also, many countries hate Japan. This was mainly because the Japanese were arrogant by nature, and Japanese companies were too greedy. This was a chance to discredit Japanese companies and even tarnish Japan's image. How can they miss this opportunity? Late afternoon, there was another piece of news that caused Japan to panic. Superman Lee, the king of seaports, announced that his company's ports will not do business with Toshiba, Sony, and some other companies. The reason given was, everyone should know the reason. Everyone should know the reason, was the reason given by Superman Lee. What's the real meaning behind this statement? Many people were guessing, but everyone believes that the main reason was that Hong Kong was going to be returned to China, and Superman Lee wants to take this opportunity to suck up to the Chinese government. But no matter what Superman Lee meant by that statement, Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies' share prices plunged further after this news was released. All the shareholders felt that the transportation cost of these companies will rise, and they will lose the vast Chinese market. Also, the factories in China will be shut down, and the production capabilities of those companies will be affected, and their production cost will increase further. This will cause the companies to have reduced profits, and they might even go into the red. Under such circumstances, who would want to continue holding the shares of these companies? Snapped. Norio Oga snapped the pen in his hands. How come things turned out this way? President, our share prices keep dropping. The assistant came running into the office panicking. Share prices dropped? Norio Oga's face was dark. When the papers reported this incident in the morning, he knows that this would happen and had stepped up measures to prevent this from happening. He exaggerated the sales of PlayStation to try to give the shareholders some confidence. How much have the share prices dropped? It is already 5%. What? The share prices fell by 5%. Norio Oga was shocked. 5%? How come the share prices had dropped by so much? Although Sony was listed in Tokyo Stock Exchange, it was also listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and NYSE was their primary focus. But if the share prices fell in Tokyo, it will affect their share prices in NYSE. At night, when the NYSE opens, Sony will have a crisis. If this crisis were not handled well, Sony's total worth would drop by several billion USD. Norio Oga had achieved some success with Sony's movie VCDs and lowered Sony Columbia Pictures' losses. He even felt that Sony Columbia Pictures would start to bring in profits next year. Also, the newly launched PlayStation gaming console will bring in high profits for Sony. Coupled with their CD-ROM technologies and their partnership with Toshiba, they would be able to develop DVD-ROM soon. This will be Sony's newest revenue source. But everything was halted. Now, all of Norio Oga's hopes were dashed because of the negative news and the drop in share prices. The negative news will affect Sony's brand value and their product sales. Whoever that uses Sony's products will be despised by others. Why are you using products from that heartless evil company? Sony had been making losses all these years. If it weren't for Sony's strong financial backing, they would have been bankrupt years ago. Sony's share prices had not dropped due to the losses. They had maintained their share prices with their brand, while finding ways to turn losses to profits. This was also the reason why Norio Oga was able to be promoted to acting president. But if Sony's share prices plummeted under Norio Oga's charge, then the shareholders and board of directors will pin the blame on him and replace him. Is Mr. Akio aware of this? Norio Oga asked. He should be aware of this news. All the shareholders and board of directors should also be aware of this. Before the assistant could finish talking, Norio Oga's phone on the desk rang. Hello? I know. After hanging up the phone, Norio Oga's face became more gloomy. A last-minute board meeting was called, and the reason was apparent. Norio Oga, you should know about our company's share prices. The prices were dropping until the market close. It had fallen by 9.2%. Do you know how much losses we have suffered? A director questioned. You have been with Sony for quite some time. From the time when you were still the vice president, you sold AIWA shares to a Chinese man. Our Walkman sales have been dropping year on year. Our market share had fallen from 60% to 20%. We can understand if the market share is taken over by Panasonic, JVC, or other companies. But from what we know, the market share is taken over by AIWA. That Haitaro Nakajima. Another director shouted. What did you do for Columbia Pictures? A large amount of funds is invested in making movies, but none of the movies are selling well. You can't even create sales from movie-related merchandise. We are suffering losses annually. Is this what you were supposed to do? Now, someone had mentioned something Norio Oga could retort. I am not the one who decided to acquire Columbia Pictures. This was a collective decision. I am also not the one who chose to sell AIWA shares to that Chinese man. It is also decided by everyone here. I am the one who helped Columbia Pictures make profits from their old movie rights. How many VCDs have we sold this year? This is not considered my contributions to the company. That is because the market is getting better overall, and it is not because of your efforts. After Nintendo's betrayal, you supported Ken Kutaragi to develop our gaming console. How many funds and resources have we invested? What happened in the end? The PlayStation has launched a few days ago, and we believed your words that this product will bring profits to the company. But now, who is willing to buy our Sony's products? Director Watanabe, how can you say this? We have been investing in the video game industry all these years. Are we going to give up years of effects because of Nintendo's betrayal? We also need a new revenue source to increase our profits. Our PlayStation is also very successful. We used CD-ROM technologies in this console, and our product is the most advanced in the market. Is this not what everyone wished for? CD-ROM? I admit that this technology is good, and to use it on the gaming console is very creative. But to develop this technology, we lag behind others in the development of DVD. We, Sony, have to follow Toshiba's standards. Also, your decision to cooperate with Toshiba is a disaster. A disaster for our brand image. Those are all false accusations. We do not have any factories in China. Toshiba is only producing some products for us. This is to lower our production cost and let us re-enter the Chinese market. This has been our goal all this while. Norio Oga was almost bursting. He had to bear all the blames. This incident of environmental pollution has nothing to do with Sony. But Sony was burned along the way. Do you think Toshiba will come out to give an explanation now? Do you really think Toshiba will take full responsibility? Norio Oga was quiet. If he was the president of Toshiba, he will also not take on full responsibility. After all, it was Norio Oga's instruction to get people to create trouble in China. There was no way Norio Oga could escape this responsibility. Now, This incident had blown up, and everyone suffered losses. It was too late for Sony to stay out of the way. If Sony were to push all the blame to Toshiba to escape responsibilities, then they will fall out with Toshiba. Toshiba will surely retaliate, and Sony will have one more enemy. Also, Sony will be out of the DVD game. Sony's vice chairman of the board suddenly speaks. Norio Oga, it's time for you to step down. You have to take responsibility for all the blames. This way, Sony will be saved. Norio Oga felt he was hit by a thunderbolt. He had tried to explain himself, but these people still wanted him to resign. This moment was the darkest moment of Norio Oga's life. How did things turn out to be this way? No, I still have one last chance. Norio Oga refused to resign. The chairman still had not said anything. When the chairman picked him to be the acting president of Sony, he was supportive of him. That night, Norio Oga and the rest were looking at the NYSE. That's the battleground of Sony's financial war. If their share prices there drops, they will suffer massive losses. Sony had taken a series of measures, like the shareholders announcing to the public that they will increase their stakes and announcing the dividends for this year. They hope the shareholders will not dump their shares. This way, their share prices will not plummet drastically. But when the market opens, Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies' share prices plunged. In less than 10 minutes, their share prices fell by 5%, and it was still falling. The US had also reported China's news on this incident. Everyone knows that Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies' factories in China were sealed. When this news was released, all the shareholders felt the cost of Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies will skyrocket. How could they still give out dividends? The US market was doing well, and there were many companies worth investing. The investors have no reason to hold on to the shares of these few companies. This news was spread by Fu Rongqi's men. This more serious this crisis was, the harder the share prices will fall. Of course, Sony, Toshiba, and the other two companies' offices in the US also tried to save the situation. They kept announcing positive news to cover up the negativity. Their share prices were fluctuating, but it still continues to fall. This panic selling was unstoppable. Many people felt that the Chinese government will penalize these companies and will create more problems for these companies. Everyone's guess was right. The Chinese government issued a statement on this incident. The first to speak out was the mayor of the city reported in. He came out to apologize for failing to regulate these factories. He had already suspended the operations of those factories and arranged for all the workers to undergo medical checks. He had also sent all his environmental-related departments to try to salvage the environmental pollution. All the expenses from these measures will be borne by Toshiba. Toshiba will also have to take care of all the medical treatments of the workers. The city will take Toshiba to the courts for their damage to the environment. Currently, Toshiba's accounts in China were frozen. This was only the first step. The Chinese government had also sent out several investigation teams to investigate all Japanese factories in China. The factories include electronic factories, chemical factories, and other heavy industries. There was no more trust for the Japanese companies in China. The action of sending out investigation teams showed the attitude of the Chinese government. They will not let this incident go by so easily, and were treating this matter seriously. Many Chinese leaders from various ministries publicly announced that they will pursue this matter and disciplinary actions will be taken against those officials who allowed those factories to operate this way. Warnings were also issued to all government officials. They should not cover up for those companies in return for political credits. No matter what the reason was, the people of China must come first. Those who try to develop the economy of their regions blindly and ignore the safety of the citizens and the environment should be removed from their positions. China does not need such investments to develop. At the same time, warnings were issued to the companies in other regions. Companies would be punished severely if their factories were found to have polluted the environment. China supported the decision of freezing the bank accounts of those companies involved in this saga. The government will melt out severe punishments to them. Even if they move out of China, the Chinese government will still pursue them internationally. After this news was aired on CCTV, the whole nation cheered. All the major newspapers reported about this, and many people started to write in or call in to whistleblow on the factories that were causing pollution all over China. The local authorities panicked. They immediately start to clamp down on the factories under their charge. Once they find any wrongdoings by a factory, the factory will be suspended immediately for investigation. Fengyu did not expect the central government to take such a serious view on this incident. But this was a good thing, unlike the government in his previous life. In Fengyu's previous life, the government brought in lots of foreign companies to make money. But in the end, the government got to spend more money to clean up the pollution caused by those companies. The people at that time did not get to enjoy the economic benefits brought in by those companies. Instead, most of the people in that region, where the factories located, fell sick. Fengyu looked down on those local officials. How could they claim they were not aware of what the factories were doing under their charge? They can't claim that they were not aware that those companies were dealing in heavy industries and could damage the environment. Fengyu felt that the suspension of those factories was only a temporary measure for them to lie low until the wind blows over. Who knows whether if these factories will carry on operating and continue to pollute the environment after the dust had settled. After all, the local governments still have to depend on these factories for taxes. Fengyu could even guess what those companies' bosses were doing now. They should be at the local government leader offices negotiating with them. If they are supposed to be fined 1 million renminbi, they will send gifts worth 500,000 renminbi in exchange for the government to not fine them and lift the suspension. How to settle the whistleblowers' complaints? There were lots of ways to prove that there were no pollutions. The local government might impose some measures and light punishments to those factories and then let them continue to operate as before secretly. No one would know. Even if someone found out about this, what can a civilian do against the local authorities? Giving some benefits to that civilian will be sufficient to silence him. The most crucial factors in this crackdown were the attitude of the government officials and transparency. These were the source of the problem. This news dealt a heavy blow to Sony, Toshiba, and the rest of the companies. Some other Japanese factories in the chemical industry were also exposed. All these companies' share prices plunged overnight. Now, the Japanese government could no longer sit still. All those factories were suspended, and their bank accounts were frozen. The companies involved still had to compensate the Chinese government for their damages to the environment. These had a significant impact on Japan's economy. Even before the compensations, the share prices of many Japanese companies had fallen and caused the Japan stock market to crash. In only 2 days, the total losses amounted up to a few billion USD. If this carries on, it will become a crisis for Japan. The Japanese economy had just shown slight improvements, and everything will be back to square one. Now, Japanese factories all over the world were in crisis. Even those factories that complied with the regulations were suspended for checks. How many losses will a company suffer if their factories were suspended for 1 day? No companies will agree to this. But now, there was a trust issue with Japanese companies. Everyone in the world was suspecting Japanese factories did not meet the required standards. Their factories' waste discharge were harmful to the environment and will cause serious pollution. Many people also come out to demand compensation from Japanese companies for their illness caused by their factories. The Japanese government was in trouble, but the Chinese government had not contacted them. The Chinese government seems to want to blow up this incident further. Japan could no longer wait for the Chinese government to contact them. They immediately contact China. Knock, knock, knock. Director Fong knocked on the door and entered the office. Iron Fist Zhu asked without lifting his head. What is it? Premier, Japan's Prime Minister office had sent you an invitation. They want to invite you over to Japan for a visit. Director Fong replied. Not going. Tell them I am busy. Yes, I know. Japan's Prime Minister Tomichi Murayama was walking up and down in his office. Japan will have to face another financial crisis? This time was different from the previous crisis. The crisis this time was caused by some negative news, and it resulted in the lack of trust in Japanese companies worldwide. This crisis might bankrupt several Japanese companies. Now, this crisis must be solved before it gets any worse. The root cause must be handled well. If the Chinese government could issue an official statement that these were all a misunderstanding, then most of the problems will be solved. But the Chinese government would surely have harsh conditions. Japan will have to suffer heavy losses this time. But Tomichi Murayama did not expect his invitation to be turned down by the Chinese government. Didn't China want to visit Japan all these years? Why did they reject his official invitation? Tomichi Murayama immediately asks his men to contact Iron Fist Zhu. He wants to speak to Iron Fist Zhu and tell him that if China was not willing to send diplomats over to Japan, he could visit China instead. Mr. Zhu, I sincerely invite you to represent China to visit Japan. We can cooperate economically in many areas. We can even talk about military cooperation. Tamichi Murayama had expressed his full sincerity. Military cooperation can only happen behind closed doors. If not, the U.S. will interfere. China is a neutral country and will not engage in wars. We do not need to have military cooperations with Japan. As for our economy, we are doing well, and we do not need any cooperations with Japan. Also, we are not interested in your Japanese companies. Iron Fist Zhu rejected him flatly. Rejection. Iron Fist Zhu had rejected Japan's offer for cooperations. Japan's Air Force and Navy had more advanced weaponry than China. Tamichi Murayama thought Iron Fist Zhu will be interested, but he rejected this offer. The reason given was a joke. China was still in the war in the southwest region. There were still lots of small-scale fightings. These fightings were not considered engaging in wars. Mr. Zhu, Japan, has many technologies that are the most advanced in the world. We can set up joint partnership factories in China and pass those technologies to you. This will increase the technological levels of China's industries. It will be good for China's developments. I'm sorry. We are not interested in working with companies that damage the environment and ignore the well-being of its workers. Also, we will drive all Japan-related factories out of China. We do not welcome such companies to set up factories in China. Iron Fist Zhu replied straightforwardly. Tamichi Murayama panicked when he heard this. Mr. Zhu, please don't do this. We have been working well all this while, and if all our companies were to pull out of China, there would be a significant impact on China's economy. You should take this into considerations. The translator translated what Tamichi Murayama said to Iron Fist Zhu, and Iron Fist Zhu's face turned black. Tamichi Murayama was threatening him, but China had never given in to these threats. Even if they had to go to war, China has never been afraid of anything. You all want to pull out of China? Great. We welcome you all to leave. Maybe you are still unaware that the US, Germany, and some other countries had contacted us. They want to have multi-aspect cooperations with us. Industrial developments are included in these cooperations. Maybe our economy will be affected slightly, but we can withstand it. Japan's industries are strong, but we can still grow and develop without your industries. The old industrial cities in the Northeast had been developing well in recent years. Many former Soviet Union experts were still working there, and all the new technologies developed belongs to China. It was not like those Japanese companies. The Chinese were working for them, and all the technologies developed belongs to Japan. It was obvious which side the government should support. Welcome? China welcomes Japan companies to pull out? How can this be possible? Japanese companies were the biggest investors in China. Have the Chinese government gone crazy? Tamichi Murayama knew that it was not the Chinese government that had gone mad. It was because the Chinese government knew that it was impossible for the Japanese companies to pull out of China. If the Japanese companies really leave China, Japan will suffer even higher losses. Withdrawing from China might have an impact on China's economy, but with Japan's investments, there will still be investments coming in from other countries. Also, there will be existing factories and skilled workers. These will attract more foreign direct investors. Japan will then lose the vast Chinese market. They will not have low-cost labor, and without these factories, Japan's economy will suffer even more. Because those Japanese companies will need to rebuild new factories elsewhere, it will take time, and their losses will be higher. Their cost will also increase because of the increase in their transportation cost. All their efforts in developing the Chinese market will be wasted. China's economy could afford to take such a beating. Anyway, the Chinese have been poor for decades. They could afford to wait 1 or 2 years more. But the Japanese economy had just crashed a few years ago. These few years, Japan's prime minister had changed 7 to 8 times. If Japanese companies were to withdraw from China, then Tamichi Murayama will have to step down soon. Tamichi Murayama absolutely does not want this to happen. He will have not to prove himself. Also, the longer he stayed in power, the more benefits he will get when he retires. He also needs to remain in power for the development of his family. Mr. Zhu, you have mistaken. That's not what I meant. What I wanted to say was, I will let those companies who had damaged the environment leave China. The rest of the companies will increase their investments in China. We can cooperate in many areas and prosper together. Tamichi Murayama had given in, but Iron Fist Zhu does not care. What he wanted was not only these. He had waited for a long time, and there was still not an apology from Tamichi Murayama. Really? It might be an error with the translation. But those companies who had polluted our country can not only just leave China. They have to compensate us. The compensation includes the expenses for the cleanup of the pollution, the expenses for the treatment of those who got sick because of the pollution, and all other related costs. They also have to pay fines according to international laws. Of course, we will also punish those companies. Most of our companies are still ethical. These companies are the black sheep. We can discuss the compensation amount when you come over to Japan for. I am not free. It will be better if you come over. Also, before you come over, ask your emperor to make a public apology for the actions of those companies. What? Ask the emperor to apologize? Even if the emperor agrees, it will also be Tamichi Murayama's last day as Japan's prime minister. Japan's emperor symbolized Japan. How can the emperor apologize? Mr. Zhu, the emperor, will not interfere in this matter. He is meditating today. I can let our foreign minister issue an apology. This is the most we can do. Tamichi Murayama tried to negotiate. Foreign minister? Seems like Japan is not sincere at all. There's no need to talk anymore. Wait, Mr. Zhu. If foreign minister is not enough, we can still let other ministers or the parliament to represent Japan to apologize to China. Tamichi Murayama was stunned when he heard the busy tone. Since the day he becomes Japan's prime minister, no one had ever hung up on him. Even if the other party was a top official of a big country, Tamichi Murayama still felt uncomfortable. He felt insulted. But even if Tamichi Murayama was insulted, what can he do? Even if he was furious, there was nothing he could do. After all, this incident was Japan's fault, and there was no way to argue with China. Tamichi Murayama really wanted to strangle the chairman and presidents of those companies. These people had dragged the whole nation down with them. He was also implicated. His political career might end because of this incident. Contact the chairman of Toshiba, Sony, Pioneer, Sharp, and all the companies involved. Also, ask the chairman of Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, and the other chemical companies involved to come here immediately. Tamichi Murayama's biggest headache now was Iron Fist Zhu's demand for an apology from the Japanese government, and the apology must be issued by at least the prime minister. If Tamichi Murayama were to apologize as the prime minister, how will the people see him? Will he follow the footsteps of his predecessors and forced to step down? This period, Tamichi Murayama felt he had done well. Japan's economy had shown signs of recovering. Although it was still far from the peak 5 years ago, it was at least better than last year. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to complete his term as the prime minister without any troubles. As the prime minister who helped Japan's economy recover, he will surely be liked by all Japanese, and the future generations of his family will be able to go far. But now, all these dreams were dashed. It was like building blocks. Tamichi Murayama had stacked the blocks high, and suddenly a kid comes over and topples everything. Those companies that tarnished Japan's reputation must pay. Even if Tamichi Murayama could not be the prime minister anymore, he must not be blamed for this incident. Mr. Prime Minister, we must never apologize. If you apologized, it would cause an uproar with the people. Japan is a more advanced country than China. How can we bow down to them? Furthermore, we had occupied China in the past. If it weren't for the atomic bombs, we would be the world's strongest country now. We might even be the world's #1 superpower. You really think so? Tamichi Murayama looked at that advisor coldly. This sort of mindset was foolish. I object. I think we should apologize. There is no way we can stop China from growing, and we still need China's market for our economy to recover. China's rapid developments these few years is not a force to be reckoned with. If we did not enter the Chinese market, our economy will also not show signs of recovery. If we do not apologize, then Japan's economy will go into recession again. Do you think you will not be forced to step down if that happens? Another advisor said, I also think that we should apologize. By apologizing, we can build a better relationship with China. If we can sign some trade treaties or cooperation agreements with China because of this, then it will help our economy to recover faster. The companies that are involved in this saga is only a handful, and we have many other companies in Japan. We can let those involved companies pull out of China and sell their factories in China to other Japanese companies. This way, Japan will be able to make profits and still can correct Japan's image. If we do not apologize, then the relationship between us and China will sour, and it will be almost impossible for the rest of our companies to grow in China. Those companies that are involved might even have their factories shut down by the authorities, and we will also lose this case in the international courts. This is the truth, and we got to face it. Tamichi Murayama brightens up when he heard what this advisor said. Suppress some companies and support some? This was a good solution. He could get those involved companies to sell their factories and let another Japanese company make use of this opportunity to enter the Chinese market. As long as the new company takes measures to prevent damaging the environment, they will be able to continue to make profits. This solution will also allow Tamichi Murayama to pull a big enterprise over to his side. In the parliament, many members were supported by these enterprises. If Tamichi Murayama was able to get their support, then it should not be a problem for him to secure his position as the prime minister. But if Japan had to apologize, how should he apologize? To what degree must Japan apologize? This must be discussed thoroughly. This is my decision. All of you must do as instructed, Tamichi Murayama said firmly. Why? Who are you to make the decision for us? We have no problems to increase our waste treatment facilities, but we do not agree to compensate them. China had frozen our bank accounts in China. As the Prime Minister of Japan, instead of helping us get our money back, you want us to give China more money. These chairmen from those big enterprises were not easy to deal with. All of them have control over several billion USD worths of assets and have tens of thousands of employees. Some of them have over 100,000 employees. Also, the Prime Minister of Japan changed frequently, and these chairmen were in their positions for decades. Furthermore, they have support from their people in the parliament, and they were not afraid of the Prime Minister. This decision made by the Prime Minister will affect their profits. I am the Prime Minister of Japan, and I represent the government. You all have tarnished the reputation of Japan and create a crisis for all Japanese companies worldwide. You all don't accept this condition, but be prepared to be targeted by the rest of the companies. You all might have support from some people in the parliament, but they are only a minority. You all have caused a significant impact on the profits of more people, Tamichi Murayama said firmly. Even if this is the case, we will just pay China the compensation. Why should we sell off our factories in China to others at such low rates? The rates you said is equivalent to giving them the factories for free. Even if we were to pull out of China, the equipment in the factories could still fetch a high price. If you all don't do this, how can you show your sincerity? How can you let the people continue to believe you all? This is a crisis. All of you should know the seriousness of this crisis. Giving up those factories might cause some losses, but you all still have the chance to earn back the money you lose in the future. That's what I have to say. Tell me about your decision. Sony's chairman suddenly said, Sony will make a public apology. But we have nothing to do with the compensation as we do not have any factories in China. Our factories in other parts of the world do not have any problem. But we will still donate a sum of money as a token. If there is nothing else, I will leave. I still have lots of work waiting for me. The rest of the chairmen were stunned. Damn. You agreed so readily. What about us? Sony's chairman, Akio Morita, agreed to the conditions set by the Prime Minister readily as their losses were not a lot. Also, Sony had nothing to do with this incident. They now depended solely on their brand name. If their brand was destroyed, then Sony will be finished. To date, there was still no multi-billion company that went bankrupt. Toshiba, which had discussed with Sony, immediately expressed that they were willing to apologize and compensate. They were also willing to let other companies take over their factories. But in return, they wanted the Japanese government to give them some orders. In conclusion, Toshiba wanted the government to compensate them for some of their losses. The factories that caused the most severe pollution were not them also. It was those chemical factories. Toshiba's factories in China was only built not long ago, and the damage caused was not as severe as the reports. After a lengthy discussion, all the companies agreed. Tamichi Murayama immediately submits this proposal to the parliament, and the parliament approved. This was the best solution for now. Maybe they might find a better solution if they had the time, but they had no more time now. The longer they take, the more losses they incurred. Those companies' share prices were still plunging. Norio Oga was the first to make the public apology as the acting president of Sony. He announced that Sony do not have any factories in China, and all the China-produced products were produced by other factories on behalf of Sony. Many of those factories were China companies. Also, Sony will never allow their factories to damage the environment like what happened in China. Sony will donate $1 million to help those that fell sick due to the pollution. This statement lets Sony stand on higher moral grounds and also change the public's impression of them. This will pave the way for them to return to the Chinese market. The impact of this statement was still unknown, but Sony share prices had stabilized for the time being. It did not continue to drop. After Sony, Toshiba's person in charge of their Asia operations also made a public apology. He apologized for his lack of supervision over those factories, and Toshiba was willing to compensate. The compensation amount will be discussed with the Chinese government. But Feng Yu felt the share prices were not low enough. He should do more to let those companies' share prices drop further. Why was the person in charge of China operations apologizing? This person's position in the company was very low despite the factories in China making high profits for their company. If someone had to apologize, it should be at least the president of the company. Even the chairman of the company should come out and apologize. We do not accept this apology. The newspaper reported this view, and the public anger, which had started to subside, started again. The Chinese government had also issued a statement, demanding the top person of those companies to apologize. The most senior leader of the Japan government must also apologize to China. The Chinese were pleased and expressed their support for their government. The Chinese government was firm in their stance, and the Chinese were proud. Feng Yu was thinking to himself. Luckily, the internet was still in the initial stage, and there were not many Chinese netizens now. If not, there will be a war of words over the internet. Feng Yu had expected the Japanese companies to behave this way, but he firmly believes that if the Chinese government stand firm on their demands, the other party will give in. Those companies might not care about the Chinese government, but the Japanese government cannot ignore China's demands. If relationships between China and Japan deteriorate, it will be a killing blow to Japan's economy. This was a big crisis for Japan, and the U.S., which was Japan's backing, had not issued any statements on this issue. This was because the U.S. also did not support Japan in this incident. The pictures and video footages were proof of Japan's company's wrongdoings. Russia and Germany, which had close ties with China, also expressed support for China and made things more difficult for the Japanese government. Tomichi Murayama was going crazy. He thought that after those companies apologize, he would be able to contact Iron Fist Zhu or appease the other party's anger. He would then represent Japan to give some benefits to China, and this incident would be over. If this issue were still not settled, Tomichi Murayama would ask some of the cabinet ministers to apologize. He wants to avoid coming out to apologize and face China. But now, things were different from his plan. Those top brass of the companies did not come out to apologize, and Tomichi Murayama could no longer hide behind everyone. China's foreign ministry had issued a statement demanding the top leader of the Japanese government to apologize. He could not ask the emperor to make a public apology. If Tomichi Murayama dares to ask the emperor to apologize, then it will be his last day as the prime minister. Tomichi Murayama immediately calls the chairman of those companies. The president of those companies apologizing now was not enough. The chairman of those companies must apologize. The president of Japanese companies were like CEO, and the chairman was equivalent to the chairman of the board of directors. This incident could be settled with the president of the companies apologizing. But now, China demands the chairman of those companies to come out and apologize to them. These were all because of their own stupidity. The Japanese cabinet also starts to pressure those companies to force the chairman of those companies to make public apologies. If not, their companies will be penalized. Brother Feng, do you think the Prime Minister of Japan will come out and apologize? Fu Guangjing asked. He must. If he still does not apologize, then China and Japan will fall out. Japan cannot afford for this to happen. Feng Yu replied confidently. Those few companies have been contacting us. They want us to let them have access to our ports. Li Zikai said proudly. The Li family controls more than 60% of the ports. Those companies have no choice but to bow down to them, especially at times like this. Serve them right. They created this mess for themselves. They really think they can step all over the Chinese. Fu Guangjing said angrily, and everyone nodded. Why is Japan's emperor not the one that comes out to apologize? I would be best if he kneels down and apologizes. Fu Guangjing laughed. Feng Yu shook his head. It is impossible for their emperor to apologize. But we can expect their prime minister to apologize with a 90 degrees bow. To be honest, China is not strong enough. If this incident happens in the US, then the emperor might come out. I believe that in 10 years, China will be one of the superpowers in the world. Is 10 years enough? Fu Guangjing raised his brows. It's enough. Feng Yu believed that China will develop faster than his previous life. Director, hurry up and watch the news. Something great is happening now. Fu Guangjing's secretary rushed into the room without knocking. What's on the news? Fu Guangjing frowned and asked. The secretary switched on the TV in the meeting room and replied excitedly. Japan's prime minister is making an apology live on TV. Hurry, switch on the TV. Switch to CCTV or whatever channel which is airing the news. A young man ran into the guardhouse of a factory and shouted to the guard. The security guards have a 14-inch black and white TV. Other than the guardhouse, there was no other TV in the factory. The security guard was not sure what happened, and more than a dozen young men entered the guardhouse. They were panting and seems to have run all the way here. What's wrong with these young men? Shouldn't they be at work now? Why were they all coming here to watch TV? That's the supervisor of their workshop? That's it. These young men will be scolded and have their salaries docked. But when the supervisor entered the guardhouse, he also rushed the guard to switch on the TV. My TV can only receive CCTV 1 and our provincial TV channels. The rest of the channels like our city TV station are not clear. The guard said, CCTV 1 will do. That's a big announcement now. The Prime Minister of Japan is apologizing to us. Ha ha ha. It feels good. Those Japanese had to apologize to us. A young man laughed. What? Japan's Prime Minister is apologizing? Our army is going to attack them. The guard asked excitedly. If China were to go to war with Japan, he would be the first to join. There is no war. It's those Japanese companies that had caused heavy pollution in China. Their Prime Minister is coming out to apologize and announce the compensation to us. This time, the Japanese will have to bow down to us. That's right. My third uncle is working in the city government service. There was once a Japanese who came here to discuss setting up a factory in our city. He is damn proud and arrogant. He speaks like the whole world revolves around him. Luckily, the city did not give in to his demands. I heard the factory is a chemical factory. Luckily, our leaders in the city government have foresight. If our city water is polluted, we will all suffer. SHHHH. Stop talking. The apology is starting. The supervisor shouted. You understand Japanese? There is an interpreter. Even if we don't understand, it also feels good to watch. I represent Japan's government to apologize for the actions of some of our companies in China. Sorry. Tamichi Murayama bows down at 90 degrees for 5 seconds. Cameras were flashing nonstop. Tamichi Murayama's heart was bleeding. Damn. It's so difficult to be a prime minister. We are still investigating the claims by the Chinese government. We will not refute the allegations. We are willing to accept the conditions set by the Chinese government and will discuss the amount of compensation. Those companies that are involved in this incident will be withdrawn out of China. I hope this incident will not affect the relationship between our two nations. President Bill Clinton was watching the live telecast in the White House. When he saw Tamichi Murayama admitting to the allegations, he lit a cigar and took in a deep breath. Tamichi Murayama, this idiot. How can you admit to this incident and pull those companies out of the Chinese market? Do you think China will still carry on working with Japan in the future? What you should do is to deny all allegations and refuse to admit anything. You all should cry and claim that you all are falsely accused. This way, we will have the chance to enter and help you all. Of course, if there is sufficient evidence, then it's another story. From your behavior, it seems that the allegations are all true. Damn, why is that small-sized fellow still alive? With him around, China is not easy to deal with. That small-sized fellow is headstrong, and negotiating with him is a pain in the ass. No one can get any advantage when negotiating with him. That fellow's way of negotiating was, I set the conditions, and you comply with it. If not, forget it, or we go to war. After the Gulf War, Clinton's policy was to maintain peace and had used the war to attack the previous president. If a war were to break out during his term, then he will have no more chance of getting re-elected in 2 years. He might even be forced to step down. Yeltsin was also watching the live telecast of the apology in Russia's Kremlin. He sneered when he saw Tamichi Murayama bowing down. How can this person be the head of Japan? His actions reflect the attitude of the whole country. Japan wants to cooperate with Russia? Dream on. But China was getting stronger now, and Russia had helped China a lot. It's time to invite the Chinese leaders over to discuss more cooperations between China and Russia. I must invite them over. The better Russia's relationship with China, the more the US will be afraid. This way, Russia will have time to develop. There were many benefits to building better relationships with China. The president of South Korea was also watching the apology on TV. He was laughing to himself. Many Koreans were also feeling great. There was a saying in Feng Yu's previous life. How can Korean, Chinese, and Japanese sit down peacefully for a chat? Very easy. When the Chinese are with the Korean, they will talk bad about the Japanese. This way, both will be friends. When the Chinese are with the Japanese, they will scold the Koreans, and both will be friends. When the Japanese are with the Korean, they will scold Chinese, and they can be friends. These countries needed each other, but at the same time, hated each other. It was a weird relationship. The leaders of the UK, Germany, France, and many other nations were all watching the live telecast. Japan was still an economic superpower, and it was forced to apologize to China. This was big news. Some people were glad to see Japan disgracing themselves internationally. Some were frowning. China was able to force the Prime Minister of Japan to apologize to them publicly? Is China so powerful now? Many leaders had been taking precautions against Japan, but they did not expect to see China to be rising so fast. Although China still lacked in many areas, its developments was too fast. How developed will China be in 10 years if it continues to grow at this rate? The leaders of many nations thought if they should suppress China's development and slow down their progress. Some leaders felt they should have more cooperations with China and develop a close diplomatic relationship. This way, their nation will benefit when China develops. The Chinese were concerned about their reputations. If any nations were friends with China, China would choose not to fall out with that nation unless the other party started a fight first. Seems like it's time to lift some restrictions against China. Feng Yu and the rest were also watching the live telecast in the meeting room. A lot was spoken during the apology, and none of them understood what was said. But it was clear that Japan had shown her sincerity in this apology, and the Chinese ambassador in Japan represented China to accept it. At the same time, he announced that some Chinese officials will be flying to Japan to negotiate on the compensation. The Chinese ambassador's attitude was very arrogant. He behaved like a winner, and many Japanese could only bow their heads. Some Japanese who were more extreme started to protest and want Tamichi Murayama to step down. How can almighty Japan be apologizing to China? But nothing can be changed now. This apology was broadcasted live to the whole world. Japan was defeated this time. Feng Yu had nothing to do with the compensation, and the Japanese companies no longer demand Tai Hua Supermarket Corporation to apologize to them. All the Japanese companies in China were keeping a low profile. It was going to be New Year's Day soon, and it was time for another Tai Hua Supermarket shopping carts frenzy. But Feng Yu did not remain in Beijing. Instead, he flew over to Hong Kong. Nephew Feng, after this round of beating, is their share prices at rock bottom? Will the rebound happen soon? Fu Rongqi asked. Feng Yu shook his head. It's not time yet. Those companies only accepted to pay the compensations and agreed to the fine. I heard there is still shocking news that was not announced yet. After the news is announced, their share prices will drop further. Fu Rongqi frowned. There's more shocking news? This should be interesting. Feng Yu is close to the top Chinese officials and should be able to get insider information. Sony Columbia Pictures will be releasing a blockbuster movie this Christmas. I had asked my men to spread rumors that this movie sucks. The moviegoers will avoid this movie, and the ticket sales will not be high. Lesser cinemas will be screening this movie, and their movie-related merchandise sales will drop. Even their VCDs for this movie will not sell. Sony's share prices in the US will drop further. Fu Rongqi was smiling like a cunning fox. He does not need to spend much to press a company's share prices down. Sometimes, a rumor was sufficient. Let's stick to our plan. I will be mainly acquiring those chemical company shares, and you will acquire those electronic shares. I believe that in January, those companies will take some measures to save their company's shares, and the share prices will rise slowly. We will be able to make high profits then. In less than a week, those companies' share prices fell by almost 50%. It was still falling now, but the drop was not as drastic as earlier the week. But after the compensation was announced, and those companies sold their factories in China, their shares will drop again. All these large multinational enterprises' shares will definitely rebound after their share prices crashed. The rebound will be strong. Also, it's the end of the year, and after the financial reports were released, these companies will take the opportunity to announce their future plans and profits forecast. The key shareholders will also announce they will be increasing their stakes in the companies to boost the confidence of the investors. Their shares will surely recover from the crash. Now, Feng Yu and Fu Rongqi only need to predict when will the share prices hit rock bottom. Buffett was sitting in his office, looking at his computer. This Japanese company saga was an excellent opportunity for him. Warren Buffett had lots of investments, and he invested the most in the financial market, especially shares. He had invested in Washington Post, Coca-Cola, General Dynamics, etc., and made high profits from these companies. Although Buffett also owns an industrial factory, dealing in textile manufacturing, but the profits from this factory was a small part of his income. Most of his money came from his shares. His formula for investing was very simple. He looks for cheap shares to buy and then wait for the share prices to rise. But he did not explain what he meant by cheap. The dividends and the returns from the sales of his shares gave him high profits. Basically, whenever Buffett acquires large amounts of the shares of a company, that company's share prices will shoot up. His strategy for investing is long-term investment. He was in no hurry to sell even if the share prices plunged after he bought it. This was because he believes that the shares will rebound soon and he will have high returns. Since he started his company's value had increased by almost 400 times. No one could compare to Buffett's foresight in investing. There was a strange phenomenon. People start to follow whatever Buffett invests, and this creates a short-term increase in that particular company's share prices. Warren Buffett had become an indicator of the stock market. Now, Warren Buffett had set his sights on those Japanese companies. Those companies that were kicked out of China. Buffett realized that the output of many factories in China was not very high and was not a significant proportion of the company's total production. When those companies withdraw their management staffs from those factories in China, they will surely think of other ways to increase their company's profits, and the company's share prices will inevitably rise again. Although the company's brand will be affected in the short term, in the long run, Buffett felt those companies will be able to recover. These companies have a strong technological background and do not have any cash flow problems. Also, the Japanese government will think of ways to help those companies. After all, the Japanese government cannot afford these companies to fail. Warren Buffett had also researched on these companies. Some of them were doing quite well and had high returns for this year. It was not normal for their share prices to plunge so suddenly. When these companies announce their annual profits, the investors will regain confidence in these companies, and the share prices will bounce back. Warren Buffett was considering which company's shares should he acquire. There were too many choices. He wanted to look for a company that is stable and have good returns. There was one more important factor. If another big player were investing in the same company, the share prices would rise faster. The compensation amount was agreed upon. Although it was still not announced yet, the rough estimation was a significant amount. Fu Rongqi's assistant exclaimed. Most importantly, those companies had withdrawn out from the Chinese market, and their factories in China were sold to other Japanese companies. The selling prices are undisclosed, but from the looks on their faces, the prices should not be high. Japan had played its cards well this time. They had shown their sincerity and did not suffer any heavy losses. Japanese companies are still making money in China. He Zhaoji was impressed at how Japan handled this situation. The Japanese government did not suffer any losses. The ones that suffered losses were those companies. When this news is released, those companies' shares will drop again. That's right. But it would be best if their share prices plunged. It's such a dilemma. On the one hand, I wish for their share prices to bounce back as soon as possible for us to make profits. On the other hand, I hope those companies will go bankrupt. Someone said and laughed. Ha ha. The rest of the staffs are laughing while staring at their computer monitors. They were monitoring the stock market closely. Feng Yu and Fu Rongqi were also starting at their computers, and both stood up at the same time suddenly. A few stockbrokers also stood up, and everyone said at the same time, "The prices are almost rock bottom. Prepare to buy in." Mitsui Chemicals was Feng Yu's first choice. This period, Mitsui Chemicals share prices had dropped from $32 to $14. This company had caused the most severed contamination in China and was fined the heaviest. Mitsui Chemicals owns many patents for their chemical products. Just the patents alone were enough to guarantee the company's profitability. Feng Yu sold some of his Microsoft shares and uses some of the funds from Wind and Rain Consulting to buy in $500 million worth of Mitsui Chemicals shares. With such a significant sum of money entering the stock market, there were immediate results. Mitsui Chemicals still thought it was because of the measures they had taken to save their share prices. They were overjoyed. Their shareholders also increased their stakes to continue to push the share prices up. After that, Feng Yu split his funds into several portions and invested in several Japanese chemical companies. These companies were similar, and they owned the world's most advanced technologies. Now, these companies had admitted their mistakes and fired some scapegoats. They were trying their best to repair their tarnished image. They announced the donations they made to society over the years and what they had contributed to the society. This announcement took effect. The share prices of these companies were stabilized and start to rise slowly. Fu Rongqi led the Fu family's combined funds to buy into Toshiba, Pioneer, and the other electronics companies' shares. These companies also own some of the most advanced technologies and patents. The damage caused by their factories in China were not very serious, and their compensations and fines were not as hefty. Also, these companies had introduced new products and implemented promotions to boost their sales. At this time, Warren Buffett entered the market. He bought a large number of Mitsui Chemicals shares and then started to buy into Toshiba shares. With Buffett buying the shares of these two companies, many investors started to follow and purchase the stocks of these two companies. These investors push up the share prices of these two companies. Some institutions from the US and Europe also saw this opportunity and start to buy in the shares of these companies in large amounts. They also analyzed the market and felt these shares will not plunge like the previous time. In fact, these shares should shoot up in the short term. 3 days later, Feng Yu, Fu Guangjing, and the rest had successfully used up all their funds to acquire those shares. They start to celebrate with champagne. In just 3 days, they could see the profits. After deducting the cost of spreading rumors and suppressing those share prices, they had already made high profits. Ha, nephew Feng, 1 month, at most 2 months, and we can all reap the profits. Fu Rongqi said while holding on to his champagne glass. We will dump all our shares and let their share prices plummet again. We will give them a sad new year. They were helping those companies to increase their share prices for the high returns. When there were enough profits, Feng Yu and the rest will dump all the shares in their hands. This will cause the share prices of those companies to drop. The drop might not be severe, but the share prices will undoubtedly be affected. Feng Yu and the rest must withdraw out as fast as possible, and then those shareholders of those companies will be stuck with those companies' shares and have to bear the losses for those companies. Fu Rongqi and Feng Yu looked at each other and laughed. This cooperation had helped these two to make more than 30% of profits. It might even reach 50%. This was a good investment which allowed them to make this high profit in the span of 1 to 2 months. This was also not a risky investment. The risk was very low unless those companies do stupid things again and have negative news about them. The Japanese government had paid a heavy price for these companies, and the Chinese government had stopped pursuing this incident. In China, the news no longer reports on these Japanese companies. Instead, the news now focuses on the visits to China by the leaders of several nations. These leaders were coming to China to seek cooperations. These countries wanted to cooperate in many areas, like economic, culture, technology, and even military. They just wanted to have a better diplomatic relationship with China. Some third-world countries, which had been sitting on the fence, started to lean towards China. After all, China was one of the permanent members of the United Nations. Although the impression of China had been weak, it had started to demonstrate their prowess now. China had shown the world that they have what it takes to go against another developed nation and won. Dad, they had bought the shares of those companies. It seems profitable. Should we also follow them and buy some shares? Li Zheju was a bit jealous when he saw the returns. At first, Li Zheju had the same thinking as his father. He did not want to get involved in the stock market. After all, they were not in financial trade. But now, Li Zheju could see this opportunity to make money clearly. Even if the profits were lower and they exit the market earlier, they will not suffer any losses. If they were to sit out on this opportunity, he would feel uncomfortable. That's right. Dad, let's join them. Fu Rongqi had persuaded several Hong Kong families. and they had also invested. Everyone is working together to push up the share prices of those few companies, and then everyone will dump their shares at the same time to give those companies another blow. Lee Zakai said. Superman Lee sat on the sofa, sipping on a cup of tea slowly. You all can't wait any longer? Do you all think that I do not know this is an excellent opportunity to make money? I only want to see how you all will act in front of high profits. Lee Zakai and his elder brother exchanged looks and then bowed down. Both of them could not control themselves in front of high profits. Also, this operation is led by the Fu family. If we participate, we will be lower than them. Can you all tolerate that? Superman Lee asked. Lee Zakai immediately said, why is the Fu family higher than us? In terms of influence and power, how can the Fu family be compared to us? The Fu family's retail shops still have to depend on us. Without our ports, their cost will increase a lot. Li Zheju retorted. It does not matter who leads in business as long as the other party can prove that we will not lose money in this investment. Zakai, the biggest investor in Taihua Supermarket Corporation, is Fengyu. Why are you willing to accept that? Are you trying to say that Fengyu is more powerful and influential than the Fu family? Li Zakai immediately understood what his father was trying to teach them. It does not matter whether winning or losing. It's the end results and profits that matter. If he could let Fengyu be the biggest shareholder of Taihua Supermarket, why can't he let the Fu family lead this operation? Dad, I understand. Everyone will have something they are good at. Actually, it's good for us to follow the Fu family in this investment. We can even help to stimulate the share prices. For example, we can start to negotiate with those companies to let our ports cooperate with them. Their share prices will surely increase because of this negotiation. But we will not sign any contracts with them and drag this matter. After everyone had dumped their shares, we will announce that our negotiations had broken down and let their share prices plunge further. Lee Zakai said, this way, which will still want to stop at our ports. We cannot do this. It will harm our company's reputation. We will just use some of our funds to buy their shares and earn some profits with the rest. How can we not participate when so many influential families from Macau and Hong Kong had taken part? This time, we do not need to do anything and just follow the rest to make money. Fengyu returned back to Beijing after he settled all the investments, as he got to take his exams. He does not need to worry about his investments because the Fu family will help him monitor the market. When the price was right, everyone will dump their shares. Many Hong Kong influential families were cooperating together to make money from the U.S. stock market. Their targets were those Japanese companies, and this was Fengyu's idea. Fengyu wanted to see how powerful these families were when they combined forces. He also wants to see if these families were willing to put down their grudges against each other for profits. He does not want any of these families to create problems during Hong Kong's return to China in another 2 years. From the current situation, everything seems fine. Maybe it was because of the Fu family or the Li family were participating in this operation. Or maybe everyone was interested in making money and were in a good mood. Overall, everything was going as planned. Now, Fengyu have a new target. He was going to do something big. Victor, the person in charge of Pfizer's China operations, was in a new villa district in Liangang. He was waiting for a big boss, someone who has a significant influence in China, a big boss with strong financial backing. Victor had heard of this big boss, but he has not met him before. He heard that this big boss was very low profile and had never appeared on TV or have any pictures published on the papers. There were rumors that a picture of this person had appeared on a few Hong Kong magazines, but it might not be accurate. Pfizer had entered China for quite some time. From the start of the 80s, Pfizer had started to sell their medicines in China. Around the end of the 80s, they set up a modern pharmaceutical factory in China, Liangang. This was also Pfizer's headquarters in China. 2 years later, Pfizer will set up another factory in Suzhou. This new factory produces nutritional-type medications. After the health supplement products were suppressed for the past 2 years, nutritional-type medications were selling well. Pfizer's imported nutritional medicines were also selling well. Victor heard that this big boss was the person behind all these. Someone who could influence the whole nation. Even Pfizer could not do this. There were rumors that in China, there were many red families. This person might be from one of the families? When Victor was getting impatient from waiting, he saw a few cars approaching his villa. These were the best cars in China, Songjiang cars. But one of the vehicles in the center was a model not seen before in China. The cars stopped, and dozens of men in black suits alighted from the vehicles in front and back. They looked at the surroundings, and one of them took out a walkie-talkie and shouted, "Safe." The driver of the car in the center alighted and ran to open the passenger door. He used his hand to block the roof of the car, and a leg stretched out of the vehicle. The leather shoes were polished shiny. This person's dressing was really like a big boss. There was not a single crease on his pants. But when Victor saw that person's face, he was stunned. How come this person was so young? Should this big boss be an old man? Even if he was young, he should also be middle-aged. This person who alighted from the center car, surrounded by bodyguards, seems to be around 20 years old. A bodyguard standing behind Feng Yu helped him put on a long coat, and Feng Yu slowly walked towards Victor. Victor immediately walks towards Feng Yu and reached out with both hands. He was afraid that if he was slow in approaching him, Feng Yu might find him rude. He had heard that the Chinese speak a lot about face, and all successful businessmen in China wanted face. But this was only an ordinary meeting for the first time. Was there a need for this extravagant appearance? Victor had also heard that this villa area belongs to this big boss. In the US, it was normal for wealthy people to buy villas. But he had never seen anyone buying the entire villa area. The whole villa area was bigger than any estate owned by many tycoons. This type of people must be given enough respect. This was what Victor learned during his years in China. If he gave the other party face, then they will be able to get along well, and negotiations will be smoother. "Hi, Mr. Feng. I'm Victor," Victor said with his weird, accented Mandarin. "Mr. Victor, nice to meet you. It's so cold. You do not need to receive me outside. Let's go in first." Feng Yu laughed and replied in Mandarin. Yes. Feng Yu's identity now was someone who does not understand English. Seeing Feng Yu speaking politely to him, Victor was relieved. This person should be easy to get along. "Mr. Feng, I heard that you asked me here is to discuss a business deal?" After entering the villa, Victor asked. Mr. Feng's staff had contacted him and said that Mr. Feng was interested in discussing a business deal with him. If he could represent Pfizer and clinch this deal, he might be able to be transferred back to the US and do not need to stay so far away from home. The current living standard in China was far behind the US. Furthermore, Victor's family was still in the US, and he really misses his wife and children. Feng Yu raised his brows and said, "That's right. I do have a business deal to discuss with you. It should be a business deal for Pfizer." Victor was excited when he heard what Feng Yu said. If this deal was with Pfizer, that means it should be a deal that's worth a lot. He could tell Feng Yu was someone with strong influence and power from the way he speaks and acts. "What is this deal? Are you thinking of setting up a joint venture pharmaceutical factory with us?" Pfizer had already set up their factory in China, and they need to set up their distribution channels for their products. Feng Yu should know that consigning Pfizer products was impossible, and the discussion should about setting up a joint venture factory. There were many businessmen in China who were wealthy, but do not have the technology. Most of them like to invest in joint venture with foreign firms. Many businessmen had approached Victor before, but were all rejected. It was because those businessmen were not powerful enough. Pfizer will not work with ordinary businessmen. If they were to look for a business partner, the partner must be China's most prominent company. From what Victor found out, this Feng Yu was the most powerful businessman he had met and fit the requirements set by his company's headquarters. It would be best if Feng Yu still have some political backings. Feng Yu shook his head. "Joint venture factory? I am not interested in that. I have my own pharmaceutical factory, and it is the biggest in China. I do not lack money, and there is no need for me to set up joint ventures with others." Victor's eyes widened. This person owns the biggest pharmaceutical factory in China? Shanghai Pharmaceutical or Bing City Pharmaceutical Enterprise? "Mr. Feng, your factory is?" "Bing City Pharmaceutical. I acquired and restructured this factory last year. This sale is still doing well now. Our products are also exported to Western countries. We will surely be #1 in China's pharmaceutical industry soon." Feng Yu replied with a proud look. "Since Mr. Feng is not interested in setting up a joint venture factory with us, then what are we cooperating?" Victor could not hide his disappointment on his face. What else could they discuss other than joint venture? "I did not say we are going to cooperate. I only want to ask about the Pfizer's patented medicine formula. I heard that Pfizer have the patents to a lot of medicine. Can you sell us some? I am willing to pay a high price for it." Feng Yu said and waved his hand. He was trying to show he was rich. What? This Mr. Feng wanted to buy Pfizer's patents? Pfizer was one of the world's top pharmaceutical company. Although it was not the biggest in the world, it was about the same as the rest of the top pharmaceutical companies. It was established in the last century. It started as a small chemical factory and then ventured into the pharmaceutical industry. During the Civil War, they prospered and became one of the biggest pharmaceutical company in the U.S. Later, antibiotic was discovered, and Pfizer started to research on it. Pfizer slowly grows to become one of the leading companies in antibiotics. This was around the time when WW2 started. Pfizer started to supply penicillin at a low cost to the U.S. Army and subsequently became the biggest supplier of penicillin during the war. This resulted in the company growing even bigger. After that, Pfizer successfully developed oxytetracycline, tetracycline, and piroxicam. All these medications brought high profits to the company. Currently, most of China's oxytetracycline, tetracycline, etc. were manufactured by Pfizer. Tetracycline was cheap and effective, and it became a commonly used drug in China. This also resulted in people getting tetracycline pigmentation teeth. Pfizer saw the benefits of developing drugs and used their funds to research and develop more drugs. Their focus was the medications which will be needed in large volume worldwide. For instance, blood pressure medications, cholesterol medicine, painkillers, and anti-inflammation medicines. They also produced the most advanced antibiotics and anti-cancer drugs. Pfizer had good results. They were continually developing new drugs, and every new drug brought high profits for the company. Pfizer was able to become one of the top pharmaceutical companies was because they own many patented drugs. The protection for drugs and medications was 20 years. Within these 20 years, Pfizer was able to get high returns from the sales of these drugs. Even after the protection years, they would still be able to make high profits as they had perfected the production of these drugs and were able to produce at high volume. Coupled with Pfizer's brand and reputation, their drugs sold very well. Now, Mr. Phone wanted to buy their patents? How can this be possible? It was unheard of for Pfizer to sell their patents unless it was nearing to the end of the patent protection. Mr. Phone, I cannot make this decision because the patents are our company's greatest assets, Victor replied. Phone, you showed an unhappy expression. Assets are supposed to be sold for profits. You still have not heard my offer. How do you know your company will not agree? Furthermore, you all have not sold any patented formula before. What Phone you said was true. Developing medicines and applying for patents were for creating wealth. It was not as what they claimed of benefiting mankind with their drugs. If they could sell their patents at high prices, they would. But Pfizer's medicines were all very profitable and were in demand all over the world. Why would they sell the patented formulas of these medicines to others? However, they could sell the authorization of these patents. If Victor were able to negotiate a high authorization fee for these patents, maybe the company would give him some rewards. He does not want any monetary rewards. He only wishes to be transferred back to the U.S. He wants to be with his family. We have not sold our patented formulas before, but we had authorized other companies to produce our medicines in the past. If Mr. Phone wants the authorization, we can discuss it. Victor replied. Authorization? There were no profits in that. Most of the profits will be taken away by Pfizer. Bing City Pharmaceutical also have their own R&D department, and many top researchers were employed. There was no need to buy the authorization from Pfizer. Phone was interested in one type of medicine that was still being developed by Pfizer. This medicine has a side effect, which is more effective than what this medicine was developed for. Sildenafil. This was a new drug which was still being developed by Pfizer. It was supposed to be used for treating angina pectoris, blood coagulation, and lower blood pressure. But after this drug was developed, the results from the clinical trials were not depressing. This drug was a failure. It was not as effective, and it will not sell. But the researchers discovered that many participants of the clinical trials secretly kept some of this medicine. A few researchers tried taking this drug themselves and found the side effect. This drug was able to give men a raging erection. So, the researchers changed the direction of their research and made this drug as a treatment for erectile dysfunction. That was reported to their higher-ups in Pfizer, and Pfizer conducted market research for drug over 3 years. It was until early this year when the clinical trial started. The results of the trials were splendid. More than 80% of the participants had improved after taking this drug. There were similar drugs in the market, but those were injected into the bodies, and it was not that effective. Also, Who would want to give themselves an injection before making love? All mood would be gone. Feng Yu had sent his men to contact Pfizer and asked if he could buy the formula for this medicine. But he found out that Pfizer had started trials for this drug. That means it was too late for him to buy it. Pfizer was a world-renowned company, and it was impossible to buy their formula with some money. Although Feng Yu had made a high offer, Pfizer rejected him. Pfizer could sell the authorization, but not the patent. Feng Yu was not satisfied with just getting the authorization. He wanted more than that. He wants to own the patent of this drug. But it was difficult. He could only set a trap. Victor, do you think I am someone who would pay others authorization fees? What I want is to buy some formulas. Some formulas for drugs which can treat some illness. It doesn't matter what sort of illness. Even half-finished products are fine. I am not choosy. I am sure your company will be satisfied with my offers. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu only know that sildenafil is a PDE5 inhibitor. In his previous life, there was more than one type of sildenafil. There were at least 2 types of similar drugs. Feng Yu only need to buy the formula for PDE5 inhibitor. The rest of the research will be easy once he got this formula. With the formula for PDE5 inhibitor, Feng Yu was confident that Bing City Pharmaceutical would be able to launch sildenafil earlier than Pfizer. This was because China was not as strict as the US. Once Bing City Pharmaceutical became the first in the world to produce this wonder drug, the sales of this drug will surely be better than any other companies. Victor heard what Feng Yu said. Half-finished products? That means Pfizer could sell most of their failed products to him? Mr. Feng was wealthy, but he was a fool. If he really bought all the half-finished formula, then the company's cost will be reduced. Victor would have helped Pfizer a lot. Victor should be able to apply for a transfer back to the US with this credit. Mr. Feng, if you are interested in our half-finished products, I can help you ask my headquarters. That night, Feng Yu let Victor stay at his villas and told him that if he likes this place, he can pick one villa. He can give one villa to him for free. Victor was shocked. If he could own a villa at this place, it would be fantastic. This villa area was by the seaside, and it was still in Liangang. Pfizer's China headquarters was also in Liangang. Many Chinese will feel that this place was out of the way. But for Americans, they were used to living in the suburbs with lesser people. They prefer quiet areas, with good scenery. They do not like to be bothered by others. Anyway, Victor owns a car. Although he needs to travel 1 hour to his office, he was okay with it. If he could stay in this villa area, he can ask his family to come over for a vacation. His children like to play with snow during winter. Also, if Victor could clinch this deal, he would be able to get more than this villa. This villa in China was excellent, but it was not as good as his home in the US. He would be getting a handsome reward and move to a bigger house in the US. He could still change to a better car for his family. At night, Feng Yu prepared a banquet for Victor. Victor had never seen the dishes served in the banquet. He heard that these dishes were what the emperors ate hundreds of years ago. He loves the taste of most of the dishes. Also, the wine they drank was brewed using the techniques passed down from thousands of years. Victor tossed and turned that night and could not sleep. He was excited. It was not because he will be getting his promotion or the reward. It was because after drinking the wine, he had an erection the whole night. What was that wine? How come it has this effect? Victor was not stimulated, but he got such a reaction? The wine during the banquet was the highlight. Feng Yu wants Victor to think that their wonder drug was nothing in China. The Chinese had already invented this medicine thousands of years before. Victor hitched a ride in Feng Yu's latest model of Songjiang vehicle back to his office. He was impressed. This car was too comfortable. Movies can even be played in the car. How much does this vehicle cost? Currently, LCD displays were only used in laptops, and most laptops were equipped with a CD-ROM drive. Feng Yu had only used the most advanced DVD drive to install in the vehicle. Ordinary vehicles were mostly equipped with radios. The more expensive cars were equipped with cassette players. The car given to Master Lu by Feng Yu was fitted with a cassette player. This new concept model was equipped with a DVD drive and an LCD display. Although the manufacturing cost of these items was very high, it will increase the value of this vehicle. This vehicle was categorized as a luxury car. Concept vehicles were all like this. Anyway, it will not be mass-produced, and the interior can be fitted with all sorts of luxurious items. Cars can also be equipped with refrigerators. But this was not needed currently. The windows of the vehicle used color-changing glass, and the soundproofing were terrific. The interior was quiet and spacious. It felt very comfortable in the passenger seat. After Victor alighted from the car, he was still thinking about it. He wonders when he could ride in this car again. When he was boarding this car earlier, Feng Yu had casually said that this car was produced by his company and will be launched soon. This model was for the high net worth market. Victor did not remember Feng Yu's exact words. He only knows that Feng Yu was very rich. He had never seen this type of car back in the US. Maybe only the president's ride could compare to this car. If Feng Yu's company could mass-produce this car, how powerful was his company? China's technical abilities had reached such a high level? If Feng Yu owned such a powerful automotive manufacturing company and China's biggest pharmaceutical company, how much was his total net worth? Those patented medicine formulas, or it should be called half-developed formulas, should be able to fetch a high price if they were sold to Feng Yu. Back at his office, Victor called his headquarters immediately. He needs to report this to Pfizer's CEO, Mr. George. Mr. George, I'm Victor. I need to report something to you. Victor, do you have any good news for me? Is the China sales report for this year ready? George seems to be in a good mood. I still need 3 more days. But this year's sales are much higher compared to last year. What I want to tell you is I found an influential Chinese boss who is interested in buying our medicine formulas. Victor did not tell George that it was Feng Yu who had approached him. Instead, he said that he was the one who found Feng Yu. This way, he will gain more significant credit. By twisting this small detail, it shows how smart Victor was. An influential Chinese boss. What big boss does China have? Also, did you say he wants to buy our medicine formulas? Did you agree? We, Pfizer, do not sell our formulas and patents. George replied. He was slightly pissed. Had Victor stayed in China for too long? He had forgotten about Pfizer's rules. Mr. George, I did not agree to sell him our developed medicine formulas. I agreed to only sell him our half-finished products. Victor quickly explained. Half-finished products? What do you mean? George was getting frustrated. Half-finished products are our products that failed the clinical trials or were developed but did not fulfill our requirements. Victor said, Who would want to buy these formulas? Yes, this Chinese businessman is interested in buying these formulas. He owns a pharmaceutical factory, and it was one of China's biggest pharmaceutical factory. Although their factory is big, they are unable to develop their own medicines. They need new medicine urgently to boost their sales. We only need to show them some reports on the possibility of developing those half-finished products successfully. We should be able to sell them at a high price. Victor excitedly said, Are you sure? This was cheating. But George was tempted because of the profits. I am very sure. That Chinese is wealthy. He even owns an automobile manufacturing company. That company is also one of the top companies in China. From my observations, this person is generous. If we should be able to sell off some of our half-finished product formulas and help the company profit, this deal can also increase our research funds. George was overjoyed. Victor, you must clinch this deal. If you can sell those formulas for $10 million, I will transfer you back and give you a promotion. Thank you, Mr. George. Leave this to me. Victor called Pfizer's R&D head, Mark. Mark had received instructions from George to consolidate all the information on the failed products. He compiles all the information and sent it to Victor through an email. Victor opened the email and scanned through it. Medicine for treating high blood pressure. Might cause blood pressure to go lower than usual. Although this medicine was effective, the results from clinical trials show that this medicine was not suitable to be introduced to the market. Anti-lymphoma medication. It kills healthy lymph easily and worsens the patient's conditions. It also lowers the patient's immunity. This medicine did not pass the first trial. Anti-inflammation medicine for treating prostatitis. It caused a heavy burden on the kidneys. This medicine might cure prostatitis, but it will also cause kidney failures. The trial was stopped after the first phase. Medicine for cardiovascular disease. No obvious side effects, but the effectiveness of this medicine was not visible. After the first trial, this medicine was found to be heading in the wrong direction. Behind every medicine listed, the reason for the failures was stated. The R&D cost of these medicines was also listed. Some of the developed medicines were not in the right direction and did not serve the purpose it was developed for. These medicines were still worth a bit of money. Some of the medicines listed had side effects and could not pass the US FDA requirements. The researchers at Pfizer could not find any ways to lower the side effects, and all their effects in developing this medicine were wasted. The R&D cost for these medicines was more than 100 million US dollars. Mark told Victor that this list was only part of their medications that were considered confirmed failures. If they include all the other half-developed medicines, the cost will be much more than that. These medicines that were on the list were mainly used by new researchers to practice. This was common in R&D. Sometimes, effects and resources were wasted when the final product did not serve the purpose it was designed for. But if the final product was a success, the returns might reach more than 100 times its cost. The cost used for developing these failed products could not be recovered in the past. But today, Victor said a Chinese businessman wants to buy these failed products. A stupid China businessman was willing to buy the formula of these failed products at high prices. Although Mark was not convinced, he still followed George's instructions to compile a list for Victor. If Victor could sell these failed products' formula, they would be able to have more research funds for more new projects. All the researchers' salaries depend on the success of their R&D at Pfizer. Victor read through the list and rearrange it before calling Feng Yu. Mr. Feng, I am Victor. I have convinced my CEO to sell you part of our research. When are you free to meet up for a discussion? Victor was impressed by Feng Yu. He saw Feng Yu traveling around with a convoy and had dozens of bodyguards surrounding him. In China, firearms were banned. But those bodyguard suits were bulging and seems to be carrying weapons underneath. Feng Yu was overjoyed when he received Victor's call. His first step was considered a success. Feng Yu immediately called his men to accompany him to meet Victor. He also hired a translator, although he does not need one. Mr. Feng, I am still at work and cannot leave my workplace. Thank you for coming over to my office. Victor politely said. This was only a trip to his office at Pfizer. Was there a need to bring so many people along? Feng Yu raised his brows. This Victor was very polite. It's okay. If you can leave your office anything you want, you will also not be sent over to China to take charge of the operations here. Are the things I want ready? Feng Yu asked eagerly. Mr. Feng, don't be anxious. This is the list given by my company. Please take a look and see which medicines you are interested in. Victor passed a piece of A4 paper to Feng Yu. Feng Yu scanned through the list and saw a medicine for cardiovascular disease. But he knows that sildenafil was not included in the list. Feng Yu pretended he did not understand the list and passed to his translator beside. Help me take a look. What's written in this paper? The translator read the list while Victor's secretary poured coffee for Feng Yu. Victor invites Feng Yu to taste his coffee. Feng Yu took a sip. Too much sugar and milk were added to the coffee. Victor's secretary was afraid that Feng Yu was not used to the taste of coffee, and she added more sugar and milk. But with more sugar and milk, the coffee tastes weird. Feng Yu and Victor chatted for a while, and during the conversation, Feng Yu casually mentioned how rich he was. Victor was smiling all along. Mr. Feng, there is 3 types of medicine on the list. The medicines are used to treat high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, and lymphoma. But all these medicines are not developed successfully yet. It stopped halfway. The translator whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu pretended to frown. An unfinished product? These are all half-developed products? Have the clinical trials started? It is not stated in the list. Feng Yu turned to Victor. Mr. Victor, have these drugs passed the clinical trials? Victor shook his head. My company would not sell if these medicines entered clinical trials. These are still in the development phase. Because of limited resources and our company's change in directions, the development of these medicines was stopped. This is why we are willing to sell them to you. Limited resources? Change in company's direction? Bullshit. These medicines should have gone through the clinical trials and found that it was not effective, or there were too many side effects. Pfizer is a big pharmaceutical company. Even if they have to stop the R&D on these drugs, they can also sell this research to other pharmaceutical factories or laboratories. Victor does not need to sell them to China. Pfizer could easily sell this research to the companies in the US. Mr. Victor, there are only 3 kinds of medicines. We are not interested in anti-cancer drugs. Currently, there are no effective anti-cancer drugs in the world. If your company's research in this drug has no problems, you all will not stop the development of this medicine. As for the other 2 medicines which are used for treating high blood pressure and cardiovascular disease, I need more detailed information on the research. I will ask my researchers to go through the information before I can decide. Feng Yu said after he pretended to discuss with the person beside him. This? Okay, but the information cannot be taken out of our factory. I can bring your researchers to our laboratory to take a look. They will understand how much this drug is worth when they see the research data. Victor replied. If he gave Feng Yu the information and data, Feng Yu's researchers might discover that these drugs will not be developed successfully. Feng Yu pretended to be troubled. We still need to go to your laboratory? Fine. But can you prepare more medicines? It is a waste of time to visit your lab for just 2 medicines. Ha. Feng Yu knew that Victor will never give him the research data. What Feng Yu wanted was to visit Pfizer's lab. Victor had finally invited him to visit his laboratory. I will be easier to deal with those nerdy researchers than a businessman. To show how wealthy he was, Feng Yu had to take care of many details. For instance, a super tycoon would never take the plane together with others. Many tycoons in the US have their own private jets. But this was not possible in China. The Fu family and Li family also have their private jets. But their planes were not suitable to fly long distances. So, Feng Yu decided to charter a flight. What the hell are you thinking? Even if you are going to the US, is there a need to charter a flight? You have too much money until you don't know how to spend it. Ho Haitao grumbled. Just tell me if you can help me or not. This is very important. I am going to meet an important client. In the US, public image is vital. This is also to show them our financial strength. Feng Yu replied. Then just go and charter a flight. Why are you looking for me? Are you trying to ask me to help you get a discount? Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu speechless. How many people are you bringing to the US? Are you really going to charter a flight? How do you know? I want a plane with the biggest first-class section. Also, I need to meet with all the crew first. I need to pass some instructions to them. Ho Haitao looked at Feng Yu warily. Are you thinking of doing bad things? What instructions are you going to give them? You also do not know how to fly a plane. It is business-related. I cannot tell you everything. Those foreigners are all very arrogant. They might find fault over the smallest detail and demand harsh conditions. Or maybe our conversations on the plane are a leak by the crew. Feng Yu starts to talk nonsenses. He only wants to ask the crew to help him put on a show. You always have all sort of reasons. I will help you ask around. Don't just ask. You must make sure this matter is settled. This is very important to me. It is about my face. Ho Haitao stared at Feng Yu angrily. I knew it. What you just said is all rubbish. You only want to look good in front of others. Just hurry up. I am waiting. It would be best if the flight is scheduled tomorrow morning. Ho Haitao contacted a leader of Beijing Capital Airlines and told him about Feng Yu's request. Feng Yu wants to charter a plane with a lot of first-class seats, from Beijing to New York, preferably departing tomorrow morning. Huh, charter a flight? The leader of Beijing Capital Airlines was stunned. China's top officials did have personal planes when they were on official duties. Some travel agencies do book out all the economy seats for their clients. But he has never heard of anyone chartering the whole flight for a business trip. And he still requests for a plane with the most first-class seats. Old Ho, if the whole flight is chartered, we have to include the ticket prices for every seat on the plane. This will be an insane amount. Ho Haitao glanced at Feng Yu and then said, Stop bullshitting me. Is your tickets from Beijing to New York selling well? Give me a discount. I will tell him to use your airlines when his company's staff goes on business trips. The airline companies were now operating as private companies. The tickets were already discounted as the planes were always not full. Although Ho Haitao kept saying Feng Yu was wasting his money, he still tries to help him get a discount. Okay then, I will give you a 15% discount. Which company is this? How come he needs to charter a flight? Feng Yu's company. Feng Yu? Which Feng Yu? Who did you buy your Soviet Union planes from? Ho Haitao reminded him. That Feng Yu from Taihua Trading. What do you think? Other than this, Feng Yu, who else can make me call you? Okay, I will leave everything to you. Let's meet up in the afternoon. I have something else to discuss with you. Mr. Feng, what did you say? You have chartered a flight to New York? Victor was shocked. How rich was Feng Yu? Was there a need to charter a flight when going overseas? Our aviation security is quite strict here. I had wanted to buy a private plane as I do not like to travel with strangers. This is why I charter a flight every time I travel. Anyway, it does not cost much. Feng Yu casually replied. Chartering a plane does not cost much? Even if the living expenses in China was much lower than the US, but the air tickets were much more expensive compared to the US. There was an extravagant behavior, and it was still a long-distance flight. Mr. Feng, please use the special entrance over here. A stewardess leads them over to a special entrance at the airport. The row of bodyguards walked over and went up the plane to make a security check before letting Feng Yu and Victor enter the plane. Another group of people boarded the plane and were seated at the back. Mr. Victor, there is coffee, cigar, wine, cigarettes on board. If you need anything, just let the stewardess know. Oh, okay. I will. Victor nodded. Mr. Feng, everyone is on board, and we can leave anytime. A man in pilot uniform walked over and reported. Let's go. Feng Yu nodded. He pretended to be familiar with all these operations. The plane took off, and the stewardess walked over. Mr. Feng, is it as usual? Feng Yu nodded. The stewardess poured a cup of tea for Feng Yu, and then turned to Victor. Sir, what would you like? Coffee. This was an eye-opener for Victor. This was a real tycoon. Feng Yu must have been chartering flights when he travels. Even the stewardess does not need to ask and knows what he wants. Also, Feng Yu was able to get the passports for so many people within a short time. This shows how influential Feng Yu was. For many years, Victor felt proud in China because he was American. His country was powerful, and he was rich. But after today, he dare not to be arrogant and proud in China. China was a mysterious country. Who knew that there was someone so rich and influential in China? Mr. Victor, it is boring. Shall we play poker? Feng Yu asked. Poker? Our rules should be different from China. Victor hesitated. But the flight was more than 10 hours, and he got nothing to do. How about blackjack? The rules should be the same. Feng Yu laughed and waved his hand. A man wearing a dealer uniform walked over. The feature of a dealer's uniform was no pockets. Victor frowned. Who brings a dealer along when traveling? This Feng Yu likes to gamble? Mr. Victor, it would be boring if we are playing blackjack without any bets. Feng Yu smiled and looked at Victor. Victor had been to Las Vegas a few times and likes to gamble. But he knew his bet was nothing compared to Feng Yu. Mr. Feng, I do not have much money with me. It's fine. We are just playing for fun. How about $400 per bet? I will be the banker. If your men are interested, they can also join in. Feng Yu said. He suggested $400 per bet was because blackjack's payout has 1.25 times, 1.5 times and double. It will be easier to calculate if it was $400. For $100? This was not considered a large amount, and Victor could afford it. He nodded, but he did not ask his assistant to join. He felt Feng Yu was only being courteous and did not really mean it when he said to ask his assistant to join. Okay, let's play a few games for fun. Feng Yu knocked on the table lightly, indicating the dealer to start. The dealer opened up a deck of new cards and took out the joker. Then, he spread the cards facing upwards for Feng Yu and Victor to check. Victor took a look and nodded. Feng Yu did not even look at the cards. The dealer shuffles for a while before giving out the cards. The first card Feng Yu got was Ace of Spades, and the second card was Diamond K. He got blackjack in his first game. Victor only got 13. Based on the rules, Feng Yu won double. Feng Yu laughed. My luck is good today. Victor took out $800 and gave it to Feng Yu unwillingly. He signaled to the dealer to continue. The second round, Feng Yu got a Q and 10, and he waved, signaling to the dealer that he will stand. Victor frowned. Feng Yu got 20. How come Feng Yu was so lucky? He looked at his cards. It was J pair. He also got 20. Now, Victor has a few options. First, he can stop asking for cards, and this round will end in a draw. But if it was a draw, it was considered the banker wins. The other option was to get one more card, hopping for an ace. But the probability was slim. But Victor still has a third option. He got two of the same cards, and he can choose to split. But his bet will increase. Victor chooses to split the cards and bet another $400. After splitting, Victor got two more J. He was surprised. He had gotten all 4 J from the deck of cards. Victor was troubled. He could continue to split the cards or admit his loss. Oh, Mr. Victor, you are really lucky. You got all the J from the deck. This is so rare. Feng Yu purposely said. Lucky? Victor thought to himself. That's right. I could get all 4 J. That means it's my lucky day today. Maybe I will get a next. Victor chose to split the cards and increased his bets by another $800. He was now playing 4 hands. The dealer starts to deal with the cards. The first card Victor got was a 4, and he must get more cards. If not, he will lose. The next card for the second hand was an 8. The card for the third hand was a 6, and the fourth hand was a 2. All hands were less than 21, and Victor must hit for all 4 hands. Victor knocked on the table. Carry on. The first hand got a 7, and the total was 21. Victor almost jumped up from his excitement. But based on the rules, the payout was only 1.25 times. The second hand got a 3, and it was 21 again. Was my luck really this good today? The third hand got a 5, and the total was 21. He got a 9 for his fourth hand, and the total was 21. Victor got 21 for all 4 hands, and the payouts for all 4 hands were 1.25. Feng Yu had lost $2,000. Ha ha ha. Seems like my luck is good today. Victor was about to laugh out loud, but immediately stopped. He was afraid he might anger this Chinese businessman. Feng Yu casually said, "This is the first time in my life to see these cards. You are really lucky. $2,000? Here." Victor happily kept the money and tried to cover his smile on his face. After 2 rounds, the dealer took out a new deck of cards, and one of Feng Yu's researcher walked over and said, "Can I join in? I have a few thousand RMB with me. I can play a few games." Feng Yu nodded. "It will be fun if more people played. If anyone else wants to play can just join in," Feng Yu said to the rest. Victor hesitated for a while and then waved to his assistant to ask him to join. Now, there were 6 people in the game. Because Victor got 21 in the previous game, he will be the banker according to the rules. The next game, Victor got blackjack and won. Everyone got to pay him double. Victor laughed excitedly. The following games, Victor won some and lost some. But his wins were more than losses. Within an hour, Feng Yu's translator, researcher, and 3 bodyguards lost almost all their money. The researcher looked at Feng Yu and asked, "Boss, can I get an advance salary?" Feng Yu took out $10,000 from his bag and passed it to that researcher. "What advance salary? I asked you all to play cards with me is to pass the time. Even if I win, how much can I win from you all?" After a few more games, the chief of the bodyguards also lost all his money, and Feng Yu gave him $10,000 too. After him, Feng Yu's translator also lost all his money. Feng Yu also gave him $10,000. Victor and his assistant kept winning. Victor had got 21 a few times and won quite a lot. By noon, after 2 hours of blackjack, Victor had won $70,000 to $80,000. The stewardess came over and asked if they wanted lunch. Victor did not feel any hunger. He was on a roll and wanted to win more. Within 2 hours, Victor had won more than his 2-month salary. But when Victor saw Feng Yu and the rest looking tired, he did not ask them to carry on. The stewardess served lunch. This lunch was too luxurious. All the dishes were prepared by a chef from a 5-star hotel. Victor felt he was too lucky to get to travel with Feng Yu. These few days were the luckiest days of Victor's life. He had won quite a sum from the morning blackjack. If he could clinch the deal with Feng Yu tomorrow and sell those useless formulas to him, he would be able to get a transfer back to the US and also a promotion. It seems that Victor's luck had changed after meeting Feng Yu. He hopes his good luck would carry on forever. After lunch, the researcher and the translator went to the bathroom. At the bathroom, the translator said to that researcher, "Professor Wang, you look too calm just now. You had lost quite a sum back then. How can you still behave this way? Didn't Manager Feng said that he will cover all our losses?" Professor Wang replied unhappily. How can a translator question him? Manager Feng didn't tell you that you can keep all the winnings too? Those are all USD. The current exchange rates are $1 to 8 renminbi. Do you know how much you have lost? Professor Wang's face changed color. Huh, we can keep all the winnings? How come no one tells me earlier? I had lost $30,000 just now. That's equivalent to more than 200,000 renminbi. When the translator saw the change on Professor Wang's face, he was relieved. This way, Victor will not suspect anything. This way, Victor will not think that Professor Wang was wealthy and does not lack money. If he really feels this way, no one will approach him for help tomorrow. Professor Wang, don't forget about our plan. If we are successful, our company will sponsor all your research fundings and still give you a reward. We will also help you send your son for overseas studies. Don't forget what you are supposed to do. Translator's notes. The rules of their blackjack seems weird and different. Maybe this is how the Chinese play in China. All these are to confisor. Everything is part of the plot. After lunch, Professor Wang suggested continuing playing cards before Victor could even say anything. This was what Victor had in mind, but he was shy to say it. Professor Wang wanted to win some money back. He was unlucky in the morning, and his luck should improve in the afternoon. But it was weird that he did not get any good cards in the morning. Even if he got 20, the banker would get 21. He was really down on his luck. The translator and the chief of the bodyguards were also very unlucky. Feng Yu's luck was SOSO. Although he had lost a bit, he was still playing happily. He does not seem to mind losing tens of thousands USD. Victor was the winner in the morning, and his assistant had also won some. When Professor Wang and the rest lost over 100,000 US dollars, Feng Yu felt it was enough. There were also no more new cards on board. Everyone is tired. Let's take a break. There are laptops on the tables. You all can play video games, watch TV, or take a nap. The crew will call you when dinner is ready. Victor agreed. He had won enough and had wanted to stop playing. After winning so much, he was afraid of losing his winnings back. Victor's assistant was not as lucky as Victor. He had only won slightly over 10,000 US dollars. Victor had won more than 300,000 US dollars. Winning so much from 400 US dollars bets per game proved how lucky Victor was. But was Victor really so lucky? Of course not. This was all because of the dealer. The dealer was not really a dealer. He was a magician specializing in cards tricks. Feng Yu had told him to let Victor win and let Professor Wang, his translator, and the head of bodyguards lose. He, himself also have to lose. This was all a plot. A trap set for Victor. Victor happily watched a movie on the latest model of Lenovo laptop. This was a laptop produced by the Chinese. Since when has China become so advanced? Victor still thought this was an IBM laptop. China is getting more and more developed. Professor Wang's face was twitching. He did not expect his luck to be so bad in the afternoon. Although Feng Yu had said that he does not need to pay him back, but if he won, he could keep the winnings. How come he was so unlucky? This blackjack should be a game of probability and luck. Although he was trained in chemistry, his math was much better than average people. The translator and the bodyguard also pulled a long face as they watch a movie. The translator even went to a corner for a smoke before taking a nap. Victor was observing them. It seems that the people around Feng Yu loves money, but Feng Yu treated them well. From Feng Yu's tone, he does not seem to be asking them to pay him back. But all of them will owe Feng Yu a favor. Each of them had lost more than 100,000 US dollars. This was not a small amount. Maybe I could make use of them to know what does Mr. Feng wants. Victor smiles. After dinner, everyone returned to their seats to rest. The stewardess woke them up when they were about to land. It was midnight when they left the airport. Although Feng Yu does not have any companies in New York, the Fu family have. That's why there were people there to fetch him. The staffs in New York made arrangements based on Feng Yu's requirements. Feng Yu wanted the best treatment. Victor thought Feng Yu had some connections with the mafias in the US. There were too many people at the airport waiting for him. Even the CEO of Pfizer do not get such treatments. I will be staying at the Hilton Hotel. I hope to meet the person in charge of your R&D tomorrow afternoon. Feng Yu told Victor. No problem. If our CEO is not outstation, he will surely meet up with you. I will contact you tomorrow morning. The CEO was not overseas. He only felt he didn't have to meet Feng Yu. After all, they were trying to cheat Feng Yu. If everything was handled by his men, and when something happens, he could let his men take the blame. But if the CEO were to meet Feng Yu, then everything was different. Anything happens, the share prices will drop, and the company's reputation will be affected. At Hilton Hotel, Feng Yu called Professor Wang, his translator, and the head of the bodyguards over to remind them the things to look out for. This purpose of this trip was to buy formula. Everything else was not important. As long as they could get this formula, it's a success. All of them will be rewarded. But if they could not get this formula, Feng Yu would be pissed. They would have wasted their time. All of them acknowledged and said they will do their best to support Feng Yu. But all of them does not understand why Feng Yu needs them to prepare. But Feng Yu told them that there might be someone approaching them to bribe them. He asked them to just accept the bribes and inform him. Feng Yu will have further instructions for them. As to why would people want to bribe them, some of them knew the reason, and some do not. The one who did not understand why someone would bribe him was Professor Wang. At 8 in the morning, Victor went to his company to meet the CEO. He didn't even have the time to cuddle with his wife. If this deal were a success, he would have all the time to cuddle with his wife slowly. Mr. George, Mr. Feng, and his team had arrived. But, weirdly, Mr. Feng had brought a team of bodyguards, a team of medical researchers, and a team of translators. He did not bring any negotiation team with him. Victor reported. This was not normal for business deals that involve a large amount. Usually, a negotiation team of at least 4 to 5 members was needed. Could this Mr. Feng want to negotiate the deal himself? But this was possible. Feng Yu does not look like he lacks money, and there was a possibility that his translator and the medical experts were part of his negotiation team. What is the possibility of him buying our formulas during this trip? George asked. Very high. He even chartered a plane and brought so many people along with him. If he is not willing to buy, he will not waste his time coming to New York. I am confident that he will surely buy our research data, and we can sell those data for a high price. Victor replied, confidently. Good. I will ask the rest to follow your instructions. But you must make sure to clinch this deal. Our reputation will be affected if others knew that we sold our failed products to others. George replied. Victor also knew that if Feng Yu found out the truth, this blame will fall on him. But he was sure that no one will discover. Once the formulas were sold, he will be able to gain more benefits. Victor only needs to make sure that nothing goes wrong now. And once Feng Yu brought the research data and formulas back to China, Pfizer can refuse to admit anything. It's your problem if the medicine you produce from our data is useless. When you sell these formulas to you, we have told you that these are all half-finished products. Rest assured, Mr. George, I will make sure this deal will go on smoothly. I am confident. Victor remembered the look on Professor Wong and the rest when they lost money on board the plane. If all else fails, he can bribe 1 or 2 of them. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.